Hello and welcome to Cybersecurity Full Course by Intellipaat. But before we start, think about this for a moment. In the first quarter of 2025, organizations worldwide experienced an average of 1,925 cyber attacks per week, and marking a 47% increase compared to the same period in 2024. And now, that's not just numbers. It's the real threat affecting businesses, governments, and even individuals every single day. And not only that, but recently several companies suffered major data breaches, causing millions in losses and putting sensitive information at risk. And now with the threats, opportunities are rising as well. The cybersecurity job market in India is growing at a major scale. Even the experts say that by 2025, India will need over 3.5 million cybersecurity professionals to tackle these rising threats. And this surge in demand has opened up exciting and well-paying salary packages and career paths. With the roles like cybersecurity analyst, ethical hacker, and security architect being in high demand, with the salaries ranging from 6.9 lakhs to 33.5 lakhs per year, which is really huge, which also depends on experience as well as the expertise. And that is where Intellipaat Cybersecurity Full Course comes in. So in this course, we will learn everything from threat analysis, network security, and gaining hands-on experience with the tools and techniques used by professionals in the real-world industry. This course will help you equip the skills not just to understand cybersecurity but to actively protect the systems and data in the real-world scenarios. By the end of this course, you will be ready to take on challenging roles in cybersecurity, secure digital assets, and build a rewarding future-proof career. So without any further ado, let's get started. Alright, now before directly getting into cybersecurity, we need to understand first what is the need of cybersecurity and from where does it even arise from. Also, for that, first we need to understand the fundamental building blocks of cybersecurity, which is networking and security. Okay, so let's start from the root. What does the word cybersecurity even means? Okay, so here cyber means all the things that are carried out online or are related to the internet, and then the security stands for securing all the internet activity or online activity and protecting your assets that are already on the internet, such as documents, files, websites, whatever it is. From whom? From hackers or like script kiddos or anyone who has malicious intents about your online data or online privacy or online security. Alright? So, the core part of whatever that is hosted online or need to be protected online or security related to the online things, the core or the foundational part to all of that, what is that? Internet, right? We just saw the video like how the internet works, and now I guess that you have a clear idea about what are the things that are need to be taken care of. And let's see that what is internet and how does this actually works from the perspective of cybersecurity. All right, so now let's begin. So as you can see on the screen, internet at its core is a giant or a massive global network of interconnected devices, computers, servers, satellites that can communicate using a set of predefined rules called as protocols. Okay, and these machines talk to each other using the protocols or simpler rules that define how the data is sent, perceived, and is interpreted across the networks. All right, now let's see how does this internet actually works. Like we saw how does it exactly works. Now let's see that from the perspective of cyber defense and cyber security as well. Okay, so again I will just give you a quick overview of how the internet works. So first what you do is you're a client or suppose a user browsing on your internet, and then you ask the browser for any kind of results such as, hey browser, load this Canva site or Miro site for me. Then the internet will like, okay, let me see if it is available from the servers. Then it goes to the servers. Then from there it takes the request for whatever website or URL or whatever the website you want to fetch. It takes the server's request from there and then analyzes that request first from the internet. Then it says, no problem, here the sign-in page, ask client to authenticate. Like this client has made a request, for example, a Canva or a Miro website itself. So the internet goes to the server and then the server retrieves whatever the required website URLs or files that are need to be fetched. Then it goes to internet again. This is the information that you asked for. Now ask your client to authenticate it with the credentials. Alright, and then you can start using your Canva or whatever website that you're using here. So basically this is what is the flow that we know until now. So now let's see how does this massive widespread system actually works behind the scenes in terms of cybersecurity. Okay, now for that, let's walk you through from the very first point of connection, that is the user. Firstly, you are here, a user, connected to the internet. So this is our entry point towards this vast network of interconnected devices, that is internet. Okay, like whenever you use a device, that is a laptop, a phone, which is connected to a router, which further is connected to the, like these are the routers, and these are the further connected to the ISP or internet service provider to be specific. So a router, it is basically a networking device which can connect the local devices to the internet. That is the work of the router. As you can see this, the local devices includes this your PC number 2, PC number 3, PC number 4, and even your PC number 1. That is the entry point for your connection. So a router connects all of this inside a LAN or local area network, which is then further connected to the internet, which has a DNS server, a web server, a database server, and this all makes up for the internet service provider. Alright, I hope this is clear to you. Now think of it like a gateway or an entry point to the vast network of internet. Alright, that was it for the internet. But now here comes the catch. This entry point, it is vulnerable. And why? Because whenever you're connected to a PC or any device, you're mostly using a router, like a Wi-Fi router or a Wi-Fi network probably, which if it is unsecure, like if you're using a public Wi-Fi or a Wi-Fi link that you're not very acquainted from, like from where it is, like what is the source of it, etc., then there are chances that you can be sniffed by the attackers. Alright, attackers or someone who has malicious intents over your information or whatever the activity that you are being carried out on the internet. Alright, and apart from that, even your ISP or internet service provider might track your activity over the unsecured Wi-Fi if the traffic is not encrypted. Alright, like whatever traffic is coming and going, like receiving and then sending from user to ISP or ISP to user, they can track your activity with the help of that traffic if it's not encrypted or secured with the proper systems. Alright, so in this way, there are many of the loopholes where there are chances for us to be attacked or can be sniffed or tracked by some malicious hackers, sniffers, or even the people who just want to watch out for us, which is really dangerous. Now, it's like whenever you send a request from your entry point, the data transmission begins, right? But now what can happen here is, if you want to visit a website, what do? You just go onto your browser and type the name of that website, like www.example.com, or to be very specific, let's take a real life example, that is www.canva.com. Okay, now with the help of this, your device sends a request to a DNS server, right here, DNS server, to find the IP address of that domain name system, or like the name of the website that you just clicked, like www.canva.com. What it does it, your device sends a request to the DNS server to find the IP address of that website, right? Then your request is converted into data packets that travel across the routers and servers across the globe, like throughout the World Wide Web or internet that we call, right? But what can happen here is, as the intent here is, you type the website, the name of the website, and now you want to access that website so that you can create the designs on Canva, right? This is your simple intention behind it. But what can happen here is, this is vulnerable to DNS spoofing. So what DNS spoofing is? Basically where the attacker gives you a fake address or changes the IP address of that website. Now, as we took the example of canva.com here, the canva.com or www.canva.com is supposed to redirect you to the Canva website. Now, through the DNS spoofing, what the attacker does is, he will redirect you to a false website, or worst, a maliciously active website, where if you log in for your credentials, like to log in into your account, and you entered your login credentials such as your username and password. So your username and password will be leaked to the attacker, and maybe that was his intention, to retrieve your username and password to carry out whatever intentions he had for you. That is obviously the wrong intentions. Apart from that, this is also vulnerable for another type of attack known as man in the middle attack or MIM attack, where someone else can read your data and change it in the middle, right here. So here you can see that the unsecured entry point can invite much more disruptions and attacks that you are not even aware of that you are being targeted for. So man in the middle attack is what basically, so where someone else can read your data, like whatever the data you are passing, change or manipulate the data in the middle and send it to the other end or the receiver or whoever is sitting on the receiver end, causing the wrong information or miscommunication between the two parties. Like suppose there is an online negotiation going on in between your bank and you, and there you need and you agreed on certain points, and then there's someone in the middle of you, like this is you and this is your bank, okay, and then there's someone in the middle who is watching whatever you're like talking or communicating with each other on the negotiation basis. And suppose that you are closing a deal or signing up for a loan that includes crores of rupees, okay, then the man in the middle, that is why it is named as man in the middle, because this party number one, party number two, you and bank, right? And there's another person in between you who is reading whatever you both are communicating or negotiating. And once you're agreed, what he will do is he will change the data or whatever the interest that is added onto you on the signed loan is just an example. I'm just letting you know how these things go. So it will change the amount, the interest, and then maybe the account number too, because he want all of it to be transacted on his account, but the name, the victim who is responsible and is going to take up all this damage is you, the user. While he gets all the money, that is in crores, the bank blames you and you are responsible solely for that, even if it was not you who has received the money. So I hope that you understand what man in the middle basically is. These are the major vulnerabilities that can be used to target you and harm you in a major and worst ways. Alright, now let's move forward. Now after that, once the transaction begins, then the target's website gets your request, like whatever the target website you was aiming for. It processes it and sends back the required web page, which is again broken down into packets, right? So I hope you understood this layer, that is was the DNS layer. So the vulnerabilities that are present in the DNS layer are this one, DNS spoofing and man in the middle, okay? Now let's move forward and understand what is the fourth step, okay? Now once you have like entered the URL or address of that website, then the target website server gets your request, like my target website or the website that I was going to open was Canva, right? Then the target website or Canva gets the request, it processes it and sends back the required web page, like the login page or the home page, whatever it is, okay? Then, which is kind of broken down into packets again. It doesn't directly send that. The data that is required to open that web page is again broken down into data packets, which is once done, then your device reassembles all those data packets sent all togetherly and displays the web page, the home page or login page, whatever you are being asked to enter your credentials on, okay? But now, again, here your system is vulnerable to the server compromises where the attackers could inject the malware into your system if you're not using the firewalls or spoof the responses. Now what happened here is, again, here your system is vulnerable to server compromises where attackers could inject malware into your system if you're not using firewalls, or like even they can spoof the responses. Spoof in a sense to read and change the responses. So that is what spoofing is. Or something like phishing can be also carried out over here. Or worse, data breaches or data leaks if the data is not properly secured and encrypted. Right? So now I hope you understood this data transmission layer. Then comes the web server request. Once the page loads, you interact, you click buttons, fill forms, and make payments. This dynamic flow is made possible with the help of the protocols known as HTTPS, TCP/IP, or FTP, SMTP, etc., including the APIs and databases. Now, here there are chances of attackers performing the cross site scripting attacks or injecting malicious scripts, SQL injections, or even the session hijacking. In this part, web server receives request in that part. Here, the attackers can like cross-site scripting, injecting malicious scripts that can corrupt your web page, or even with the intent to gain the access over the server, right? Or even injecting the SQL injections. As here in this layer, you also have your databases present, right? So what happens after this is the data storage, like accounts, passwords, messages, which are stored in the servers and databases somewhere. Again, this is also stored mainly on the internet itself, right? Like your browser data, cache, cookies, or your password manager, right? And not only this, even your cloud databases, servers. And if this stored data is not secured properly, attackers can get in through the security concerns like database leaks or insider threats, right? So this was the layers and the vulnerabilities that each layer has, and the kind of attack that is possible through each layer of the internet. Okay, I hope you understood this. So now that we have seen how the internet works and how it is vulnerable to various attacks, now let's see the layers of the internet. Like honestly, internet isn't the only thing like we can access or see. It is much more vast, wide, deep and intense than that. So let's see what it is actually. So the first layer we see here is the surface web, okay? And just below the surface web, we have this deep web. And below the deep web, we have the most researched topic or the most curious topic about everyone who is curious about cybersecurity. That is the dark web. So now let's understand this all layers in details, alright? So first we have, this is the surface layer. So as you can see on the screen, surface web or first layer of the internet is basically the public face of internet, which means we can basically access it, and this is what 90 to 95% of users interact on daily basis, as everything here can be indexed by search engines like Google, Bing, Yahoo, etc., which includes the public websites, news articles, YouTube blogs, social media, etc. And we can access it using the secure protocols or network protocols such as HTTP, HTTPS and web technologies. But this layer being the topmost layer, and as much more users access this layer, it is also a common target for phishing, drive-by downloads and browser-based exploits, and can easily be scraped for the data leaks or open source intelligence attacks. Alright, so that was it for the surface web. I hope this is clear that why it is called as surface web, and this is what we have access to, and this is what we browse mainly, okay? After that, then we have this deep web, alright? So deep web or the hidden ocean, it is also called as the hidden ocean. Now why it is called as hidden web or hidden ocean is because anything here cannot be indexed directly by any kind of search engines, okay? You cannot just access them with Google, Yahoo or any kind of web browsers because they are forbidden. Like you're not allowed to just go and search about the things that are there in the deep web, okay? Now why we cannot index or get the information that is stored or is available on the next layer of internet, that is deep web? Because it is mainly password protected or even paywall protected or even dynamically generated content, and that is why it is not easier or it is not easily available, or the content on the deep web you cannot index or search it or get the search results and retrieve the data whatever available in this layer is because of this reason, that is they are password protected, paywalls protected, and the most of the content is dynamically generated. Alright, now what it contains is whenever you send an email or whatever the data that you interact with, no matter how secure it is still available on the net, right? But the thing is, if anything is available on the internet, why we cannot access it? because it is always and always protected by some kind of security measures, prevention measures, and that is how we cannot access anyone's email, or like all the data is available on the internet but we are still not able to access it, or it is kind of hidden, forbidden, and layered in a way that it becomes difficult to access it just for an average users. But if you know how these things work, like the internet, then you have the knowledge about all the tools regarding the cybersecurity, then you can access. But for the average users or the common users, it is not possible to access it. So what does it contains? Like what is the content that is present in the deep web? So it contains the email inboxes, online banking portals, transactions, academic databases, government portals, or the corporate intranets that use the firewalls, authentication, backend servers, or even the cloud APIs. Everything here is protected and is available over the deep web. Alright. So let's see how it actually works. Even though the deep web or the hidden ocean is basically less accessible, but of course, for the obvious reasons, or deep web or this layer is said to be holding the sensitive gold because it includes the financial data, medical records, academic databases, which hackers can access easily using an SQL injection, brute force, and even the credential stuffing, which is why it is deeply protected into the deep web, and this layer is not accessible just for anyone until you are pro, of course, in the cybersecurity. So that was it for the deep web. Okay. Lastly, we have the most dangerous but also the most exciting layer, that is the dark web. I can bet on it that you guys who are cybersecurity enthusiasts have already searched about it or already been curious that what is it, why is it so forbidden, why it is such a big thing, etc. Because after all, mysterious and unreachable things are always full of surprises, and thus we all get fascinated by them, right? So as you can see, the dark web is also a part of a deep web only, but it's intentionally hidden so that you can't access it through the normal browsers like Chrome, Safari, or search engines like Google. Now, why is it hidden? Because the dark web itself was designed for the anonymity, okay, both for the users and for the websites. Unlike the surface web, which can be accessed easily through the web browsers, the dark web, it uses the encrypted networks like Tor, which means the onion router, which bounce your data through several nodes to hide your identity. Like, you know how an onion looks? It is layered. Like when you are going to peel it off, there might be 50 layers inside, right? And that is how your information is hidden in between the layers. So even if you want it to get the access or to read the data, whatever is available, you need to go through that layers, and that will take time. And also it is not easier to break into the dark web or go through the layers, and that is what the Tor does or the onion router does. Alright, so as you can see here, the tools used to access the dark web are the Tor, that is the onion router, PGP, that is the pretty good privacy tool, and then there are the hidden services like .onion extension they have. So most of the tools heavily rely on PGP or pretty good privacy encryption and the hidden services, which mask the identity of both the user and the server they are connecting to. Alright, but as it was designed totally for the privacy or anonymity to stay anonymous, anonymity always isn't good, right? So it attracts both the good people like the heroes and the bad guys like the hackers, sniffers, attackers, right? Now what I mean by this is, in the world of cybersecurity, the dark web is a double-edged sword. On the one side, it helps the whistleblowers, journalists, and political activists to use it to stay safe in repressive regimes. But on the other side, it is a breeding ground for the digital hackers and attackers or the malicious anonymous users. So basically, we can say that the dark web itself is the birthplace or origin for most of the cyber crimes. Like, are you aware that it has entire marketplace over here where you can also get 0-day vulnerabilities? Now what 0-day vulnerabilities means, they are basically those security flaws into the existing systems, maybe in your phone, in your laptop's Windows version. It exists, like those are the vulnerabilities. Now what I mean by vulnerabilities is like the loopholes which can exploit to get the access of it, or to plant some attacks, or to install some malwares inside the device. So all the vulnerabilities or the loopholes which are like loose in the security are said to be vulnerabilities, and 0-day vulnerabilities means no one knows about them from day 0. Okay, and that is why it is known as 0-day vulnerabilities. Don't worry, we are going to see that in the further part. For now, just understand that the dark place itself is the trading ground or a playground where you can get all the tools, all the things that are malicious or that are harmful from the security purposes. And these 0-day vulnerabilities are sold and traded for large amounts of money and trades in the dark web openly. And attackers can purchase the ransomware as a service, DDoS attack tools, then malware kits, apart from that phishing templates, also the stolen credentials and personal data from the recent data leaks or data breaches. So now I hope that it is clear that why dark web is such a dangerous and the most darkest layer of the internet, because it is open to all and it also helps you to stay anonymous, and that is why it is impossible to trace the identity or information or any kind of data of the attacker, and that is why it is a safe place for all the hackers, making it the breeding ground for attacking, hacking or cyber crimes mostly. But again, as I said, it's a double-edged sword. Means if it has the bad side, there are some of the good side as well. Now what is that? We'll see. So on the other hand, cybersecurity analysts or ethical hackers also use the dark web to their advantages. They infiltrate the forums, monitor the transactions, and gather the threat intelligence to predict and prevent the attacks, kind of like the defenders and security officers of and in the dark web. Alright? So I hope you understood the role of dark web in cybersecurity and why it is hidden, because it has to be hidden, because its very design aims to protect the freedom of speech, anonymity, and censorship resistance. But when it is used with the malicious intent, it becomes a sanctuary for the cybercrime. And the dark web isn't legal by itself, but how you make the use of dark web is all makes the difference. Again, here's an important tip. Do not just go blindly and try to access the dark web, because if proper security measures are not taken, it can expose your entire identity to the whole internet. Alright? And it is also dangerous to go there without knowing anything of it. So I'm here not advising, or we are not advising you to go and just check on the dark web. Okay? It is dangerous. Means it is dangerous. Okay? So be careful about how you do things, because honestly, if something hasn't performed or done properly with proper things in the mind, it can be really harmful for you as well. Alright, so that was it for the internet. Now let's take a look at the most important concept of cybersecurity. That is, first thing is networking. Because if you don't know how the network works, how the connections or how the devices are connected, what are the protocols they are using, you cannot break them, right? There's also one proverb regarding this. If you don't know how the rules perform or work, you cannot break them properly. And that is why we need to study networking basics first. So as I said, it helps you to know the whole system, like whole internet and how the devices works. Alright, so now why do we need to study basics of networking? That I told you already. Apart from that, it also helps us to understand how the whole system of the internet actually works in perspective of networking and cybersecurity. Because to protect anything, like we are studying the cybersecurity, which means we are going to protect the cyber or online things that we perform online. So now that we have looked into the layers of the internet, let's see and understand how this whole system actually works in terms of networking and cybersecurity. Because to protect anything, you first need to know how it is built. And that is why networking is really important. Alright? So networking is just about how computers are connected to each other, like how they communicate, share information to each other. In simpler words, think of it like all your devices, including your laptop or even your iPad, trying to communicate, share the files, or even ask questions before proceeding to the respective task or whatever the task they are going to perform. But for the communication to go on smoothly, there needs to be some set of the rules or protocols or some kind of guidelines, right? Like we cannot just pass any kind of information to just anyone. We only share specific information with the specific people. and according to what is needed to be shared, right? Or the assigned task or the request made by the people, like they want to know about us. And just like that, networking protocols also works the same. Now, to understand this in more simpler way, let's take an example, just for you understand that why protocols or networking rules are important. So suppose you are in the office and you are assigned with some of the task, okay? And you are asked to report to the boss after your task is done. Now, will you report that your work is done to your mom? No, right? You cannot tell your mom that, okay, I have completed this work and this is the task I have finished in the entire day. Will that work? That sounds so stupid, right? Now, in the similar manner, would you tell your boss that you ate in the lunch, like what sabzi you ate, or what kind of meal you had, or what kind of dessert you had? No, right? In front of boss, we are supposed to discuss all the formal things, while in front of our parents or friends, we can discuss the informal things or like casual things. So just like that, we are supposed to share our information or whatever our thoughts are only to specific people and in a right way. Like when you're speaking to your boss, do you just speak anything? No, right? There is some kind of construct in the sentence, there is kind of intonation, there is kind of frequency in your voice, all that, because we know that we cannot be disrespectful or we cannot be just like casual in front of our boss, because we have some ethics that we have to perform in front of the boss, while in the other case, that is our loved ones or our friends or our parents, we can be frank, casual, and talk things about like just about anything, right? Just like that, we have to follow some protocols in the networking guidelines or in terms of networking guidelines. So these protocols and models are designed to make sure that they can communicate over certain rules and guidelines. And that is what protocols are. They decide how the data should travel, how devices should talk, and what gets the priority to be delivered first. Like the priority queues, just like that. So the most important ones in the cybersecurity. So the first one is IP or Internet Protocol. So think of it like the digital numeric address for your device. Like each device has a unique address on the internet, and which is used for the identifying and routing of devices. Like if you're supposed to know the device IP, like whatever device you're using, what command you type? ipconfig, then you get the like whatever the internet or IP address you have, right? After that we have TCP. Okay, so we have a threat here that is called as IP spoofing. Like just we saw the DNS spoofing where your IP address can be changed. Same thing here can be done on the IP protocol. Your IP address can be changed or replaced with a fake IP address that can lead you to some malicious website or some kind of wrong site where you should not visit. Okay. And then we have the next protocol, that is TCP or Transmission Control Protocol. So this ensures that the data is accurately delivered and in proper sequence and order. So this is used for sending emails, websites, file transfers, because the main thing of this is reliable and ordered data delivery without any kind of mismatch. Now the threats here are SYN floods, TCP hijacking, alright, and this is how it works. Like let me show you the TCP one. Yeah, so here it is, and it is mostly used for web browsing, email protocols, etc. Alright, after this we have another protocol, that is UDP or User Datagram Protocol. This is the fastest network protocol you have, but there are no guarantees, because wherever there is like speed, there is a mess, just like that. But it is ideal for the video calls and gaming, because whenever you're gaming, you need all your features to work smooth and in a fast way, right? So it is fast and it doesn't need any kind of handshakes to be performed in between the data delivery. So the speed can be maintained as fast as it can. But it is also vulnerable to UDP floods, DDoS attacks. Okay, so our UDP is great for the streaming of the games and videos. But when it comes to like ethical things or like very, very important things such as banking or medical things, it is not considered as the most used protocol. After that, we have the HTTP or HTTPS, which are the web browsing protocols basically. So these protocols helps your browser to fetch the websites from whatever servers they want to fetch the information. Okay, so here HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol and HTTPS stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol Securely. Okay, as you can see on the screen, that it is just HTTP, which means Hypertext Transfer Protocol. And as the name suggests, Hypertext Transfer Protocol, it is in format of plain text, and it is insecure because it is sent into the plain text format only. But again, we have another protocol, that is HTTPS, which stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol securely. And that is why it has the word secure, which means it also supports the encryption. And how it is encrypted? With the help of SSL and TLS certificates. They are the security certificates that provide the extra security with encryption to whatever data you are sending over the web browsing protocols. Okay, now here it is vulnerable to MITM attacks, SSL strippings. Okay, after that we have the DNS protocol, or domain name system basically. So it is like an internet phone book that translates the names into IP. Just like how you save the contact numbers of your friends into your phone, you don't have to remember it, but whenever you want to call that person, you just search the name of that person, then you can get the information and the contact number of that person, and you can call them directly. Okay, you don't need to type the number directly on the keypad. You can just search for the contact name and you can talk to that person. Just like that, DNS also works. So in that way, it is an internet phone book that translates the domain name into IP addresses. Okay, and again, this is vulnerable to DNS spoofing, DNS cache poisoning. We will see these attacks later, don't worry. Just remember that what kind of threats are there at what protocol. Okay, so HTTP looks like this. Then HTTP3 looks like this. It uses the UDP connection because it is the fastest, that's the quick. And HTTP uses the TCP connection or TCP protocols. Then we have the HTTPS, which supports the TCP connections over the public key and session key. And it has the word S, which means secure. It provides the data in an encrypted format. Alright, so now let's see the file transfer protocols. So FTP means the file transfer protocol. It is used to transfer files between client and server. But FTP is insecure and it sends the data into plain text because it is directly transferring the data without encrypting it. And that is why it is considered as insecure. Alright. After that, we have the secure file transfer protocol, also known as SFTP, which is same as FTP but is encrypted via the SSH, that is secure shell. Basically, SSH stands for secure shell. Now this is safer for sending confidential file because whatever data or whatever files that you are transferring, it is secure because they are encrypted via the secure shell protocol. Okay, but again, it still needs the access control plus audit logs, like who has the access or who is auditing the logs, etc. Then lastly, we have this email protocols. So the first one is Simple Mail Transfer Protocol or SMTP, which is used to send the emails. But this is again is vulnerable for the email spoofing, spam injection, or even phishing, right? Next we have is POP3 or Post Office Protocol. So from here you can download the mail to local devices in an easier way. Okay, but it can be vulnerable to the lost sync, like just in case you have no sync for the emails, you haven't synced the emails properly, or you don't have the backup on the server, then there is a possibility that you can lose all the mails if not downloaded properly. Okay, so this is outdated basically, but this protocol still exists. Then we have IMAP or Internet Message Access Protocol. Here you can access the emails on servers from multiple devices using this protocol, that is Internet Message Access Protocol, okay, which is also best for the modern use, but it also needs the strong author. Alright, so now that we have seen that like how the data flows and is delivered and what kind of protocols and rules it uses and where it is used, now let's see how we can protect the network flow or network into the system so that the attackers or intruders cannot cause the harm or something that can give us an enhanced security. Okay, so here's how we can secure them. So first is firewalls. The firewalls basically acts like the security guards or basically security wall that decides what kind of data comes in and what kind of data goes out. They allow or block the traffic based on the rules and protocols that we just saw, and they can even block certain kind of IP addresses which seems to be like something fishy is there or kind of malicious, and they can even block the ports as well as the protocols if they detect something is wrong with them. Okay, and that is why a good firewall can protect your entire system. I bet that you have heard about Windows Defender firewall, right? Yeah, that is the firewall I'm talking about. And so without a firewall, you are basically letting anyone come and go through the doors. Okay, so the next thing that we have is IDS or IPS. Now IDS is basically intrusion detection system. Okay, IDS stands for what? Intrusion detection system. Now what does the word intrusion means? Intrusion means any unwanted entry of an user, or like you haven't authenticated or like given permission to that user to let access your system or access your device, but still he's coming. Then who is he? Intruder. Intruder means someone gaining the access to your system forcefully or without your permission. Alright, so that is intruder. And detection system means the systems which can detect if any kind of unauthorized access or any kind of user who has entered in your device without your permission or without you letting them access there. Okay, so they detect, basically the work of that is detection. So they work like the alarming systems that detect the attacks, malwares, and block the suspicious activity. Like if they detected any kind of suspicious or like malicious activity, they detect it and they alert you about it. And then this IDS acts as a CCTV camera, like what comes and goes. And if suppose something happens, it watches like, okay, there's something suspicious going on into this port, or like on this protocol, something unwanted traffic is coming there. So you please take the note of it. It alerts you with it. Okay. And then we have the IPS. So IPS basically stands for Intrusion Prevention System. In the IDS, we saw that it can detect any kind of suspicious or malicious activity on our system. Okay. What IPS does is, it basically prevents any kind of suspicious activity from happening itself. Okay. To be precise, IPS acts like the security guard. It basically says that no, you cannot go inside, or you're not allowed here, you're not permitted over here, please go away from here, or you're not allowed, you don't have the access. It basically acts like that, and that is why we can call IPS as a security guard. Okay, and it's a reactive system. Like if any kind of malicious code or maliciously programmed traffic is trying to gain the access or get inside your device, then it basically says no, you're not allowed, thus you cannot go further. Okay, so that is how IPS behaves. Now both of this detects the malware, intrusions, or any kind of suspicious behavior, and then IPS prevents it. Okay, so I have a line over here, that is your first alert system when an anomaly strikes. Like whatever happens suspiciously on your device, so these two are the first one to detect it and make you alert about it. Okay, then we have VPNs or virtual private networks. So what they basically do is encrypt traffic so that even if someone spies on the network, they can't read the data. It also hides your IP and location, and it becomes really necessary on public Wi-Fi to avoid the snooping or anyone sniffing your data. Okay, now I bet that during the lockdown period, when the PUBG or BGMI were not allowed in India, it basically was banned. Many of you have used VPNs, basically Proton VPN, mostly it was used, right? So virtual private network or VPN just behaves like that. Even if some things are not allowed, with the virtual private network, you can still access them. Okay. Next we have port and protocol monitoring. So ports are the virtual endpoint that allows communication between different applications and services on a network. Okay. So ports are basically the virtual endpoint that allows the communication between different applications and services on a network. Like basically they act like the post offices, that if I want to send a letter to someone living so far away, then I need to communicate with that port. Like suppose I'm at A location and I want to send the postcard to B location where my mother is there. Okay, that I want to tell her all about my updates. Okay, now what I have to do is first go to the post office near my location, and from there write the address or the port number basically in this perspective, that please deliver this message to this port number so that the receiver can receive it. Okay, so it basically works like that. So then my mother on the other end, that is port B or like post office B, can receive that, and then she can read it and then pass the data again to me, just like that. Basically that are the ports. So ports are the virtual endpoint that allows communication between two different applications and services on a network. And every service uses a port number. Like port number 21 is reserved for the FTP, or we studied FTP, right? What is the full form of it? File Transfer Protocol. So File Transfer Protocol uses the port number 21 for that, okay? Then we have the port number 22, which is particularly reserved for the SSH, which means secure shell, okay? Secure shell. So with the SSH, you can gain the access of another device also if you configure it right way. We have some stuff like putty and puttygen for that. With the help of that, you can access other computer remotely. So it is the most targeted port, by the way, port 22. Then we have port 80, which is responsible for the HTTP traffic. And then we have port 443, which is responsible for the HTTPS. Now, what is the full form of HTTP and HTTPS? So HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, while the HTTPS stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure. Now here, this S or secure word adds another encryption layer to it, making it more secure, okay? And these 4 ports are mostly targeted by the attackers. So you need to know how this works, how to work with them, and what kind of vulnerabilities this carry, okay? I'm here giving you just an overview, but if you want to study cybersecurity in detail, or you're really enthusiastic about the cybersecurity, this port numbers should be studied by you, alright? And again, every open port is a potential backdoor which can monitor, reject, and defend. Now, there's one tool called as Nmap. We will see that further. So, Nmap is used to basically see how many ports and which ports are open, okay? Because open ports are the invitation to the attackers, which they can exploit by sending unwanted traffic on your devices, okay? So this part, that is port and protocol monitoring, is really important with the perspective of cybersecurity, alright? And cybersecurity professionals analyze the traffic patterns, filter the suspicious IPs, and build rules to detect the threats earlier. That's why you are supposed to know each of these concepts in a detailed manner, alright? Now next we have, that is network OSI model or the OSI model. So now that we have understood how the internet works, how networking and the protocols connect devices across the globe, and how attackers find the cracks into those connections, now there's another important concept or important model that you need to know about, is the network OSI model, or which basically stands for Open Systems Interconnection Model, okay? So let's see it. And we all know that to protect anything deeply, we must know how exactly it works, as I said before also. So let's see that how this data flows and what are the layers the data flows in, step by step, okay? Right from the moment you click something or send a text to someone, and not just across the devices, but through the layers, we will see how it moves across, okay? And that is where OSI or Open Source Interconnection Model comes in. It is a universal framework that basically breaks down or explains how different computer systems communicate over a network. So it was developed by the International Organization for Standardization, that is also called as ISO. You have downloaded certain files with the extension ISO, right? So this is it. To standardize the network communication across device and vendors, okay? Now this OSI model is divided into 7 layers, with each having its own specific role and responsibility. From physical signal transmission to user interface application, we will see how the data that you send, like suppose you sent a hi message, how it travels layer by layer in the network's ecosystem and then delivers on your recipient's device, okay? So we'll see that. So this layer structure makes it easier to manage the network traffic, diagnose and fix issues. Like if there are issues in between the layers, it gets fixed with the help of the automated things that we'll study. It also ensures the interoperability between different technologies. In short, it provides a universal blueprint for how data flows and how we can protect it. Alright, now let's see the layers in the details now. So first we are going to study about the last layer actually. It starts from the physical layer, and then delivers it to the application level. But since we are going to see from the user perspective, we are going to start from the application layer, okay? And this is the 7th layer in the OSI model layers, okay? So, application layer, this is the layer closest to the user. Like, whatever we interact with the application, this is the layer that we interact with. That is the application layer, okay? Now, why it is closest to the user? Because it acts as an interface between the user and the software. Like, suppose how I'm interacting with this laptop. Now, this is the laptop and I'm teaching you on Miro itself. So Miro is a software, or for now I'm using it on the browser though, but it's some software, right? So I'm interacting with the Miro itself. Now suppose you're interacting on the WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, whatever it is, you're interacting with the application, right? Not any kind of like physical layer, data link layer. No, you're interacting with the application. And that is why we need to study it from the application layer itself. And thus, it is an interface between the user and the software. Like I told you, you directly interact with the WhatsApp, Gmail, browser. You directly interact with that application. Okay, I hope this is clear for you. So it interacts with the software applications that implement a communication component like the browsers, emails, WhatsApp, or whatever the messaging apps that you chat with or use day to day. Now how this works is, you send a request to the server and then it goes to the server. Like suppose I'm interacting with the WhatsApp or like I'm browsing something. We saw already, like whenever you make a request on the browser, like suppose we took the example of canva.com, right? Now let's take some other example like www.wikipedia, okay? Now whenever you want to study about or research about something new that you like encountered with and you have no idea what that thing is, what we do? We go on the Google Chrome, we type what is it, and then the first thing that we see is Wikipedia about it. So that is how. So what we are doing here, we are requesting that please give me the results on XYZ topic from the Wikipedia. Then it goes to the server and then the server responds you with the help of this protocols, that is HTTP, HTTPS, simple mail transfer protocol, file transfer protocols. It depends like for whatever you're using. If you're using for the Gmail, SMTP will be used because it stands for simple mail transfer protocol. If you are asking it for a certain file or kind of like document, it will respond you and receive the request through FTP. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now this layer being the most interacted with, like the user interaction level is really high over here, or is it is what the user interacts with. Now let's see what are the attacks it is vulnerable to. So first is phishing, as it can directly be manipulated with the SMTP or Gmails using. Then we have social engineering, malicious attachments, like with the help of FTP, the attacker can send you some malicious attachments or documents. So now if the malicious documents are sent and you have downloaded them through your internet, then there are chances that it may contain some malicious code that can automatically run itself on your device to gain the access. Or if you have heard about some ransomware cases, you know how it works, right? So it is vulnerable to these attacks. Next layer we have is the presentation layer, okay? Now this layer is responsible for the data formatting, encoding and encryption, as you can see over here, okay? So the next layer we have is the presentation layer, and in that layer it is responsible for data formatting, encryption and even the encoding of the data, and even compression of the files or data files if it is like mentioned over there. Basically what it does, it translates the data into a format the receiving application can understand by using the protocols like SSL and TSL. That is the security or encryption certificate basically. That is it. So what is the layer of presentation? It basically compresses, encodes and encrypts the data that is sent to a recipient. When it reaches to the recipient's device, it decodes itself or decrypts itself and transforms it into the format that user can read or can access it, okay? And it is encrypted using these protocols, TLS and SSL. So which protocols are present on the presentation layer? TLS and SSL, okay? Now the next layer that we are going to study is a session layer. Now this layer, what it does, it maintains and keeps your session alive or like closes it when not needed. So who does that? Session layer, okay? And this layer, all layers are must, they are always present in every application that you interact with, because without this Not a single application can survive, and this are the inbuilt layers. Okay, so there's no chance that one layer is missing, other layer is there. No, this is a standard format and it gets followed everywhere. So it uses the protocols like NetBIOS and RPC, and even like it works in terms of sockets. Now, if you're studied full stack, you know what sockets are. Okay, then it is vulnerable to the attacks like session hijacking, cookie theft, or even replay attacks. Now, what are those? We are going to see that in further sessions. Okay, so next layer that we have is the transport layer. Now, what is the work of the transport layer is it basically acts like the delivery layer, and that is why it is called as transport. So now, once you have sent that hi message, it is transported within this layer. But how it gets transported? So it basically handles your end-to-end communication. It breaks the data into segments or data packets, ensuring the reliability, error checking, and retransmission. If something breaks while the transmitting, it again sends the message like through that layer that wait, our message or data packets are broken or corrupted, we need to send it again, just like that. And that is why it is called as transport layer, because it carries the data that has sent from the sender to the receiver sent. Okay, and what helps it? The TCP and UDP protocols. So TCP itself stands for transmission control protocol, and UDP is like user datagram protocol, and it is vulnerable to the attacks like SWAN flood, that is DDoS attacks, TCP hijacking, UDP floods. Okay, after that we have the network layer. So this network layer determines the best route for the data to travel across the networks using the IP address. It handles the routing, addressing, and even the packet forwarding. Okay, as you can see, it is transporting and finding the best part of the data to be carried and delivered to the address. Okay, and what kind of protocols it uses? IP, ICMP, and IP security. So we understood what IP is. Basically, it is the numerical address of any device. So it's like it decides what destination your data will go to. Like this is the address your data is going to be delivered to. Okay, and who decides that? The network layer. Just like the GPS routing that tells us which is the shortest and optimal path, just like that. But it is vulnerable to IP spoofing, ICMP flooding, that is ping of death, and routing table poisoning. Okay, now next we are going to see data link layer. Okay, now what it does is it basically handles the device to device communication in the local area network or local network. Okay, it handles the communication between the devices on the same local area network using the MAC addresses, which ensures the detection from the physical layer and organizes data into the data frames. Okay, now the protocols it uses are Ethernet, ARP, Triple P. These are the protocols that they use. So the attacks that the data link layer is vulnerable to are MAC spoofing, ARP poisoning, and switch flooding. Okay, then the last layer we have is the physical layer. Now this physical layer is the lowest layer, and it is concerned with transmitting the raw bits over a physical medium, like the optical fiber cable, which carries all our data, which includes the cable, switches, radio signals, voltage levels, anything that is related to the hardware. And that is why it is called as physical layer, because it actually exists, like the wires, the cables. You can see and perceive them, right? So it is called as physical layer. Now, what this physical layer is vulnerable to is wiretapping, jamming, or even cutting the cables. And I'm pretty sure that you are aware of what this cutting cables and jamming are referring to, right? Okay, so that was it for the OSI model. And OSI model is considered to be the most important thing with the perspective of security, networking, and cybersecurity. Okay, so make sure you know all the protocols and in which layer they are present and which layer is responsible for what. Okay, basically this is the reason why cybersecurity professionals monitor these layers very carefully, because these are the layers our data travels through. And making it vulnerable, it means that any attack on even if a single layer, the data corrupts or gets damaged or can be leaked even. Alright, so now let's take an example and see how the data flows actually through these layers. Now suppose that you're sending a hi message to your friend and you have already clicked this message. Now for example, like on the application layer, on the WhatsApp, you type like hi, hello, how are you? Now that message, hi, hello, how are you, then moves to the presentation layer where it gets encrypted and encoded, which means no one else in the middle of it can even read it. And even if they are able to, all they will see is some random characters together. And there's no chance that they can make sense out of it because it is encrypted using the TLS and SSL protocols. Okay? Then it moves towards the further layer, that is the session layer. Now here, a chat session is maintained with the other user, like the user on the receiver end. This chat session is maintained with the help of session layer, like the chat is on and whatever you are sending, it is delivering. So that constant thing is happening because of this session layer. Okay? And then the message moves towards the transport layer, and here that encrypted message gets broken down or segmented into the data packets. Okay? Now that data packets are sent to the network layer where each segment is given an IP address for the destination. Like what we saw about the network layer, it finds the best route across the networks to deliver the data packets. Now here, since our data packets got like broken down into segments and packets, this here is assigned with an IP address for each segment. Like suppose you have 10 data packets. Now each of these 10 data packets have their IP address written on it, so that can be delivered on the destination or like desired location. Now when it moves the data link layer, here each packet gets a MAC address of the local router so that they can have the network, basically intra-network communication for that. Okay? Then when the message is finally at the physical layer, it gets converted into the bits, and these bits are converted again into the electrical wireless signals that are transmitted to the user's or receiver's cable, and then you can see that message again as it is in the plain text without the encrypted format. Okay, I hope that this is clear how your one hi, how are you message travels through all of these layers to reach the receiver's end. Okay, so on the other side, like wherever your user is sitting, this process is reversed back from layer 1 to 7 again, and that is how we can communicate with each other or send and receive the data. Okay, and cyber attacks can happen at any layer, like sniffing at the second layer over here, then DDoS at the level 4, that is the transport layer, because here your data is being converted into data packets, right? And that is why it is so important to understand how these layers work and how the data is converted and everything about this flow. Okay, so now you understood about the networking, like how networks talk using the protocols, how data travels through the layered systems like OSI models, and then how attackers can explore and attack the networks by studying them properly. Because honestly, it's the first rule. If you want to break the rules and protocols, you need to study them thoroughly and then find the loopholes and attack on them. And that is how you break the rules. Well, I'm not here guiding you about doing something wrong. I'm just telling you how you can be a cybersecurity expert and what kind of mindset you should have. Okay? So now that you understand how the internet works, how the networks are structured and protected, it's time to see and focus to what really are they trying to protect. That is the data on the internet. Whether you're securing a giant network or even a small device, or even your personal sensitive data like every message, password, file, or even the online transaction, data is the new gold. And just like the gold, it needs to be protected as well, right? So how do we protect this data? And that is how it brings us to the core of cybersecurity, that is the data security. So data security techniques are the methods we use to safeguard this digital gold from the unauthorized access, corruption, or even the theft. Okay? And even the misuse of it. So there are multiple ways to secure data depending on what needs to be protected and how you're going to protect it and where it lives. Okay? So the common methods or techniques to protect your data is first is encryption, and we saw how it is done. Then we have the access control, like who has the access, or you should never give the access or admin privileges to anyone. Just give them access for what they are required and what they need to be done. Okay? Then you should always and always have some backup and recovery, like just in case your data corrupts or gets stolen or is leaked, you should always have the backup and recovery. Okay? And then it is masking. Masking is specifically like masking the data with something else. We'll see that in the further things. And then we have tokenization. Okay, now let's see these methods into the details. So first we have is data encryption. Now what data encryption actually means is it's simply like turning your data into unreadable format or code, something like a ciphertext in cryptography, if you know that, unless it have the right key. Like you cannot decrypt the encrypted data without the key. Okay, and that is how we can protect the data, by locking it. Then we have the access control. Here you can restrict who can view or modify the data, like password protections, biometrics, or even multi-factor authentication, ensuring that only the right people get the access to the specific data. Okay. Then we have backup and recovery, where you need to regularly store data copies in a safe place so we can recover them after like some kind of breach or loss, or even if your data is corrupted, you still have the backup that you can use, right? And that is why this is an essential practice that we need to practice even in our daily day-to-day life. And then we have fourth is masking. So masking basically means like hiding or masking the sensitive information, like the card numbers or personal details, from directly exposing it. Okay. And then lastly we have tokenization. So tokenization is basically replacing the sensitive data with the non-sensitive tokens, and it is heavily used in the payment options or like banking gateways. Okay. And think of each technique as a layer of armor around your sensitive data, where it leaves, flows, and rests. And that is how you don't need to be worried about your data being stolen or hacked or even sniffed around by attackers. Okay. So these tools are your first line of defense. Like you should know how to secure them, right? As each of these techniques works like a layer to protect your data in advance. So in simple terms, the data security is about keeping your information safe, private, and usable only by those who are supposed to use it. And to do this right, cybersecurity professionals follow a few golden principles, or known as security frameworks, that we are going to study now. So there are three triads and frameworks basically that we need to study. So first is CIA triad, second is DIE triad, and the third is AAA framework. Okay. Now let's see them in details. So the first one we have here is, that is CIA triad. So this is the classic triad for the data security purpose, as this is the foundation for all data protection strategies. So what does it stands for is, the C in CIA triad stands for confidentiality, which means only the authorized people should access the data. Not everyone should have the access to it. Okay. And then next is I for integrity. The data should remain accurate and untampered. Tampered means changed or modified. No one can change that. The integrity or authenticity should be preserved at all the cost. Then we have availability. The data should be accessible whenever needed. Like high availability should be there at all costs. So this is the classic triad for the data security, which stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And it makes a CIA triad, as you can even see here. So as you can see, the confidentiality, protection of sensitive information from being accessed or disclosed by unauthorized individuals. Then we have integrity, the protection of data from unauthorized modification or destruction. That is, it should remain untampered. Then lastly we have availability, which means it assures of timely and reliable access of data and systems by authorized users only, which again points to the confidentiality. And that is how it revolves around each other, making it a triad. Okay. Now, to understand this in a simple manner, think of it like if someone steals your data, there is a breach of confidentiality, because now it is accessed by some people who are not allowed to access it. Okay. Then we have a breach of integrity when someone changes it, because once it changes, it becomes tampered. And what is the rule of integrity? The data should always remain accurate and untampered at all costs. But now it has changed, so there is a breach of integrity, right? Then lastly, you have, if you can't access your data during a cyber attack, the breach of availability is already happened. Like suppose your data has got stolen or probably locked due to the ransomware that was programmed on your laptop, then you cannot access it. The availability of data is gone. and now you cannot access it, right? So there is a breach of availability. All right. And if there is a breach, the data is not available, how the data's integrity and confidentiality even matters. And that is why it again revolves around each other. Okay. So that was it for the CIA triad. Then we have the DIE triad, which is the modern cloud twist basically. So D here stands for distributed, which means systems should not be centralized. They work across multiple nodes like cloud services or even the blockchain. Like blockchain itself is a decentralized system. So it should be distributed. What does it mean in simple languages? There shouldn't be a central hub or something that is making it reliable on a single endpoint. Because if that single endpoint is attacked or like tampered by some attackers, then you lose all your data. And that is why the method should always be distributed. Like whatever the data is there, it should be distributed. It should not be on the one system. And that is why systems aren't centralized. They work across multiple nodes. If your data is distributed over multiple nodes, you cannot lose your data, or even if something happens to your data, like whatever the crisis, it can be still be retrieved. Okay. Then the second is immutable. Once written, the data shouldn't change, just like the blockchain. Once the blockchain is created, that block is chained and you cannot even access it now. And the most interesting fact about blockchain is you just have 5 seconds to change a block. And in between that, if you don't do that properly, you are suspended from the blockchain authorities or whatever the members are there into that distributed network. All of them get alerts about it, and everything about you is tracked instantly. And that is why blockchain is one of the most secured framework in the entire internet. So it highlights the property of immutable, like you cannot change it, and the data shouldn't change. So this is what we should maintain. Okay. And the third is ephemeral. Now what ephemeral means is systems and services should be temporary and not always on. It helps us reduce attack surface. Like for example, ephemeral means for a short time it should be on, and after that, once your work is done, shut down your systems, close all your files and folders, make sure that they are secure, and just reduce the attack surface. Like suppose if my laptop and the internet of it is not on, or whatever the work I'm doing is totally off when I'm not working it, and all the systems that are working behind has also been turned off by me, the attack surface is reduced because the number of openings they were getting before is now closed. And that is how we can reduce the attack surface. I hope that you understood it. And why it matters is because the DIE or DIE triad is super useful in the cloud native environment and modern infrastructure environments where security needs to be baked into fast moving systems. Because we all know that the most vulnerable system for the cyber attacks is the cloud native infrastructures. And why? Because there are multiple services running that carry your data. And if one of the services crashes or something happens to that one, even the cloud provider itself, everything on that cloud platform crashes permanently until, of course, you can retrieve it. And that is why distributed, the data shouldn't be centralized or like only located at one node. It should be distributed across multiple nodes. Then the data, once written, data shouldn't be changed, because changing again and again can make the data messy and can cause some issues that can further be used for the exploitation by the attackers. Alright, and last is ephemeral. Once you are done with all services and systems, close it right away. Don't keep any kind of attack surface open. And again, so once it is distributed, the DDoS is also cannot be performed, because if the data is available over multiple systems, what the attacker will do with the DDoS? So basically DDoS is distributed denial of service. So here what the attacker does is, we are going to see that further, but still I'm giving you just an understanding of what DDoS is. It will target you with the help of bots. Like suppose your user limit is restricted to 50,000. Now what the attacker will do is, he will try to send you a request 50,000 plus, and your system is since programmed to handle only 50,000 users. If there are users that are going to be more than 50,000, your system will be crashing. It will crash no matter how powerful your system is. So if the systems are not centralized or like distributed, even if one system, they like DDoS attack happens on my system, other my colleagues have the systems which have the same data, that is protected. And this way we can resist the DDoS attack. And it is the best solution against a distributed attack is a distributed service. The diamond cuts diamond, just like that. A distributed attacks cannot do any kind of harm to the distributed service. Alright, and now for the immutable, like the changes easier to detect and reverse. If there is any change into your current file directory or whatever the code you have or software you have, and all the logs, like whatever the changes you have made are there, then they are easier to detect. Like, okay, I have changed the URL or I have changed the token. Now what the attacker can do that, if he saw that here is something changed, and now we all know that, okay, XYZ person is supposed to change that data, so he has changed that. So we might overlook that, or it might give an opening to the attacker to change or replace that proper token with the fishy or maliciously programmed token over there, and that can cause a real harm to the organization. And it prevents us from unauthorized changes stand out and can be reverted to known good. Like, it may be overlooked, just what I say. That is what is explaining basically. Then we have ephemeral. So this drives the value of assets closer to the zero. Now what does it mean is, it makes the attacker persistence hard and reduces the concern for assets at risk, like we just discussed how it works. So I'm not going to explain it again. Now then we have the last framework, that is AAA framework. Now this is also known as the identity gatekeeper. Now why it is known as that identity gatekeeper? Let's see that. It is basically used especially in the network and identity security. So A in this framework, first A in the framework stands for prove who you are, like authenticate. Just like we have biometric authentication to pass into some of the confidential rooms or even our offices, so that it proves who you are, that you belong to that community, that you belong to that group, or you belong to that team or organization. Okay, so first we need, that is authentication. Second, we have authorization. Check what you're allowed to do, like what is your authority. This is only, like suppose your authority is looking only up to this one team, and whatever the resources that are allotted to that particular team, you're only allowed and authorized to access that kind of resources. You cannot access other teams' resources, and that proves the authorization. And third is accounting. Track what you did. Basically, it is accountability. Suppose you went to the office, what kind of work you did today, and which services you used, what kind of resources were utilized by you. It tracks everything, and that is why it is known as the identity gatekeeper, or it tracks the identity of a person, like who he is, what he's allowed to do, and what he did today. So it keeps the person in the check inside a network. Okay, we have an example over here. Suppose you're logging into a secure portal. The first thing it asks you, like who you are, prove that you belong to this portal or organization, or you are the member of this. So for that, what do you do? Log in. Yeah, that is authentication. Then you are only like privileged to access certain files. That proves the authorization. And like in the portal, you cannot access all the files. You can only access the files that you are authorized for. Then we have keeping logs of the activity, that is accounting. Whatever the activity that you do on that account secure portal, everything is audited with the help of logs. Okay, so that was it for the 3 triads. I hope you understood this. So these 3 triads shape how we think, what we monitor, and what we secure. Okay, from personal apps to the enterprise level systems, these 3 triads are must that you need to implement in your working and security frameworks. But now we need to know the right tools and techniques to implement what these frameworks were built to address. And that is where the cryptography arises from. Okay, like this is the major tool that encrypts your everything that you do on the internet or networks basically. So cryptography is the art and science of protecting information by transforming it so that only the authorized or right eyes and hands can access it or even change it. Okay, and why is it so important? Because cryptography provides us with the encryption. Basically, encryption is what protects our data. Like we saw the presentation layer. At the presentation layer in the OSI model, all the data that we send gets converted or encrypted into a ciphertext or a unreadable code. So who does that? Cryptography itself or the encryption, right? And that is why it is so important in cybersecurity, and proving it a core pillar of data security as well, as it helps us to achieve all the three pillars of CIA triad that we just saw. CIA, that is the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Now, how does it support it? Let's see that. So, the first pillar we have is confidentiality. So, the first pillar of the CIA triad is confidentiality. Through encryption, it provides us with the confidentiality, like our data is converted into an unreadable format, keeping it confidential, like no one can read it or access it with the help of this ciphertext that we saw already, right? And you cannot decrypt it until and unless you have the right key to decode or decrypt the data. All right. So integrity or hashing. Now the second pillar is integrity. Now how it provides this integrity? With the help of the hashing. Like what hashing is? Hashing, it means like even if a single change is made into a file, then the hash of that file, hash is basically a ciphertext or some gibberish code that is generated when you convert the data from plain text to the encrypted format. It generates the hash. So hash is basically, it is labeled, like basically it's name of that file. Whatever the encrypted file you get, it has some hash. Hash is basically a numerical name given to that file. It is basically starts from SHA hyphen the numerical address of that file. And even if a single change is made into that file, the hash of that file changes, which means the name of that file changes in terms of cryptography. And that is how the cryptography tells you that okay, the hash is signaling a mismatch, which means the integrity of this file is breached. Like someone has changed something and the data is not tampered. It is not the authentic one. And that is how we get to know that the integrity of this file has been breached. Okay. So last thing that we have is authentication and authorization. So how does the cryptography supports the authentication pillar? With the help of the digital signatures and certifications, which again is possible with the help of public key verifications and signed messages. So through the digital signatures and certificates, your system can verify that the user's identity is similar to what he is trying to prove. Like suppose I'm pretending to be someone, suppose with the person XYZ, so that the digital signatures and certifications provides that authentication that hey, she is pretending to be XYZ person. Please check with the help of digital certifications and signatures that is she the same person exactly, and that is how it supports the authentication feature of CI triad. Okay, so I hope this is clear. Then again, we move forward to the types of cryptography. So first we have a symmetric encryption, which is same key for the encryption and decryption. So the encryption here and decryption, basically encoding and decoding, is done with the same key. The key here is same, no different keys. Only one key is used for both encryption and decryption. And the standard example for this is advanced encryption standard. Okay. Now, what does it means that suppose that you have sent a data and that is encrypted using a secret key at the encryption level, and you have provided a ciphertext out of that. When it reaches to the receiver, the same key is used to decode or decrypt the message that was sent here. The same key is used and then it is converted to the plain text that the receiver can read. Okay, so that is why it is called as symmetric encryption, because the key here is same or similar to it. Okay, now where this is used? In the fast bulk encryption like file level or disk encryption. Now the analogy for this is locking a box with the same key the sender has and the receiver has the same key to unlock it. That is how it works. Okay, it's not so hard to understand, so you might be understanding that. Now the next type of encryption we are going to see is asymmetric encryption. The only difference here is here there are different keys, one that encrypts and one that decrypts or decodes. Now how this works is whenever you send a message or a message is sent or a file is sent, it is encrypted or gets coded with an encryption of public. So it uses a public key to encrypt a message, and then when it is the messages are there at the destination or like receiver's end, a different key, that is the private key, is used to decrypt the message, and then it is decrypted into a plain text that the user can access. So the best example for this is RSA, that is mostly used in our Windows as well for the encryption purpose. So that was the difference. In the symmetric encryption, it uses the same key. In the asymmetric encryption, it uses two different keys. And the data gets encrypted with the help of public key while it gets decrypted with the help of the private key. Okay? And it is used for the secure communication, for the email, HTTPS handshakes, etc. The analogy here is public mailbox. Anyone can drop a letter that can be encrypted, like no one can read it. But only the owner of that mail, like whoever the mail belongs to, that can decrypt it or read it or access it. No one else, even the postman, cannot read it until and unless he is the one who should receive that letter. Okay? Now the last one is hashing, which is one way. So what it basically does, the data that you send, it gets converted into a fixed length digest, like some kind of one-way fingerprinting of data. The best example is hash that I told you, SHA. So SHA basically stands for secure hashing algorithm using the 256 bits. So there are different kinds of algorithms for this. So this is SHA 256. There are more to this like SHA 32, 64, etc. So in which case it is used? In case of password storage, file validation, integrity checks, where everything is like recognized or authenticated with the help of some systems and not some users or receivers. Okay, so the best analogy for this is like a fingerprint, unique for each input, and it is irreversible, and that is why it is called as one way, because it cannot reverse or like request response. No, it only works in the one way. Like suppose you have a file named as dinosaur, and this is your input file. Now if the hash function is created out of this file, it will only give a hash value. Okay, now it is like locked, secured. So that was it for the types of cryptography. And cryptography is how we make the data unreadable to the hackers, traceable for the audits, and reliable for the users. Alright, so now that you understood how organizations protect the systems at scale using the frameworks and cryptography, what about you? How you can stay secure, right? That is also something that we need to discuss, isn't it? So let me tell you how we can stay secure now. Because honestly, that is the main intent here, how you can stay secure. And that is the main intent of cybersecurity itself. So let's see how you yourself can stay safe. So first is the digital hygiene practices, that is regular things that you should do. That is regularly updating your applications, browsers, operating systems, because patches can fix the known vulnerabilities. Like whenever your operating system has a new update your system as soon as possible, because it has been upgraded, because in the previous versions there were some vulnerabilities that need to be fixed. Okay, and that is why it is very important to update your application, browsers, and operating systems regularly. Then you need to audit the app permissions and revoke any kind of unnecessary access to mic, camera, location, or even your settings, so that no one can use it against you. Okay, then be cautious with the attachments and downloaded sources. Whatever that you interact with, like the attachments or downloads from the internet, you should be always cautious about it, because if you're not aware and alert about it, there might be some of the URLs or links or some decrypted or zip files that once they get their suitable or required environments, they can start downloading or behaving in the manner that can be harmful for your device. Okay, then conducted monthly digital cleanup for the unused applications, expired logins, unnecessary cookies. Yeah, and you should always clear your cookies and unwanted caches. Okay, because they can store some unwanted information that can give out your data to the other third party applications. Okay, then it comes to passwords and authentications. So you should use passphrases instead of passwords. Now what I mean this is, when we set a password, we send it in the word format. Like for example, pass at the rate 123, the most common password everyone has. So it's a word form. So for the better security, you should always use pass phrases, which means full sentences with special characters. Okay? Then you should test the password strength on sites like Password Monster. So there are some sites like this is a website. If you go to that www.passwordmonster.com, it can help you test your password strength. Okay? Then you should always enable the two-factor authentication or 2FA on all the important accounts. And if you want to check your credentials that are compromised during the data breaches or data leaks, then you can go to this website, that is https haveibeenpawned.com. There, if you find your email address, that means oops, you are compromised to the internet. I repeat, your credentials are compromised to the internet. Then lastly, avoid password managers for like highly sensitive accounts, not like for general things, like whatever the sensitive accounts you have where you think that your data is really sensitive. If it got exposed, then there might be issues. For that, always avoid password managers for highly sensitive accounts only. For basic needs, it's okay, as they are the single points of failure. Like if someone got your email access and they went to the password manager, and there you have all your websites, credentials, passwords, everything. So just imagine what kind of risk you are in. That is why you should be careful about using password managers. Don't avoid it, but be careful about what you're storing over there. Okay? Apart from that, you should be really careful about browsing and privacy as well, because not all browsers promise you with the privacy, and that is why I'm not taking a name of any browser here. I'm just letting you know which are the most secure browsers that you can use for more privacy and data protection intended. Okay, so for that, use secure browsers like Brave, Firefox, and LibreWolf. Then avoid storing passwords or enabling autofill on browsers like we just discussed. You should not store it on the Google accounts or email accounts. Then regularly clear your browser cache and cookies. That also we saw, and how they can store your data, and third party websites can access them, right? Also use the virustotal.com to verify suspicious link before clicking. Like suppose that you have downloaded any movie from an cracked website or something that is not fully hosted, like shadow hosted websites. If you want to see that if the link is secure, just go to virustotal.com and it will show you if the link is suspicious or not. Okay, then apart from that, limit the personal information shared on websites and social media, because let me tell you guys, open source intelligence is the easiest way to get the information about the targeted victim, from your LinkedIn, from your Twitter account, from your any kind of social media like Instagram, Facebook, etc., whatever you use. Okay, so limit your personal information or be mindful of what you share. And this is the most important tip I would like to share: stay private as much as you can, because we all know, like recently we are hearing a lot of cyber breaches and all those things, information breaches and etc. So be mindful about what you share on social media and open source websites. Then we have next is public network safety. Whenever we speak about public network safety, the first thing that we come across is avoiding public Wi-Fi for private or financial activities. Like suppose you are doing some bank transactions, or sending money, like huge money to some like negotiations that you have made, like closing a deal, something like that, or sharing some private information, you should always avoid the public Wi-Fi, because it has the potential risk, and this is commonly happening cyber attack, that is sniffing attack through the Wi-Fi. Okay, trust me, it is really easy to crack your Wi-Fi and sniff on your phone, so you should always avoid it. And if necessary, always use a trusted VPN, that is Proton VPN or NordVPN. Okay, also never access banking or sensitive portals over unsecured networks. Like you should never use your banking portals or the applications like BOI or any kind of banking applications or secure sensitive portals over unsecured networks or public Wi-Fi. Okay. So apart from that, we have some encryption tools. Now suppose you have some really important, confidential and sensitive file on your device, and it is in kind of a space that is shared with your colleagues or your friends as well, and there you cannot be like, no, you cannot access my files. Simply encrypt it with the help of VeraCrypt. So VeraCrypt is a tool that can be used to encrypt the selected files and folders. Alright. And apart from that, we also have another tool known as BitLocker, which is help to encrypt your entire drive, which is also available on Windows Pro. It can seriously encrypt your entire drive so that no one apart from you can access it. Okay. So make sure that you are aware of all of this. And trust me, guys, there are a lot of information available on the net. So being in this era, don't stay blind to anything. Okay. And again, we have security tools to use, that is antivirus. Use legit softwares like Kaspersky, Byte Defender, Windows Defender, that is already there for the firewall purpose. And you should always avoid the cracked antivirus softwares as they are cracked, which means anyone can again crack them. That's why there are chances that they might carry some malware or malicious software inside it. And then always use a firewall. Basically, we all have, if you're using Windows, we all have Windows Defender firewall. Just make sure it is on. Okay. Apart from that, you can also use TinyWall for the enhanced control over the firewall. And lastly, for staying anonymous and secure browsing tools, use the Tor browsers that can give you much more privacy by keeping you anonymous, and you can securely access, especially when you are handling sensitive information. Or you can download the browser extensions like uBlock Origin, which is basically a blocks tracker, and it also blocks the malicious ads as well. So uBlock Origin is helpful for blocking the trackers as well as the malicious ads. Then apart from that, we have SquareX, which can help you shield against suspicious files and URLs. Like suppose you have downloaded any kind of suspicious files and you have no idea that it is suspicious. The SquareX will automatically alert you that, hey, there's something suspicious on your device. Please check through all these files, and it will give you the suspicious files, and you can delete it if you feel that it shouldn't be on your system. Lastly, this is the favorite extension of every cybersecurity enthusiast, that is DuckDuckGo Privacy Essentials. It blocks all the tracking scripts, and also it provides you with some additional features as well. Well, I'm not going to disclose that. You install it, you will get to know what it provides. Okay. So that was it, guys, for the staying secure purpose. Alright, now that we have a complete picture from the internet to how things work behind the scenes, including the security and networking aspects as well. Now, you might be wondering, how can the attackers even pass all of this network security, data security, and even the advanced techniques? So to answer this, let's go by a phrase. Every system, no matter how perfect it is built or how robustly it has been designed and created, every and each system has a loophole, a weakness, or a fault, or a tiny crack. And that is called as vulnerability. And that alone is enough for the attackers to exploit your entire system just with that one loophole or vulnerability. And again, that exact loophole is said to be the weakness or even the vulnerability. Okay? And thus, we need something beyond the existing or surface level security. And right there comes the cybersecurity into the picture. So now let's see how the cyber attacks works or being operated. With the context to the things that I mentioned earlier, let's take a real life analogy so that you can understand the things and how things in the cybersecurity actually works. Okay? So now suppose that you are at home and everything is locked up tight with the doors, windows, the security alarms are also set up, and everything seems like, okay, everything is secure or my house is safe now. But what if just one small crack in the system, just like an unlocked window in the house, like the window is closed but not locked. It is not locked but it is closed, like there is no lock to that window, which means that if anyone who has the intention of robbing your house or stealing the precious jewels and cash from your house, what they can do is just open the window because it is not locked. And right there, that unlocked window becomes your vulnerability. Alright, and that's exactly how the cyber attacks work. Now, in this, the unlocked window case, here you're thinking that you are secure and you're safe because everything is locked up tight. But that one unlocked window was enough for thieves or robbers to get inside your house, take the control of your house with the weapons they might be carrying, and then they might steal all the precious jewels, cash, even the important property documents, and whatnot. And that's how they gain the access over your house and they do whatever the intentions are there of them, right? And that is how cyber attacks are carried out. Now, with the small window, I'm here aiming or referring towards the vulnerability or the thieves getting inside of the house. They are basically the attackers or the hackers. Alright, now you understand what I mean by this. So this was the real world analogy. Now let's see how it relates to the cybercrime scenario, cyber attack scenario. I hope you understood that no matter how perfect a system might seem, there's always a loophole or a vulnerability that the attacker can exploit. It could be a misconfigured firewall, an outdated software patch, a careless password left unchanged, and even that tiny weakness, no matter how small the vulnerability might sound. It's those small cracks, those weaknesses are what attackers and hackers are looking for to exploit your entire system. Attackers don't need to bring the whole system down at once. What they need is just that one loose brick of your house or even a small crack to just get the information of what is happening, and then they can plan the attacks. Just like that. And once they find it, boom, you're hacked, you're attacked. Just like that. And that is why cybersecurity is not just important, it has become an essential need nowadays. So cybersecurity is the practice of protecting the systems, networks, and data from digital attacks by anticipating the threats, then identifying the vulnerabilities, and defending against the intrusions. Intrusions, basically unwanted strangers, attackers, hackers getting the access of your system. That is what known as intrusions. We saw this before also. And before they can cause any damage, we are going to take the defensive or preventive measures, and that is what cybersecurity refers to. Then cybersecurity itself is not just like about setting the passwords or building walls or just enabling your firewalls. It's about building the intelligent defenses that can detect the unusual patterns, respond in real time, and evolve as the threats do. Because with the threats evolving, the cyber defense and cybersecurity should be evolving. And with that, it's more of like an entire living ecosystem designed to protect everything we do online or perform the activities online. From your Instagram login to your bank transactions to even your company's confidential data, cloud services, or even national infrastructure. Everything needs a solid protection, and that is provided by the cybersecurity. And cybersecurity here covers multiple layers of defense. It's not a one-time setup that you can just like it's done now and you can take it for granted. No, it doesn't work like that. It's a continuous process of prevention, detection, and response. So right on the screen that you can see that first in the ecosystem of defense for the cybersecurity, first level we have is network security. So this is the front line of the defense that includes the firewalls, IDS, IPS, VPNs that we already saw. Like it comes in the network security, right? It keeps your network safe from the hackers by blocking the unwanted traffic and blocking the ports as well, and then detecting any kind of suspicious activity on your device and then filtering the traffic based on which is allowed and which is not allowed. Okay, so that is how network security works. Second we have is application security, which makes sure that the apps we use from browsers to payment gateways are free from vulnerabilities and preventing the attackers from injecting the malicious code or even stealing the data. After that, we have the endpoint security, which is used to protect the devices like phones, laptops, and servers using the antivirus or endpoint detection and response systems. Alright, after that, the most important thing we have is cloud security and identity and access management. And with today's world where everything is shifting to the cloud infrastructure, This is the huge security measure that everyone should follow. Cybersecurity here means protecting the cloud infrastructures like AWS or Azure, where there can be chances of misconfigurations, data leaks, and even unauthorized access. And this, like the cloud security and identity and access management, ensures that only the right people have access to the sensitive information with the help of IAM. And that is why it is called as identity and access management. Alright? Then lastly, we have the data security. Since today data is the main thing we aim to protect, and for that we use the techniques like encryption, access control, data masking. All these techniques ensure that your sensitive information doesn't fall in the wrong hands and it doesn't used in a wrong way. Alright? And there are many more layers working together apart from this also that I'm not going to cover because those are the basic and not so important layers, but they help the digital things to be secure. Okay, so this is a sticky note that says cybersecurity isn't just a wall or a password, it's a living system built to sense, which means detect, respond, and adapt in the real time. Because with the attacks evolving, the security should too. After that, now we have how the cybersecurity actually works. Okay, to explain this, I will start from the prevention or insight. Insight like the organizational understanding to manage the cyber risk to systems, assets, and capabilities. Like, what are your insights on how the cybersecurity actually works? Like, every organization has their own agenda and own assets or own capabilities and the data that they need to protect. So, according to the insights that each company or organization has, they should manage the cyber risk according to that and design the systems in that way, particularly designed for the specific organization. Okay, after that, we have prevention. So, first, we need to stop attacks before they actually happen because, again, prevention is always and always better than the cure, right? So, prevention includes the firewalls, antivirus software, encryption, secure passwords, and multi factor authentication. It's like building the strong walls using strong locks and making sure every entry point is tightly secured. Okay, after that, we have detection because let's be honest, no security wall is completely impenetrable. We already saw that no matter how perfect a system seems, it always has a weakness, it always has a vulnerability. And that is why even the security wall is not completely impenetrable. And that is where cybersecurity systems constantly monitor your environment, watching for anything that is suspicious or unusual, like someone trying to log in from a country you have never been to, or a user accessing files they shouldn't. This is where the real-time alerts and monitoring systems works. And with the AI behavior analysis and threat intelligence in the place, it becomes easier to detect any kind of anomaly or suspicious behavior into the system. It's like having a security guard 24/7 watching over your properties and your assets with a night vision, goggles, and a suspicious and smart mind. Okay? After that, we have response. And even if after all those, something like happened and something passed through your system and you detected that something unusual activity or suspicious activity is being carried out on your system by a malicious attacker or with the help of a malicious software, right there, it is the response time. So here, the cybersecurity teams launch their incident response plans that actually works by isolating the threat, shutting down the access, and restoring the systems from backups, and trace how the breach actually happened. Think of it like the knights rushing to the gate, like locking the door. Like, suppose you've watched in the movies, right? Where they have kingdoms and the king is resting into the castle, and during night, some thieves or intrusions or some luteras pass through the main gate and are trying to gain the control of the kingdom. What they do? The soldiers in the kingdom quickly go to that place, then make sure that they grab each and every attacker there and make sure that they de-weaponize them first, and after that they ask the attackers to surrender. But not exactly like that, but just like this the response teams also works. And after that they lock the gate. In the similar manner, whenever something happens like a suspicious activity into your system, the cybersecurity teams immediately execute the response plans, locking down the system and rebuilding anything that has got damaged before the another attack even happens. Okay, so that is for the response. After that comes the recovery, like business continuity, plans to maintain resilience and restore normal operations after a breach. Now, whatever the damage has been caused, it needs to be recovered, right? And once the damage is recovered, it's important to patch the system so that everything is recovered and is secure now. Okay? So, in simple terms, cybersecurity works like a smart, automated castle defense system that prevents the attack, detects the breach, responds faster, and makes sure this never happen with the more advanced security and recovering whatever the damage was caused. Alright? So that is how the cybersecurity actually works. After that, now there are all the security levels and high-end advanced techniques. Then, still, how does the attacker still make it possible to break it through? For that, we need to understand the model known as cyber kill chain model. These are the steps that the hackers follow to launch the attack. Now, why we need to study this is because it shows us how attacks can unfold step by step. It gives each phase a real world analogy of how attacks can happen and help the learners anticipate, or the defenders, like we are going to prevent the cyber attacks from happening. And that is why we are providing the cyber security. So we need to anticipate and break the chain. It's like only diamond cuts the diamond. If you don't know how the attack is going to happen, you cannot prevent that. And that is why we need to study how the hackers actually approach the cyber attack, or what is their approach towards attacking a certain thing. Okay, so we will study that now. And again, why we need to study the kill chain? Because here each step offers a chance to detect and disrupt the attack. The earlier you break the chain, the more damage you can prevent. Obviously it is true. Let's see how it works now. So the first step here that is carried out is the reconnaissance. So here the attackers start gathering the information, scanning your website, social media and emails, anything they can use to build a profile. Like build a profile of yours by gathering the information about how the victim or how the target is behave, what is the routines, etc, etc. Okay, like the robbers watching your house for weeks and weeks before actually breaking into your house with their malicious intents. So before that, they check the routines, the lifestyle you have, where do you work, how do you work, who is your boss, how many family members you have, what is your profession, what are your contacts and connections, so that they won't fall in wrong situations. All right, so this all is called as the first step of cyber kill chain, and that is a reconnaissance. Basically, it is scouting for data like emails and user credentials and what kind of system you use, etc. What is the version of your system, etc., etc. Okay, and the second step is weaponization. So this is where they build the attack by creating their weapon. Once they have studied you, they understand what kind of weapons might help them to gain the access of your system or whatever the target system they have. Okay, this could be a fake login page, an infected USB drive, or a malicious file, or even something customized to trick you or fool you, that they know after studying you in the phase of reconnaissance that you will do it definitely, as they already know your systems, habits, and that is enough for them to build a perfect bet on it. Okay, after that, the third step is delivery. Now, once the attack is ready or the weapon is ready, then the attack is delivered, usually through a phishing email, a fake links, or any kind of infected website, like the DNS spoofing we discussed, just like that. And all it takes to trigger the attack is just one click or one moment of distraction, and you're doomed. Everything has been working according to the plan, and now they can easily step up to the fourth step, that is exploitation of your system. Because once the bait is clicked, the attacker starts exploiting the vulnerability in your system, whatever it could be, like outdated software, a weak password, or even misconfigured firewall that let them pass in through the system. Okay, so after that, they install, like once they are inside the system or once they got the loophole to your system, The next step they carry out is the installation. They install the malwares or backdoors that keeps them inside the system to maintain access, quietly observing, stealing your data or information, and setting the traps for you to gain furthermore access or privilege escalation, which means gaining extra and extra permissions through the longer sustaining on your device. Okay? Because obviously you cannot detect, like for the common users, they cannot detect like something is being happening or performing in the background that is leaking all their information, right? So they are unaware of it, and the more time the hackers get on your system, the more they can exploit it, just like that. After that, the sixth step is command and control. Now the attacker connects to the compromised system remotely, gaining the full control over your system, so that now they can move through the networks, escalate privileges that like we just discussed, privilege escalation, or even exfiltrate the data without even being noticed about it or even leaving a trace on your system. So that is command and control. And now here comes the last step of the cyber kill chain, and that is executing the end goal like data theft or system management. So now finally they can carry out their end goal or whatever the intentions they have been using your system for. Like whatever their objective was to get into your system, like stealing data, locking systems, corrupting files, encrypting the files, deleting backups, or even just causing the damage. It's scary, right? How precisely, calculatedly, and methodically these attacks are planned and executed like cold blooded animal targeting the victim or prey and attacking it on a right time with a proper strategy. And just like the attackers, the cybersecurity teams need to study the cyber kill chain so that they can be steps ahead and break the chain before it reaches to the final step. That is actions on whatever the malicious objectives they were having. Alright? So I hope that you understood how the attacks are being carried out in the real time or in the real world. Okay? So now that we know that cyber attacks, how they are carried out, let's understand what types of attacks actually happen in the real world. Because attackers aren't just breaking for fun, of course, right? They do have their intentions behind it. And to execute them, they use specific methods to steal, manipulate, and lock up the data, etc. And each type of attack has its own style, intent, impact, and a set of tools. So now let's see what kind of attacks are there. So the first attack that we are going to see is phishing. So I guess that we all have already heard about it, as this is the most common or most successful attack as well. So how it is carried out is the attacker sends a legit looking or a like genuine looking email pretending to be your bank, company, or even a service that you actually trust. Then when you click a link sent by them and log in into the malicious account, that is masked to look like a genuine or a legit account. And just after you log in into it, they stole your credentials and simply trick you with the huge damage with that cost of just login page. And the easiest way they do is send fake emails to trick users into entering credentials. Example, a fake bank login email that users types with the real credentials. Okay? So what you can do to prevent this from happening is never click any kind of suspicious link. Check the sender and domain carefully and analyze it. Do not be blindfolded or in hurry, like I have some work, I need to get this done. No, never do that when you are working on something that is sensitive as well as costly. Okay? Apart from that, next we have is a malware. So as the word sounds, malware, which means malicious software, and the combination of that is malware, okay, which is designed to harm or take the control of your system. And the common malwares are trojans, spywares, adwares, which is used to steal, control, and spy over your system. So trojans are basically genuine or legit looking files, but they are not genuine. When you download it or open it, it might infect the system with some kind of viruses or some kind of malicious code running in the background that is giving all your information to the hacker or attacker. Okay? After that, we have the spyware that actually secretly records each and every activity that you do online. After that, we have adware, Basically, what they do is they start spamming you with the ads and gain money from that. So basically, this malware, once installed, it can steal your data, slow down your device, or even spy on you secretly without you even noticing it. And when it comes to malware, there's one greatest malware attack that happened in 2020, which was named as SolarWinds attack or SolarWinds supply chain attack, where there was one regular software update that when started installing, the malware looked like the logos of US agencies like Microsoft, Treasury, and Homeland Security flashed on the screen while installing it, making it looking totally secure and genuine or like a legit looking. And this was a completely sophisticated and authorized sneaky and advanced cyber attack in the whole history of malware. Hackers didn't just break into the systems directly. They infected a trusted software update from SolarWinds, a company whose software is used by top companies and US government agencies. And because of that, no one even suspected any kind of unusual activity happening to their system or even during the installation of that malware. So, when the users installed what they thought was a normal update, unknowingly they were letting the attackers take the control of their system. So, this malware gave attackers the secret access to these systems. And the most surprising part of this attack is no one even suspected a single unusual or suspicious activity on their device for like months and months. And that itself proves like how attackers and hackers are beyond smart to trick you or even capable of tricking the great and huge US agencies as well. Because, and you cannot even imagine who were their victims. The big names like Microsoft, Cisco, Intel, and US federal departments were affected, being the victims to this solar supply chain attack malware. So just imagine what kind of huge impact a small update can cause. So, what we understand by this is even the most trusted tools can be dangerous if compromised. And today's hackers mostly target the supply chain itself, the tools, the vendors, and all the updates in our like devices that we use, we all rely on. They all are targeted by the attackers. Now, the third point that we are going to study is ransomware. So, you must have heard about it in the movies because this is the most exciting cyber attack in the movies. Like, it is shown in most of the movies. So, now this is the most brutal of all the cyber attacks because once it goes into your system, it basically encrypts your entire system and demands huge billion-dollar payments to unlock that, like to get the key to decrypt the files so that you can access them. And that too, you need to do all these payments, like billions and millions dollars, in terms of bitcoins. Now, why bitcoins? Because bitcoins payment can be done anonymously without the either side revealing its identity. And that is why they ask you to do it in bitcoins. And this ransomware is a huge risk if you don't have a backup to all the data or like you haven't stored the backup on cloud or some drive. You are doomed because all your data is encrypted. Now you cannot access it without handing them the ransom they want. Ransom is basically huge amount of money being traded for this key to decrypt all your files. Okay, so for the ransomware also, there is a famous ransomware case named as the WannaCry ransomware that happened in May 2017, where a ransomware worm called as WannaCry sprayed across like a wildfire across 150 countries and just within few days. Oh, 150 countries. Not a joke. And it targeted computers running outdated versions of Windows. And once that Windows were infected with the WannaCry worm, it encrypted all the files and demanded huge billion dollars in terms of Bitcoin to unlock them and to give them the key. And the most shocking part of this is it hit the hospitals in the UK, delaying the surgeries and locking the patient records. And you know how they were able to get inside the Windows system? So this all started by exploiting a single vulnerability known as Eternal Blue, which of course the Microsoft Windows has now patched it. But back in the time of 2017, it was unpatched. And that one unpatched vulnerability caused the loss of $1 billion across 150 countries. Just imagine how huge loss that was. So what we learn here? We understand here that we should always patch our systems, update regularly, because updates are not just about the features. They close the doors that attackers love to exploit, like the vulnerabilities are patched with the updates. And that is why it is very important to regularly update your softwares, your operating systems, your devices, everything. Okay? Alright. Moving further, we have another type of attack, that is DDoS. The full form of this is Distributed Denial of Service. So, as the name suggests here, there is a denial of service. And just like that, to create that denial of service, the attackers sends thousands of requests at once on a website or a server with so much fake traffic that it becomes incapable for handling the real users, making all of its services down and crashing the website finally. So, to explain this in an easier manner, imagine that 10,000 of people trying to get in through a single door, which means complete chaos and mess. While no one is able to get in, DDoS attacks often act as a distraction used to take down websites or distract the security teams, while other attackers and hackers take the control of another thing that is their main objective in the background. So, this way, it acts as a distraction, like seeming to the main problem, but the main thing that is being carried out is somewhere else. So, now the security teams are busy patching the DDoS or preventing the DDoS attack or taking the preventive measures or responding to it, while the hackers or attackers can smoothly carry out all their main objective intentions in the background. Smart, isn't it? So that was it for the DDoS attack. So this is the attacker. So he is targeting this system with the help of the Trojans, the malwares, the phishing, and these bots are carrying out this all malwares and targeting the victim systems. Alright? While the mastermind behind all this is just operating one system and from there controlling all of these thousands of bots. Really impressive and smart, isn't it? So, apart from that, we have another attack, that is man in the middle. We have already talked about this, right? So, this is where an attacker secretly changes or potentially alters the communication between the two parties, often a user or like a website or even an application. The attackers essentially insert themselves into the middle of the communication flow without knowledge of the two parties, like the user 1 and the user 2, or the user or the website or any kind of organization, allowing the attacker or man in the middle to listen to the conversation going on over here so that they can steal the data or even manipulate the information by being changing it or providing the wrong information, causing miscommunication, information mislead, and many kind of attacks over here, like stealing the data. If a bank transaction is going on, then changing the account number and making sure that all the transaction is happening to his account, right? So this is really dangerous, and this attack is common and mostly done over the public Wi-Fi's. So it is advised that you should never use the public Wi-Fi for the financial or sensitive things. Okay. So after that, we have the zero-day exploits. So what it exactly is? Hacking the vulnerabilities into the existing systems that no one knows about it yet. So basically, this is the kind of attack that takes the advantage of or exploits a previously unknown security loophole or a vulnerability into the existing computer system, also known as zero-day vulnerability, which simply means like which is that vulnerability which is still unknown to even the developer or anyone capable of securing it with a patch. And since there is no patch or no one even knew that this loophole actually exists, there's no protection to it, making it extremely easy to the attackers to get inside the system, and also making it extremely dangerous as it is used to plant the malware, steal the data, or otherwise cause the damage to the users, organizations, or even the entire system, and sometimes organizations if it is interconnected. And The 0 day here refers to the fact that the software or device vendor has 0 days left to fix the flaw because the malicious attackers have already took the advantage of that vulnerability and have started the exploiting it. And that is why it is called as 0 day exploits. Alright. So the famous example for this is in 2021, Chrome had a bug and basically called as 0 day bugs because no one knew that there was a bug, but hackers somehow found out and exploited it even before Google recognizes it and patched them. Okay, so what we learn here is use the behavior based detection tools plus limit the exposures. Okay, so after that we have another attack like cyber attack that is called as insider threats. So the insider threats refer to the security risks originating from the individuals within an organization, like inside of an organization, and that is why it is said as insider or enemy within, like inside of the organization, such as the employees, the contractors, or even the business partners who have authorized access to the sensitive information systems and even confidential places or access to the confidential files, etc. So these threats can be intentional, like malicious data theft, misusing the access, leaking the data, or even unintentional, such as accidental breaches or introducing malware due to the carelessness, or even a human error leading to the significant financial losses, reputational damage, then legal liabilities and loss of intellectual property, as well as stealing of the documents or confidential evidences, proofs, etc. Okay, so that are basically insider threats. Now, the most famous example of insider threats is once Tesla insider copied and leaked the entire proprietary code, which was highly confidential and which caused them the loss of $1 billion. Though the Tesla recovered it, but it was already into the wrong hands and their idea or the code, entire the code base was copied. Okay, for that there should be always an identity and access management systems or role-based access control management systems than the audit trails or activity monitoring, because a small negligence can risk the entire organization and put it into the door of bankruptcy, right? So now after that we have the attack called as social engineering, which means hacking the humans. Now, so this is the practice of manipulating individuals into performing actions or divulging confidential information that can be used for malicious purposes. And basically, it relies on the psychological manipulation rather than technical hacking or exploiting human vulnerabilities to bypass the security measures so that they can target you to understand your habits, vulnerabilities, security protocols, and trick you into revealing the sensitive information or data that they want to know, or even to perform something that can compromise the security. And to get this done, they might pretend to be your boss, technical support manager, banking officer, or even an HR. And the best examples of social engineering are phishing, baiting, pretexting, etc. So, what we can do to avoid this is you can train the employees on phishing, impersonation, and awareness of what social engineering is and what kind of risk they are open to. Okay, all right. So we saw the major attacks here, from phishing to ransomware to social engineering, and all these attacks with different styles and targets, right? All right. So now that we have saw the major attacks here, from phishing to ransomware to social engineering, and all these attacks with different styles and targets, but how were they even carried out? Well, with a variety of tools that are designed with the target specifications, intentions, like the mix of scanners, sniffers, analyzers, and major software and tools to detect, penetrate the security systems and pass them through without even coming to notice of anyone. And this are important for both hackers as well as defenders to know about them. So let's see what kind of tools everyone should know, because it's as simple. If you don't know how the attack is done using which weapon, you cannot understand it. Just like the soldiers of both parties in a war need advanced weapons with the same technology and with the same competition. Only then and then they can defend themselves, right? Thus, weapons are for both, for attacking and for defending. So let's see what are some famous tools in terms of cybersecurity. Again, here's an important note. That is, one attack, it doesn't mean that it requires only one tool. Attackers use a blend of scanners, sniffers, spoofers, payload injectors, and even cloaking tools. Cloaking means hiding or staying anonymous that helps them to stay anonymous, that kind of tools. So these are not just one, right? It is a proper mixture of all kind of tools. And that is why defenders need to know both of them, the tools and the psychology behind using them. So let's start with the reconnaissance tools before. So reconnaissance, it means like the tools that help them to gather the information and study the victim. Okay. So in this part, they just gather the information about the victim system or a user. Okay. So the first tool is Nmap. It is mostly used for the network and port scanning and reconnaissance. It shows you everything that is exposed, including open ports, then services, operating system, the versions of them, so you know that what an attacker might see first. And thus, once you know that what is the perspective of an attacker, you can protect it and take the needed actions based on the analysis. Right? So that was it for the Nmap. So after that, we have open source intelligence tools like Shodan and Maltego. So these tools help you gather publicly available data like the IP address, exposed devices, DNS records, and these are perfect for the reconnaissance phase of ethical hacking or threat detection or threat intelligence. Alright? And it is used to map the exposed public attack surface as well. Like, suppose that you are using a system and it has already been attacked. So it helps us to expose that public attack surface and how much the attacker can attack on the common surface of the system. Okay. So after that, we have something called as vulnerability scanners. So what they do is they basically search for the vulnerabilities inside your system. So now you're working in a bank or something which is confidential. So there you need to scan for the vulnerabilities again and again. And the tools that help for the vulnerability scanning are first is Nessus, which is also known and is famous vulnerability scanner tool. It is mostly used for scanning the weaknesses and vulnerabilities inside a system. It scans the entire system and application for thousands of unknown vulnerabilities and misconfiguration, which is perfect in case of regular updates and checkups for that. Right? It also scans for CVEs, patch issues, and even the configuration flaws. Apart from that, we have Burp Suite. So basically, it's a web app security testing framework used to find web app vulnerabilities. It is used by ethical hackers to analyze everything from login forms to cookies. Burp Suite is especially great at testing the things like cross-site scripting, SQL injections, then CRF testing, which is also known as web pen testing also. So apart from that, we have the tools for exploitation and attack simulators. So in the first case for exploitation and attack simulators, so these are the legal weapons that you use to test how strong or robust your system is and what kind of attacks are still able to penetrate it. Okay? So the first here is Metasploit. Metasploits acts as an exploitation framework used to simulate the real world attacks. Basically, it is used to simulate or carry out the simulation of real attacks, which helps the ethical hackers to test how the vulnerabilities into the system can be exploited legally because you are testing this. You can launch controlled attacks, test the defenses, and generate the reports based on them, which is again used to launch ethical attacks, test the patching of the system, and generate the proof of concepts like, okay, this is impenetrable, but this is penetrable, and thus this is vulnerable as well. Okay. Apart from that, we have the John the Ripper, which is a famous password cracker. And just like the name, the password cracker, it rips out the password until you actually have a really strong one. But it is also used for testing the password strength used in controlling the environment, also to test how secure the password hashes really are. And it also gives you a great reminder why you should never reuse the weak passwords. Okay? Okay. Apart from this, we have the detection and IDS, that is the intrusion detection system and monitoring. So basically, these are the digital security guards of your system. And the first tool that we are going to see here is Snort. It helps you monitor and alert you about the real-time traffic, which is mostly used in terms of IDS and IPS, that is intrusion detection system and intrusion prevention system. Snort scans the incoming packets and triggers alerts when it detects suspicious activity, kind of like a security camera with motion detection that can even prevent the intrusions from entering. Okay. After that, we have Wireshark. So basically, this is a packet analyzer. It is used mostly for the packet analysis. It lets you capture and inspect the network traffic in the real time. It's like having a proper X-ray of your network, like what network packets are going and what kind of flow they have, so that you can spot the weird or malicious behavior hiding into the flow instantly and smartly. Okay. And the last tool for our detection and monitoring is Splunk. So Splunk is used as a security monitoring and incident response tool because it collects and analyzes logs from across the systems, turning the raw data into powerful real-time security insights. Okay? And lastly, for the forensic and post-breach, like suppose something happened in your system and there is a breach in your system. So then we have a tool named as Autopsy. So basically, it is a digital forensic tool, and by the name itself, you can understand why it is used. Yeah, for the forensic itself. I mean the digital forensics. It is used to investigate attacks after they happened. It also helps the forensic investigators to dig into compromised systems, track attacker movements, and even collect the digital evidences as well. And I hope that you have understood all kind of tools used in hacking purpose, like you can see over here. And that was it for the major tools in the cybersecurity. But remember one thing, a great cybersecurity setup isn't just about tools. It's more about the strategy, timing, and the teamwork. Defenders often use many of these tools together in terms of layers, just like how we studied about the cyber kill chain. Yeah, the attack also happens in chain. That's why we need a proper mixture and something that can crack the attack. So whether you are monitoring a network, scanning for threats, or testing the systems yourself, you need all of these tools together. Alright? Okay. So far we have seen how the defenders can stay sharp and what are the tools they should be aware of, what kind of attacks they should be aware of, and what is the cyber kill chain model is. Right? But do you know that the most valuable and smart defenders are actually the hackers itself? I mean the ethical hackers, or also known as the white hat hackers. They are the ones who use their attacking skills for the good, and that is why it is called as ethical hacking, which means they are legally allowed to hack or test the systems or even hack something just for the defense purpose. Okay? So let's see what ethical hacking is in a proper and detailed way. So ethical hacking is all about finding the vulnerabilities before the bad guys do. These hackers are actually given the permission to break into the systems legally and safely to expose the weak points, and that is why they are known as ethical hackers, ethically hacking or legally hackers or legal hackers. They think like the attackers, act like the attackers, but report their finding, like whatever they understood by their attacking, and they report whatever the findings are after analyzing and simulating the attack or even attacking for the defense purpose. They help the companies to stay secure with this. Okay? Now what attackers does is they will scan the open ports, exploit the known vulnerabilities, try privilege escalation, map out the lateral movements, and report every single flaw, everything without causing any kind of damage to the system. It's like hiring a thief to break into the house just to see that if he is able to get inside the house or not. And if he does get into the house, that means that is one way how the another robbers or thieves can think. Alright? And that is our loophole that needs to be fixed. Just like that, ethical hackers perform in the same way. So apart from this, we have one more thing related to the cybersecurity, that is penetration testing, or also known as pen testing. So pen testing is a controlled simulated cyber attack on a system or an application or even on a network. And the goal here is to test how secure the system really is by simulating the attack that attackers can do. Okay? And that is called as pen testing. Apart from this, we have bug bounty hunters. So bug bounty hunting programs are what where the big companies like Google, Meta, Apple run the big bounty programs by rewarding the hackers or bug bounty hunters specifically with the money for responsibly reporting the bugs or the security issues that they lie on their system. Okay, and with the help of bug bounty programs, some hackers can make a career out of this because once you find a vulnerability or a loophole inside the systems, they reward you with millions of dollars and some extra privileges with it because you help them secure their $1 billion, of course. And that was it for the most common cyber attacks. And as you saw, these attacks might look different and carried out with different intentions as well, but their goal is the same, and that is exploitation of the vulnerabilities and taking control and carrying out their malicious intentions. And we are the cybersecurity professionals. You are the one as a defense line, and you are the one who is going to protect and defend everything that is online from the malicious hackers or malicious attackers. So I hope that you are clear now about what cybersecurity is, how cybersecurity actually works, what kind of attacks are there, and what are the tools that are used to attack. And there is not a single tool for a basic attack. You need a blend of all the tools together to carry out or to understand how the real world cyber attacks are being performed. After that, we also saw how the cyber kill chain helps us to understand the approach or mindset of an attacker or an hacker. All right, so I hope that it was clear. And what are the paths in the cybersecurity, that is ethical hacking, pen testing, or even bug bounty hunting. All right, so I hope you got the clear idea of how cybersecurity works, what is your role, how you can do that, etc. So I hope you guys are now clear with fundamental concepts in networking and cybersecurity. Now let me quickly summarize what you have basically mastered till the moment. So we started by understanding how data travels, how networks operate, what are the existing threats in cybersecurity, and how security layers are designed to protect the systems, etc. And that was the solid foundation for the cybersecurity, right? So I hope after this quick revision, you are ready for the next step. So I'm handing over the things to one of our top industry experts who is going to walk us through ethical hacking concepts, how to defend systems against the cyber attacks, etc. So do make sure to practice and learn things alongside the video as well, so that by the end of this video, you really have a strong technical comprehension and practical understanding.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee and EC Council. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, cloud security, and much more from the top IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cybersecurity.
Now that we have mastered the core fundamentals of cybersecurity, let's understand how professionals design, implement, and manage these principles at an organizational level. And that's where CISSP, or the Certified Information System Security Professional certification, comes in, giving you a deeper understanding of how security is planned and governed across an entire organization. And if you want to strengthen your basics even further and aim to become a certified cybersecurity professional, you can always check out the cybersecurity full course by Intellipaat. Now I will hand it over further to our one of the top industry expert who will walk you through the CISSP fundamentals and help you get job ready with the right concepts, real world insights, and hands-on implementation.
Okay, so let's start by understanding what CISSP actually is. So CISSP stands for Certified Information System Security Professional. It's a globally recognized certification in the field of cybersecurity, and it is offered by ISC². So it's an International Information System Security Certification Consortium. That's the full form for ISC². All right. Now, When I say CISSP, it is considered as gold standard certification in the world of cybersecurity. When you have it, it proves that you not only have the technical knowledge, but also have the managerial and architectural skills need to design, implement, and manage a security program in your organization at an enterprise level. Okay. Uh, as it is developed by ISC Square, we have already discussed that. It is a non-profit organization which is dedicated to security certification and education. Now, if you have the certification, or we have already said that, if you have the certification, it basically shows that you are ready to manage risk in your organization. That is, risk management is one of the major part of CISSP. Protect assets and uphold security best practices. Right? Now, who should consider taking up CISSP? So, mid to senior level professionals in IT security, risk management, or IT operations can consider taking CISSP. Don't go at the image. It is ideal for roles like security analyst, or you want to go into security engineer role, okay? Or you want to be a IT security consultant, or you want to pursue security architect, or the top level role is CISO, okay? And just below CISO comes security manager, or there are roles like auditor as well. Now, this here that you see earning potential, this is not as per Indian standards. I'll be talking about what is as per Indian standards. But yeah, globally, we say that average CISSP salary exceeds these many dollars. Okay, so it reflects that there is a high value for certified experts. Okay, it has industry recognition. Certification enhances your professional credibility, and it shows your commitment to best practices in the cybersecurity domain. So, why is this globally respected? So, first thing is CISSP doesn't promote any specific technology or product. That's why it is very flexible. It can be applicable to almost all the industries. It could be a specific IT industry or even non-IT industries, right? It's widely accepted. uh, Majorly US government and many companies who are working for US, they are accepting this certification. Fortune 500 companies, major financial institutions, they all recognize CISSP as a mark of trust and competency. And it is mapped to many frameworks like NIST, ISO, IEC 27001. We'll be talking about these frameworks also through the upcoming classes. Okay. Now, what is the eligibility criteria? Is it that anybody can go and give exam? No, it's not like that. You need a minimum of 5 years of paid full-time experience in at least two of the eight CISSP domains. There are eight CISSP domains that we'll be talking about. And if you don't have that, right? So 1 year is a waiver. If you have a 4 year college degree or credential from IC Square approved list, like you have some specific certification like CISA, CH, CompTIA Security Plus. Okay. And if you still don't meet the experience requirement, you can still take the exam if you want to take the exam. But this here, we are not only going to talk about exam, right? But if you, however, take exam and if you don't have the experience requirements met, then you can become associate of ISC Square, and then during the course of time, you can gain the required experience. So it is valid only for 3 years from when you give exam. Okay, and every year there's a maintenance fees as well. So the bottom line is CISSP is not just a technical test. It is demonstration of broad security knowledge, strategic thinking, professional commitment. So if you're looking to validate your expertise and advance into leadership roles, CISSP is a major milestone that you can achieve. There are some facts about CISSP. I'll just tell you. It was introduced in back, I think, 1994. And it is maybe the first information security credential that you require to meet. It is available in various languages, not just English. It is available in 8 languages and throughout 114 countries. Okay. So we can say that CISSPs work, people who have CISSP, they work globally in many countries, like the count goes up to 160 countries of all the countries that we have globally. Okay. And currently more than 1.1 lakh 60,000 or so professionals hold CISSP certification. We talked about salary, but Indian salary range is different. We'll be talking about that later. Okay. So I'm just telling about CSSP exam. There is this link which you can refer to look about the exam outline. But it is up to you if you want to take this exam because it costs really high, right? The exam format is that currently, what is the exam format? It says that there will be around 125 to 175 questions, including multiple choice, and there could be advanced innovative questions that adapt to your ability. So the format is computer adaptive testing, that is the CAT, means the exam adjusts the question difficulty based on your responses. If you are able to accurately answer the question, then it will increase the difficulty level. Okay, so it is having a dynamic style. That's why you require a strong preparation and understand all the domains. It's not like you understand just 6 domains better and 2 domains you just skip. It won't work like that. Okay, but let's say if you answer a question wrong, then the difficulty again it goes down. Okay, so it goes up and down throughout the exam. As much I remember, when I gave exam 2 years back, uh, I got around 140 questions. Okay, so if you are not able to give all the answer questions correctly answered, then you may slightly get a question, but it is in the range of 125 to 175 questions. And the passing score is 700 out of 1000 points. Earlier, the test was of 4 hours. Now it is of 3 hours. Um, it is a CAT based test. Okay, but you cannot go back to previous question in this exam. All right. And once the algorithm is, say, 95% confident that whether you will pass or fail the exam, it will end the exam before even you reach 175 questions. That's why I said around 140, 141 questions. After that, my exam ended. And when you go out, you get whether you have passed or not. That's it. It's very simple. Okay. Say people who are not from non-English background, there are some languages like French, Spanish, and all. So they have a linear format. So it's a non-adaptive format, and they have total 250 questions, and the time limit is 6 hours. But that won't be the case for us. Most of you will be giving the exam if you give exam in English only. So what is covered in this exam? 8 domains of ISC square, common body of knowledge, CBK, will be covered, which we will explore next. And the questions are scenario based. Like sometimes you will be confused whether A is the correct answer, B is the correct answer. Maybe both of the answers are correct, but you may have to select based on the priority of the answer. Okay, so it requires little judgment, strategic thinking rather than just recalling the answer. Okay, so it's not just remembrance type of questions, but there are many scenario-based questions also. Let me give you an example here. A question could be, what is the best course of action for a CISO in this specific scenario? Okay, so you have to think like a CISO at that point of time. Okay. Or sometimes there could be a question like this, which of these access control methods best fits the following environment? So there are multiple environment and you are given a access control method. Some organization may be using it for another also, but what is the best fit that you need to find out? So that's why it becomes a little difficult. And minded, questions are never repeated. Every time you will get, every other person gets a new question, or maybe the questions are twisted or the language is twisted sometimes, but it comes from all the 8 domains only. Okay. There's no penalty for wrong answers. So whenever you give exam, remember to attempt each and every question that comes. Don't skip any question. Okay, and the algorithm will determine your score based on the question difficulty, correctness of your response, and consistency of the performance across all the domains. So it's very important that you score well in all the domains. Okay, see, don't get discouraged by knowing all of these facts. Okay, I am assuring that you will learn everything throughout this course. And if you feel that a question is tough, it's a good sign. It means that the system is challenging you. It means you are giving correct answers. Okay. So understanding exam format is just half the battle. Okay. You know now what to expect if you're going to give exam. All right. So now let's go ahead and discuss these 8 domains. I'll just be giving overview of these domains. Yeah. So you can see these are all the 8 domains: security and risk management, asset security, security architecture and engineering, communication and network security, identity and access management, security assessment and testing, security operations, and last domain is software development security. Okay. So the heart of CISSP lies in the common body of knowledge, which is divided in these 8 domains. So these represent a core area of cybersecurity. It includes anything and everything that comes around cybersecurity. So it will cover all the managerial, technical aspects. Many questions are not calculative based, but some of the questions you may need to do some kind of calculation. Okay. So now let's go through each domain briefly. So starting with the first domain, that is security and risk management. This is having highest weightage and it's a little bit tougher also. So we will be not starting with this domain. We will talk about some of the basics though, but when we start the course, we'll start with second domain because this one has really tough concepts which you may not have come up or you may not have discovered till now if you are not in a mid-level position in your organization or managerial position in your organization. Okay. And this is a foundation domain. It deals with broad principles of security governance, risk tolerance, compliance, what laws and regulations, maintaining ethical culture, in the organization. And the key topics start with the basic CIA triad. That's just the first 1 or 2 slides. But afterwards, the topics get tough. Okay. But yeah, CIA triad, which is required for ensuring confidentiality, integrity, and availability, which is the foundation of cybersecurity or foundation of secure systems. That is the basic of all the tools that you require, okay, to protect your sensitive data from any kind of unauthorized access. It ensures reliability. So this is the starting point for this domain. Then comes risk assessment. So we will be discussing about how to do risk analysis, identify threats, vulnerabilities, and the impact of the vulnerability. We will be also discussing in this domain about NIST framework, which is the core framework used in many organizations who have cybersecurity based products. Okay, ISO 27001, 27005. Okay, specifically used to identify, evaluate, and mitigate risk. So it's all about risk and how you can align it with organizations' risk appetite. So it's a very top level topic, risk assessment as well as risk management. Okay, there are various ways by which you can manage risk. All that is covered in here. Then we will also be talking about compliance here. So compliance means how organizations have to do adherence to legal requirements like HIPAA. If your organization is storing healthcare information specifically for US region, then you require HIPAA. Okay. And if you your organization is storing personal PI related information, personal information, okay, then GDPR comes into picture. Okay, so that your organization can avoid penalties and safeguard the privacy of the user's information. Okay. So that again is part of security and risk management. Then we will be also talking about a little bit about BCP, DRP planning, that is business continuity and disaster management, how an organization or will manage in case there is a disaster. This disaster could be a cyber attack. It could be a natural disaster also on a facility where information is stored for that organization. Okay. So to give an example here, let me give you an example of a bank. Say a bank implements a policy requiring all the employees to complete an annual security awareness program. Okay. This would require knowledge about what comes into governance and how to reduce human risk. Okay. Now, many of you, not many of you, everyone would have received phishing emails and you need to flag those phishing emails. Yes or no? A phishing email which you felt it's genuine. It happened recently with me because it was our appraisal time and the email was saying exactly something related to appraisal and I clicked on it. So again, that's part of this domain that organization is doing. So moving to the second domain, that is asset security. This is a small domain. It's easy to start with, so we will start with this. It focuses on how data and physical assets are classified, managed, and protected throughout their life cycle. So the key topics that we will be learning in this is about asset classification, like labeling the data stored on asset, data classification as well, whether the data is a public, confidential, or a top secret. So is it above the clearance level or not? Or is it something which a user can access? Okay, so we will be talking about that data classification as well as asset classification. We will be discussing about defining data owners, custodians, and who is responsible for the privacy. So we will be talking about ownership, because when it is about data, there are defined roles for data and system owners. Okay, which classify or which clarify responsibility and accountability for security controls. Okay. We will also be discussing about data protection, how to ensure data protection, what encryption algorithms will be required for implementing access control mechanisms for safeguarding the data throughout its life cycle. We will also be talking about data life cycle from the creation of the data to the disposal. What are the steps involved? What are the requirements of securing the data from the creation to the disposal? Okay. And lastly, media sanitization, like handling the data when you want to store the data or when it is in the retention mode, how to securely dispose the data so that there is no unauthorized disclosure or a data breach because you didn't handle the data or a media properly. Okay, which includes methods like wiping up the hard disk, degaussing methods, shredding. Some documents can be shredded. So that's how you handle the sanitization, okay, or the retention of the data. Now, to give a real world example here, let's say a hospital again uses data classification to protect patient records under HIPAA because hospital has to follow HIPAA guidelines, where they need to ensure the privacy of the patients. Okay. And when you are storing that patient record in hard drives, and let's say the hard drives are decommissioned, what should be the method? Okay, data erasure. So if you simply delete data from hard drive, will it be securely disposed then? No, right? So what we will need to do next once you delete it depends on the media, what method you will use. Now we are talking about hard drives. How will you prevent data leak in this case? I just said that word Will you use wiping, degaussing, shredding? One out of three. So these hard drives will be physically shredded after they are decommissioned, okay, to prevent any kind of data. So such questions will be asked if you appear for the exam, but that level of core critical thinking will be required when it comes to CISSP, right? So next domain, let's go to next domain, that is security architecture and engineering. Again, this domain is having a weightage of around 13% from the overall weightage. Okay, and it covers technical foundations of secure systems, including the hardware, software, and the design principles. So the key topics that will be discussed in this domain uh, is first of all secure architecture. So it should not be security at the end. There should be security which starts from the start of any development of any hardware or any software, okay, or any system. So designing system to resist attack, you require layered defense. Layered defense, that means there should be multiple layers of security, not just one layer of security. Because if that one layer is breached, the data is gone. You don't want that. Okay. So you require multiple layers of security, starting from the physical layer, then going up to different layers. Okay. So that we will be discussing. We will be discussing about security models like Bella Budala, Biba. Uh, when I was learning about this was a new concept for me. I wasn't aware about it at all. Okay. But it is important here because these models are the base models, not used right now. All of them are not used exactly as they were in organization, but yeah, they are used to enforce confidentiality and integrity in access control systems. Okay, these are theoretical frameworks, so they are not implemented as they are theoretical, but they are implemented in a different way. But they are the basis of the security models. So we will be discussing about them. We will be discussing about trusted computing mechanisms, like using hardware with trusted platform modules. Okay, we will be also talking about cryptographic systems. So how you can implement cryptography during the design phase itself. So how to utilize symmetric, asymmetric cryptographic methods. If you know about information security, so you must know what are the symmetric and asymmetric cryptographic methods. So we will be discussing that in detail in this domain. Okay, how key management is done when it is symmetric encryption, and how hashing is done, what are the hashing algorithms. Okay, so all that we will discuss here. So let me give you an example for this domain. A financial app. Let's talk about something different from hospital now. Say a financial app is designed using zero trust architecture, okay, and end-to-end encryption. What are different trust models? So we will be talking about these ZK protocols. Zero trust is how ZK is different from zero trust. All that. Okay. So what will be required for zero trust? Engineers, when they are in the system modeling phase, okay, that time itself they apply cryptography and sandboxing to secure the user transactions throughout the application. Okay, that's zero trust. And there will be end-to-end encryption. You use WhatsApp, right? So WhatsApp uses end-to-end encryption. Okay. So similarly, this financial application will require end-to-end encryption. All right. Okay. So next domain is communication and network security. So this domain majorly focuses on protecting data during the transmission, ensuring secure communication infrastructure. Okay. And it is essential for understanding how to secure data when the data is moving across networks. So what protocols will be involved, network protocols in this case. Okay. How network security devices play a role in ensuring the protection of data during the transit. And it includes both internal enterprise networks as well as external communication channels like the internet. It will include technologies, protocols, strategies used to protect the confidentiality, integrity, and availability during the data transmission. Okay. Mostly the topics will uh, we will start from the network protocols. I know that many of you would be aware about TCP, IP, and OSI model and uh, how to ensure security throughout all the layers of these models. Okay, that we will be discussing in this domain. Followed by that, there will be about network security devices, like how firewall work, what are the different types of firewall, what are intrusion detection systems, what are intrusion prevention systems, because they play vital role in detecting and preventing any kind of unauthorized network access. Okay, then we will also be talking about wireless security. So we will be looking into which encryption mechanisms will do the adherence to 802.11, that's the Wi-Fi protocol, as well as other like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. We will be talking about these other wireless security also. Okay. And this wireless security includes mechanisms like WPA3 for secure transmission or stronger encryption against any kind of brute force attack. Okay. We will be talking about WEP, which is enterprise level authentication. We will be talking about radius. We will be discussing about what are evil twins, how to protect against a rogue access point. Okay, all that we will discuss here. Along with that, we will also be discussing about remote access. So we will discuss which protocols are required for VPN, what is SSL and IPsec. Okay, so a global company is using VPN and IPsec to secure remote access for employees. Okay. Your organization would be doing that, right? What does a VPN do? How it is ensuring that employees are able to securely access their organization's network? Or which protocol does VPN use at the backend? It's IPsec protocol. That's the correct answer. Okay. Other protocols are also used, but mostly it's IPsec. OpenVPN is another protocol that's used. L2TP is another protocol that's used. So there are some other protocols, but yeah, majorly it is IPsec. Yes, it creates tunnel for data security. So tunnel means it is encrypting at the packet layer. Okay. All right. So let's now talk about the next domain. All right. So this domain here, fifth domain, is on identity and access management. This has around 13% weightage. It ensures only authorized users have access to systems and only at appropriate levels. So it's not only authentication, but also authorization. That's important. Okay. So what is authentication? Authentication is, can I say it is providing identity? How do you perform authentication? What methods you require to perform authentication? Now, this domain is not just about networks, say multi-factor authentication, that's fine. But what are the factors that are included in the multi-factor authentication? That's my question. The factors could be something that I know, okay, like a password, all right, something that I have, like a credit card. When I'm doing a transaction, I require a PIN and a credit card. Okay. And something, or maybe a OTP is also something that I have. Okay. Require a mobile phone with the same number associated with the same account. All right. Or something that I am. That's the question. I just wanted to know what are the ways by which you can prove your identity. It could be something that you know, something that you may have, a secret key is something that you know, specific card, access card, that is something that you have. And biometrics, that is something that you are, like your iris, your fingerprint. Okay, so that's about authentication. Then We will also be discussing about access control models, that is about authorization, how granting access will be done based on maybe a role, it could be role-based access, based on attributes, it could be attribute access, attribute-based access, mandatory access control, which is like a hierarchical control. In military-like systems, there is mandatory access control. Okay. We will also be talking about identity management. We'll be talking about systems like LDAP and Active Directory. We will be talking about who holds the accountability. So it is A, that's authentication, authorization, and accountability. Okay. How federated identity is maintained. What is SSO? We will be discussing. We will be discussing about OAuth, SAML. So these type of identity federation models. Okay. So to give an example here, many of you have already answered that multi-factor authentication could be used to ensure that a transaction is done correctly. Okay. Let's take an example here that there is a HR staff, okay, and they can access employee records, but whether they will be able to access the record of another HR? Yes. Okay. Will they be able to access the record of management? That record could be the financial transactions happening with a senior management person. Maybe no, right? So yeah, this is a example of a role-based access control. So again, this system where HR is able to access employee payment or payroll scripts, okay, that can be handled with role-based access. We'll be talking in detail about these models, how they are implemented and all when we are in this domain. Moving to next domain is security assessment and testing. Again, its weightage is around 11 to 12% of the overall weightage of CISSP. The key topics that are covered in security assessment and testing is vulnerability assessment. Okay, that is systematic identification of vulnerabilities in the system or the network or the code. Okay, so there is a requirement of regular automated scans to look for vulnerabilities. Okay, and then check them against OWASP and then prioritize the vulnerability. Okay, and then comes penetration testing on how and what tools are used. We will also be discussing about security audit. That is part of compliance when it comes to security testing, whether all the security measures are properly applied or not. So we'll be talking about policy, standard, regulatory requirement to ensure governance. So we will cover GRC as well here. And then we will be covering about incidents response. Once there is a cyber attack, there's an incident. Okay, what to do at that point of time? Okay, so there is an incident response team. How does that team work? What is the readiness that they require? What is hot site, cold site, or a warm site? When we are talking about response part, okay. Then also it can include a little bit of forensics, but yes, that's part of security operations. That's the next domain. Okay. So this domain, again, it is of 13% weightage. This focuses on the daily task that a operations team needs to do. Okay. These daily tasks include technologies, procedures that will be used to monitor, detect, and respond, and even recover from any security event. So this one ensures organization maintain operations under attack or in the face of any kind of disruption. Okay. So this focus on SOC, this focus on day-to-day security tasks like monitoring the systems, uh, looking for business continuity. Okay. Uh, there are tools like SIEM or Splunk is one of a SIEM tool, which is a security information and event management tool. And there are other tools like there is for cloud, that is Azure Sentinel. They collect and analyze the logs, all right? So, and then they can be correlated to generate alert. Also, intrusion detection systems can be used in this case. So, if there is an incident, how to detect that incident has happened, how to respond to the incident, and how to recover from security incidents, all of that is part of security operations team. Okay. There are different phases of incidents response that we will be discussing. Those phases are based on NIST framework again. Okay. There are playbooks and communication plans. So I'll be sharing some tools or methods by which IR is done. Okay. Like starting with detection and then going ahead for containment of the systems which are already breached. Okay, and what should be the post incidence activity? So all that we will be discussing in the security operations. Many times organization have SOC team, that's security operations team. Okay, so again, disaster recovery planning concepts, very technical concepts like RTO, that is recovery time objective, recovery point objective, what should be the acceptable downtime, or how much data can be lost, or what level of redundancy is required. All that is covered here. Even the forensics investigation, in case whether there is a breach, and how the media persons will handle when there is an incident, that is also covered in this. Okay. So, for an example, there is a ransomware attack, okay, and it locks the production systems. So, what is done at that point of time? A disaster recovery plan is activated to restore from offsite business backup within some time, stipulated time, that is known as RTO. Okay, that is recovery time objective. Within that recovery time objective, the plan will be activated to restore from the backups. Okay. So, yeah, this will be covered under security operations. The last domain is software development security. This is basically going to focus on building secure applications by integrating throughout the software development lifecycle, throughout the SDLC lifecycle. So here the focus is that the software should be built from when it is built from the scratch, that time or from the ground up, it should ensure that there are no vulnerabilities. So secure coding practices following OWASP guidelines to prevent any common vulnerabilities like SQL injection or cross-site scripting needs to be followed. Okay, then comes integrating security tools throughout the software development lifecycle to check are there any vulnerabilities or not. Okay, then comes application testing. So there are various tools used for SAST and DAST analysis to check and identify whether there are security flaws at the early stage before it goes into the production. Okay, when it is in the testing phase, there itself we come to know that there are vulnerabilities and they are patched at the point before going into the production itself. Okay, so all that we will be discussing in this domain. To give you an example here, all of you know about SQL injection, right? So imagine that your development team is building a login page. I'm giving a very basic example. Okay. And what could be the simplest way of doing injection on a login page? For doing a SQL injection, what would be the first step that an attacker would try? So they can try inputs which may be giving a syntax error, possible queries, like injecting a specific value which may give true as the answer. Okay, to bypass the authentication. Okay, so to prevent this, what you will do? You will do validation. You will do sanity check. Okay, before this type of form goes into production. So we will ensure best coding practices, secure coding practices, like input validation, using a prepared statement before the code is released. There are tools like SAST for static testing. There are tools. Those tools needs to be used. Okay, so all this is covered under software development. Okay. Yeah, so let me take up a question here. Which CISSP domain covers compliance with laws, regulations, and risk management? D is the correct answer, security and risk management. Okay. Let's take up another question based on these domains that we have discussed. What is the focus of the asset security domain? That is classification and protection of data. Okay. Now, this is the last part. Okay. So we were here, CISSP Code of Ethics. This is very important part. And if you are going to give exam, expect at least one question from this part. Okay. So this IC Square Code of Ethics is a set of high level principles that guide how certified cybersecurity professionals should behave. See, the question may not be directly from the statements written here, but they are going to be related to this. Okay. How security professionals should behave. It should ensure trust, responsibility, and professionalism in a field where there is people's data. Sometimes there is national security that is consideration in under the consideration. Corporate assets are on the line, so there is financial records many times. So if you are certified, you must follow this code. And failing to do so can lead to disciplinary action, even losing your certification. Okay. And these are all known as canons. There are 4 canons. Okay. So the canon 1 is protect security. So this is the first canon. It says that protect security, the common good, necessary public trust and confidence, and the infrastructure. That is, safeguarding the common good is the highest priority. So this is about protecting the bigger picture, means the society and the system that everything depends on. Okay. So to give you an example here, let's say you are now a CISSP certified professional to discover a vulnerability in a public water treatment facility software. Remember, it is a public water treatment facility software. So instead of selling that information or ignoring it, what you should be doing is you will report this to the appropriate government agency. This will protect the public health and infrastructure. Okay. So this is canon number 1. That is topmost is public trust, safeguarding the common good and the critical infrastructure. Second canon says that act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibly, and legally. That is, maintain honesty, justice, responsibility, and comply to the legal standards in all the professional dealings, whatever you dealings you do. Okay. So this is about personal integrity and legal compliance. So, to give an example here and to make it easier for you to understand what type of questions can come. Say a penetration tester is hired to assess a bank security. During the test, they find sensitive personal information. Okay. Now, instead of exploiting it or copying it for personal use, they need to follow the agreed scope of the scope of what they are doing. Okay. Report the bug honestly and don't break the law. So this reflects that the CISSP professional is responsible and following legal behavior. So you need to comply with legal standards whenever you are doing any kind of professional dealings. Okay. Canon 3 stays up, talks about diligent service. That is, provide diligent and competent service to principals. Principals are people or the organization that you are serving or who have hired you. Okay. So this is about being skilled, careful, and reliable in your work. Okay. So again, to give an example here, IT consultant is asked to review a healthcare organization security posture. Okay. But that security consultant is not feeling well today. Okay. They didn't conduct a thorough review. Tell me, did they comply to this canon or not? Yes or no? They were not feeling well on that day, but they had to give a report on the review of healthcare organization security posture. Okay, they gave a report which may not be the best report that they could give. Did they follow canon number 3? No, right? So if they would have conducted a thorough review, they would have used updated tools and standards, they would be giving practical recommendations, then it was a diligent service. Okay. For another example, you are using a vulnerability management software. Okay. But you are not scanning your network regularly. You are scanning once in a while. Okay. Is as a network security professional, is it a diligent service that you're providing? No, right? And the last canon is advance the profession. That is, this canon asks professionals to uphold the reputation of the cybersecurity field. That is to promote the growth and integrity of cybersecurity through continuous learning and sharing knowledge. Okay, when sharing knowledge by attending conferences, mentoring others, contributing to open source security tools. See, if you have acquired CSSP, then you need to gather some points, and those points come through this continuous learning and sharing knowledge. It's compulsory that you need those CPEs to help to have your certificate place. So around for CSSP, it's 120 CPs that are required to be fulfilled throughout the 3 years of the certification. Okay, let me take a last question here. Okay, so which of the following is not one of the 4 canons of the code? From these 4 options below, the correct answer is, sorry, my marker is gone up. It's B, promote your personal brand. So rest 3 are the code of canons, canons of the code, sorry. And there are 4 of them. Okay, and you need to keep them by heart. It's like a pledge that you take. Okay. Okay. Asset security. So first of all, what is this domain 2? So in CISSP, domain 2 is basically asset security related to data protection and security controls throughout the life cycle of the data, compliance requirements, not only data but other assets as well. Okay. It's important that the security professional must understand data management, longevity and use of data. You need to understand and address end of life, end of support. It could be end of life, end of support software, or it could be even hardware. Okay. And determine what are the data security controls. And why asset security is important? Because you need to be vigilant about protecting assets. Even a single or a minor vulnerability can cause a whole system to be exposed to a potential attack, right? You don't want that to happen, specifically when those assets are in the public facing domain, like a server. Okay, so it's easy access for the attackers. So even a single vulnerability can do a lot of loss. It could be loss of funds, it could be loss of data, it could be compromising the entire company for some time. There could be a downtime, okay, because of the attack. So a good security professional needs to protect their assets by knowing, first of all, what assets that they have. First and most important thing of asset security is to know what assets you have in your organization. Okay. And once you know what assets are there in your organization, how many servers, how many softwares, how many hardware are there, how many people are working, that's also important, right? People are also asset. We'll be talking about the asset types of asset. But basically, first step is knowing what are the assets for any organization, then classifying them, and then protecting them based on their importance to the organization. Okay. So if you don't understand the significance, you won't be able to protect it. But first of all, if you don't have visibility of your assets, you will not be able to protect them. If you are keeping your asset information somewhere in some Excel sheet, it becomes difficult to update it regularly. Okay, so you require some tools to do that or some mechanisms to do that. So all that we will be discussing here. You would think that asset security is easy to understand. Yes, it is easy to understand, but it's very, very difficult to implement, specifically for large companies where they have lot number of assets to protect. Okay. They have many employee, and other than employee, they're also storing data at various places. So in such organizations, it's very important and very hard to ensure the asset security. So this domain 2 provides an overview of the steps involved in asset security to address some of the issues that security professionals often encounter. Okay. So what will be covered? We will be discussing about basic concepts. Okay. And then we will go ahead after learning about information life cycle, that is data life cycle, information classification, also called as data classification, data roles, retention policies, how you can do the retention of the data. Okay. Privacy controls, data disposal. Now, once the data is no longer needed for you currently in performing day-to-day activities, what will you do? You will either save it somewhere, store it somewhere, but you cannot store it forever, right? So you require data disposal. What mechanisms should be done to dispose of the data properly, securely? Okay. And security controls, including data security, understanding data states, understanding access to data and sharing, understanding how it is stored and archived. So security control will cover all of this. Baselining, scoping and tailoring. Okay, all that will come under data security or security controls. And then DLP like solutions, data leak prevention solutions, we will also be discussing about them, right? So in exam, the weightage is 10%. Okay. Now let me first of all define what is an asset. Okay. So let me tell you what an asset is in basic terms. So assets are any entity that are valuable to an organization at and it includes tangible as well as intangible assets. Okay. Tangible assets means you can touch, feel, see switches, routers, systems, that's computers, any hardware. Okay. Employee is now understanding what we mean here. Okay. So tangible assets include computers, it includes facilities, supplies, and the personnel means employee. Okay. Now, intangible asset. What could be intangible assets which you can't see, but it's there about the organization, it's there in the organization. So let me tell you, intangible assets include intellectual property, policies, data, organizational reputation. If there is a breach, the most hit thing is the reputation, customer relationship, the reputation of the organization. These come under intangible assets. Okay. And when we talk about assets for an organization, everything must be protected to ensure that the organization's future is successful. Okay. Now, can we lock and secure everything? Everything? Is it possible to just lock everything? Like we do with the tangible assets? Is it possible that we lock everything? Nobody is given no access. No, we can't do that in organization, right? We cannot put all the assets in the safe. We require some advanced security measures. Okay. So most valuable asset, that's the highlight that we will be discussing throughout our this domain. The most valuable asset was data. Okay. For any organization. So we will be talking about mostly about data. That's why we will be talking about data lifecycle or information lifecycle, data classification, data roles, retention policies for data, privacy control for data, again, data disposal, security controls for ensuring that the data is secured. Okay, that's why everything is around data. Okay, now what is an asset? Asset can be anything that has value to the organization. Okay, it's valuable to the organization. People here means employee, managers, contractors. There could be third party vendors which are related to the organization. Okay. So these will come as people, not everyone for an organization. Okay. Then partners. Yes, I said third party vendors, collaborators. Okay. It could include equipments, computers, servers, IT hardware, network. Okay, information stored on them. Information means the data, the knowledge the organization produces, they use regularly and they protect. Okay. Reputation. Reputation means brand reputation, public trust, customer trust. Okay. Facilities. Facilities would include, uh, here in this case, office buildings, data centers. Okay. But information is typically the most valuable asset to an organization, and it lies at the heart of every information system. Okay. Asset security. So, what is asset security? It is all about managing and protecting these assets, especially information, throughout every stage of its life cycle. Okay. And this will include collecting the information like customer records, sometimes customer data, sometimes your organization data. So, first step is collecting. Next is handling it properly, sharing only with authorized people, not with everybody. So there are credentials required to access some of the information, right? You may be having ways to connect with your peers in your organization, but can everyone go ahead and connect with everybody in your organization? No, maybe not. Okay. Wherever the data is stored, everybody is having access to all of the data? Not, right? So that is sharing the data only with the authorized person. And then it includes protecting the information. That is protecting from loss, protecting from any kind of theft, or protecting from any kind of misuse. Okay. So this is about asset security. Now we know what assets are. Now, primary step is to classify the asset or the information based on its value to the organization. So, next or the first step in asset security is information classification. Okay. Now, for information classification, before we go ahead with information classification, first of all, we need to understand information life cycle. Okay. So life cycle include these steps: acquisition, use of information, archival of information, and disposal. So the first step is information is acquired. Now, how the information can be acquired? First is either you create the information from the scratch or you copy it from somewhere else. Okay. So these are the four stages of information life cycle. It is a structured way to manage and secure data from the moment it enters into the system until it is destroyed. Okay. So one by one, let's see what are these four stages. So when I said first step, that is acquired. Okay. I said about two ways. One is either copied from elsewhere or created from the scratch. Now let me give you example here. Let's say HR creates a new employee profile in HRMS. Okay. What it is, whether it is a created or it is copied. When you create a new employee profile as an HR, then which form it is, how it is acquired now? Will I say that this is original data? HR has created a new employee profile, means it is a created record. Okay. Now, let's take an example of copied here. So, when a business analyst imports customer data from any legacy CRM to a new Salesforce, okay. So, what is it? It is copied information. So, either the information is created from the scratch, that is, the acquisition happens by creation, or it is copied from somewhere else. I hope now you understood here. Okay. Next step is the information will be used, it will be read, it will be modified, it may be updated by various users who are accessing that information. Okay. When we talk about security perspective, this stage is most challenging. Okay. We will be discussing about data in transit, data in use. But for now, let's understand just about use. Now, so data is actively used. This is the most risky stage for cybersecurity standpoint. Okay. Now, one more thing in acquisition that is left. Is it just knowing that the information is either created in or copied is enough? No. Okay. We also need to know about the metadata that is attached to the information, like who is the data owner, who has created the information, or who has imported the information, the department where the information is going to be stored, who is going to use the information, sensitivity level. Sensitivity level means how sensitive the information is. Okay. And are there any regulatory tags associated with it? Is it a personally identifier information? Is it a credit card related information? So it is, again, sensitivity level will change according to the type of information. So we attach the system and business metadata once the information is acquired. So this is the first step. Okay. Now, when we say second step, we saw what is the meaning of use here. Okay. So let me give you an example in this case. Now, think of a sales manager who is accessing monthly revenue reports via Google Drive, or a developer retrieving API keys from a shared GitHub repository. What is it? It is information in use. But do you think without proper access control, encryption, and auditing, it could lead to misuse or data leak, right? It could be that by accident there is a data leak, or there could be some insider threats as well. So that's why this is the most important stage to secure information when the information is in use. Okay. And if we don't have proper access control mechanisms or auditing mechanisms, we will not know who has shared the information with somebody who should not be knowing the information. Now, information is already used. What will be the next step? After some time, some of the data may become inactive, means it is no longer required. It can't be deleted also yet. So what is the step here? Archival. So archival means the information is stopped being used regularly at some point, and when that happens, we cannot just get rid of it. We have to retain it for various reasons. It could be reasons because of some regulation or some compliance, or maybe we may be requiring the information not now, maybe in future, for maybe forensics at some point of time. Okay. So let me give you an example here. What do you do with your emails? Once you have already read, and these are old emails, what do you do with them? You just go ahead and delete all the emails? Will you delete all? No. You may archive some of the emails. Okay. Why you want to archive? Because you may be needing them in future. Okay. You don't know right now, but you may be needing it. Okay. For example, uh, your organization is storing customer invoices, right? Now you're storing customer invoices. It's needed till the customer gets the payment. But is it needed afterwards? Yes. It may be needed for the tax regulations. It may be needed for compliance of your organization, that we keep record of three years, up to last 3 years of information about who bought what from our store, right? So this stage, although it is saying that the data is archived, but yet it requires protection. Okay. Why do we require protection at the stage of archival? What could be the reason that we require security when we are archiving here? The data is still important and it should not be accessible to others. Yes, they can know about our organization trends. There could be some information leakage, which you don't want. So, what will you do? You will store them in some encrypted backups. Yes, you don't want unauthorized access. So you will store them in encrypted backups, or you will use restricted access policy. So all will not have access to that information, because you don't want that information to be altered in any case. It should not be even sold out in market, because there could be somebody who wants to learn about your customer. They want to learn about the information that you are storing about your customer, and you don't want that. Okay, so that's why security is also important at the archival stage. Now comes the last stage, that is disposal. So when an organization will dispose data, it's very important. Okay. It could be old mailboxes. It could be former employee record. There's an employee who's already left the organization. Why keep their information for longer time, right? So that needs to be disposed. Past financial transactions, So at some point of time, they needs to be destroyed. But when we destroy it, the destruction must be done in a secure manner. Okay. Like a former employee records you are deleting from the HR database. Okay. What else you will require? You will require to purge all the old financial logs of that employee as well, or the basic records in the HR system as well. Okay. Now, what could be the tools used for disposal? There could be simple data wiping tools like dban or bitracer, okay, to destroy outdated hard drives, or disposal can be simply shredding the papers or shredding the hardware part itself. Okay, so there are many ways of disposal that we will be discussing at the last. Okay, but whenever disposal is done, it must be documented, and it must comply with various laws or the policies of your organization. There could be some laws like GDPR or India's DPDP Act, so that you can avoid breaches or penalties. Okay, you could be following frameworks like NIST frameworks, ISO 27000, X series. Okay, so based on those, you may go ahead with disposal and all the steps here in the information life cycle. Okay. So by managing information throughout these four stages, acquisition, use, archival, and disposal, organization can uphold data integrity, confidentiality, and compliance. Because when we talk about cybersecurity, you need to protect your assets, especially the information. And it is not just a good practice to do it, but it is essential part when it comes to cybersecurity and you being a cybersecurity professional. Now, first step for asset security is information classification. It means that you want to group the information based on how valuable or sensitive it is to the organization. Okay. So these could be the labels like it is confidential, top secret, classified, or it could be simple uh, use for public. Okay. So it means it is safe to share with everyone, like a website content. Okay. For internal use only, say meant only for employees. It could be confidential. Confidential means it has restricted to certain people. Not everybody can access the information. Highly confidential or top secret or classified. These could be some financial records, research and development plans. So this is not accessible to everybody. It is a top secret for an organization. Okay. What does it do? Data classification helps ensure that the data is protected in the most cost effective manner. We need to also ensure that the classification you're doing, but you're not spending a lot of money in doing that. So you require cost effective manner. Okay. By classifying information, the organization know what is the level of protection each type of data will require. Okay. In the world of cybersecurity, assets are anything that is of value to the organization. Okay. And sometimes it is reputation and information. It's very important that first of all, you know what the asset is, and then the classification is done properly. Okay. So again, what is information classification? It is the process of categorizing or process in which organization assess the data when they hold and level of protection should be given. Okay. So what is the process to decide this? First, who can access the data? Second, how the data should be stored or transmitted. Third, how long the data must be protected or kept. Okay. When we talk about asset classification, it is used to store, process information, and it could be based on what type of media that you are using. So can I say everything is important? Every data that we are storing in our organization are important. So whatever you are posting on your website, you think it's important? Yes, it is important. But if there is a data breach and people know about what was there on your website, is it important? Like, is it something hazardous? Or is it an attack? Can we call that as an attack? The information on your website will be maybe related to some basic information which is required for the customers, your customers to interact with. Okay. And you may say it's important, but even if people know about it, it's not confidential. It's not a top secret. It is not classified, right? Let me give another example in this case. A company's internal newsletter. Is it the same level of classification as customer credit card information or a source code? Will it be classified equally? Will both have equal sensitivity level? No, right? So by classifying information, we can apply the right level of security. Okay. And we need to apply strong security where it is needed and light security where it is appropriate. Okay. Let me give you an example, another example here. Your information stored on a production environment. Okay. And there is information which is stored on an end user system. Which is more important in this case? Which needs to be protected first or requires more security? Information which is stored on a production environment and information which is stored on a endpoint device. Which one is requiring more security controls, more access control mechanism? Endpoint will require more security than a production server? No, right? Yes. Okay. So typically information is classified under levels. First is public, second internal, third confidential, and fourth highly confidential or top secret. Okay. Now, before we dive into this, sensitivity and criticality. So when we talk about classification, what is the key principle there? Any system or device that stores or processes information must be classified at the level of the most sensitive data it holds. Let me give you another example. Okay. So if a laptop is there, which is having some public documents as well as confidential HR records, okay, then the laptop will be classified as confidential. Why? Because it is also storing confidential information. It does store public document, but whatever is the highest, that one will be assigned to the asset. Okay. Similarly, if there's a USB drive which has one file with customer credit card information, the whole drive must be protected at the higher level. That is, it must be protected as if everything is uh, confidential in that USB drive, right? It can store public information, but whatever is at the highest level of classification, that will be considered for the asset. Okay. Now, this will apply to all kinds of media, including USB drive, DVDs, external hard disk, or laptop, especially if they are containing some sensitive files. It could include phone, okay, often used for work, email, or corporate applications, paper prints, or like physical documents, reports, invoices. Okay. So when we are doing asset classification or processing the information, it should be done as high as the classification of the most valuable data in it. All right. Now, we can classify based on either sensitivity or criticality. Okay. So organization look into these two important factors, sensitivity and criticality. Both help determine how data should be protected and prioritized, but they are having a different perspective of risk. Okay. First is sensitivity. So sensitivity means it refers to potential damage to an organization if the information is accessed by unauthorized individual. Okay. So it means loss to an organization if that data was revealed to an unauthorized individual. So it directly affects the trust and reputation of the organization. Okay. What it will impact? If the sensitivity is breached, it will impact loss of confidentiality. It will impact damage to the reputation and trust. There could be legal consequences, regulatory consequences, like some violations of regulation. Okay. So that's about sensitivity. Second is criticality. Criticality here refers to or indicates how the loss of information will impact the organization. Okay. It directly affects the availability of the organization's functions, which are important for the organization to function. Okay. Both are important factors. critical as well as sensitivity for business, but they need to be carefully assessed, keeping in mind the compliance and regulation which the business needs. So every organization will have different way of classifying, either based on sensitivity or based on criticality. Okay. So when I say sensitivity, to elaborate more here or to make it in simple terms, it means how bad it would be if someone sees what they should not see. Okay. So, example, customer personal information, also known as PII, personal data, trade secrets or intellectual property that will be classified based on sensitivity. Okay. Medical records of people. So, for those organizations who follow HIPAA, they should be following level of sensitivity. Okay, for classifying. Next, passwords or encryption keys. Again, if anybody is able to get access to the passwords or encryption keys, it can do a lot more damage. So this type of information like PII, PHI, or trade secrets, intellectual property, passwords, encryption key, these all come under sensitivity. Okay. For example, say a organization which is handling hospital records. Okay, their records are leaked. What it will lead to? It will lead to public trust loss. Okay. And it can also make a case where the organization have to pay heavy fines under healthcare data regulation in some of the countries, like where it is followed for HIPAA. Okay. Or your organization could be somebody who is handling or processing the information for those regions where HIPAA is followed. Okay, you also have to follow sensitivity in this case. Okay, now next is criticality. I said criticality is the indicator of how the loss of information will impact the organization, right? Means it will, how it will directly impact the availability of the business functions. So it means how essential it is important or essential for the business operations in terms of availability. Okay. So if the information, which is in some critical terms, is under maintenance or under downtime, or it's not available for some time. Okay. There is a ransomware attack, and all the data is encrypted by the attackers. Okay. You cannot access this, you cannot do anything ahead. So it leads to disruption to business process, overall downtime, loss of revenue. Specifically, if your company or organization is a service oriented company, you don't want any downtime. Okay. So think of criticality as how bad it would be if we lost access to the data or the system, like in case of ransomware attack. Okay. So what could be the examples here? So data like financial transaction records, like customer service database, real-time control systems in a power plant or an electricity grid. Okay, this is something, if that information is inaccessible, you're not able to do anything with that information or it's not available, then you cannot perform the business requirements. Okay, say an airline scheduling system, okay, goes down. What will happen? The operations will halt. Even if the data is not stolen, the loss of access is critical in this case. So we would say both are important. Okay. Both must be assessed to determine the level of protection, align with the compliance regulations, support effective risk management that your organization follows, or the framework your organization follows. Okay. So let's go ahead and discuss about information classification level. This helps organization determine how the data should be handled and protected based on its sensitivity and criticality or importance. Okay. There are no fixed rules that the organization follows, but there is a flexibility to define based on the needs, industry requirement, regulatory requirement, and based on the type of organization that is storing the data. Okay, so there are no hard and fast rules for classification. But these are the two types of classification. One is commercial classification level. This one you see on the left. This is used by private companies and non-government organizations. They typically focus on business confidentiality and competitive protection. So they don't want their competitors to know about their specific information. That's competitive protection. Okay. So these are the four levels in commercial classification level. The first one is confidential. This is the highest level that data could cause serious harm if the data is exposed. For example, there could be trade secrets which will be kept in the confidential criteria or classification level, or customer PII, or sensitive information like credit card information for PCI compliant organization. Okay, PCI means payment card compliant organization, where they are storing information about you customers payment card data. Okay, or PII information will include customer very specific PII details, like employee number or SSN number, social security number, I meant there. For India, it would be like Aadhaar card, although Aadhaar card is everybody is knowing. Sometimes you give out the information about Aadhaar card, but yes, that should be kept as confidential. Okay. And next is private. This is intended for internal use. Unauthorized access could affect the business requirement, like employee personal information or employee information. Okay. Next is sensitivity. No, sorry, sensitive. So information they should be protected here, which is kept here in sensitive. Could be like internal email, uh, project documents. Okay. So those kind of information is labeled as sensitive. Next is public. So anything that is safe to be shared with the public, like marketing material, public reports, all that will come under publics. So these are the four classification levels for commercial or specifically for private companies or non-government organization. But what if you are in a or you're working for a government organization? So they will follow military classification level. These are 5 levels that are there in military classification. These are used by governments. These are used by defense agencies. This is majorly focused on national security and sometimes operational secrecy. These are the 5 levels. First one is top secret. This is the highest level in this case. Unauthorized disclosure of the information which is in the top secret can cause grave damage to national security. Okay. Next is secret. So this if the information is marked as secret, unauthorized disclosure could lead to serious damage to national security. Not grave, but yes, serious damage. Next is confidential. So confidential could cause damage to national security if exposed. So yet it's important, but it is not very. Then comes sensitive but unclassified. Okay. The information which is labeled as sensitive but unclassified could be some information like law enforcement data, uh, information about the personnel who are working in law enforcing agencies. Okay. And then there is unclassified. Unclassified means it is safe for public release. It can do very minimal or no risk, even if it is disclosed. All right. Okay. So how do you start the classification? So first of all, you start based on the classification criteria. Once the organization decides on classification scheme, whether they are going to follow commercial classification level or military classification level, means they are going to follow this scheme with confidential, private, sensitive, public, or military classification level, that is top secret, secret, confidential, sensitive but unclassified or unclassified. So based on this, the next step would be to come up with the classification criteria. Okay, here to classify the data correctly. Okay, it means the classification will be based on risk, value of the information, and the impact that an information can pose if it is breached. Okay, so key criterias are these. First one is usefulness of data. Okay, So as an organization, you need to consider all of these factors, starting with usefulness of data. It means, is the data actively used in decision making, or it is used in operations part of the organization? Okay. Or like frequently used may require greater protection and high availability. So you would do some backups. You will also have backups for that type of data, which is required uh, frequently. Okay. Example, product pricing data that sales team would refer daily. So high protection would be required for this type of data. Next is the value of the data. Value of the data means what is the monetary or strategic value of the data to the organization. High value will be placed in the higher classification level. Maybe that value is coming from how you have gathered the data, or how much you have paid to gather the data. For example, you have your organization is using some patents, they are using some intellectual property, so they have paid to gather the data, and they have patented it, or they have applied for intellectual property, like maybe some kind of secret information, trade secret for your organization. Okay, so that is the value of data. Okay. For example, source code for a proprietary software, or any merger plan, or quotations that you are sending to the customer. So that is coming under value of data. Next is age of data. Age of data means if the data is aged, it is not used frequently, it is not used currently, then it becomes less sensitive. Okay. Unless there is some long-term regulatory importance to ensure that the data must be secured for these many number of years. Some data can be reclassified as it ages. Okay. For example, marketing campaign, which was used 5 years ago, they may not be needed for right now, or it can be having confidential status 5 years ago, but it will not have confidential status right now. Okay. So that is where you need to consider parameter like age of the data. Okay. Next is level of damage that could be caused if the data were disclosed. So impact of unauthorized disclosure. What will happen, or what damage will happen if the data is accessed by an unauthorized individual? Okay. Say somebody comes to know about your account number, bank account number. Okay. It's important. Is it critical information? Yes, it is critical. But somebody is able to access your credit card as well as know your PIN, then it is more critical, right? So then it could lead to more damage than just knowing your bank account number. Okay. Next is level of damage that could be caused if the data were modified or corrupted. Means the impact of unauthorized modification. What happens if the data is altered or it is corrupted? Means the integrity of the data is at loss. Okay. For example, here, modified financial report, which could lead to bad investment or compliance violation. Okay. Next one is legal, regulatory, or contractual responsibility to protect the data. This will include laws, standards that your organization is following, mandates that is following, or acts like DPDP Act. Okay, they need to be handled with more security. Okay, because losing that kind of data may lead to fines, which your organization have to pay later on. Okay, so that is another parameter for classification. And then comes lost opportunity cost. What is this lost opportunity cost? It means the availability. So see, we have considered here in this case, this confidentiality, this is integrity, and the third one is availability. What if the financial or operational losses are incurred because the data became unavailable? This is determined with the help of criticality of data. Okay. Like a logistic company can't access its delivery schedule system, which will delay the cost and the time and money. So that comes under lost opportunity cost. So all these must be considered for classification of data. Now these classification, regardless of the format. The data could be stored in digital, like it could be stored in database, email, documents, backup. Okay. It could be stored in paper, like there could be printed reports, there could be contract, or there could be ID copies. So it is in the digital format. Or it could be in the format of multimedia, like surveillance video, training recordings. Okay, so this is all data. It could be stored in any of the format. It could be even in fax message, handwritten notes, whiteboards, photos that you are sharing on media. Okay, so the classification rules must apply no matter what the format it. It could be digital, paper, video, fax, anything. Okay, there's a knowledge check related to this. Let's take up that. When media is labeled based on the classification of the data, it contains what rule is typically applied regarding labels. Labels means marking what level of classification it is. Is it a confidential? Is it a top secret? Is it a public? Okay. The answer is B. The media is labeled based on the highest classification of the data it contains. If you remember, I said that whether a USB drive, okay, it is storing uh, some public information, public documents, but it is also storing some customer credit card information or specific information related to, say, HR, okay, which is in a confidential type of classification. Then the whole media will be labeled as the highest classification. Okay, so the data from being handled or accessed at lower classification level, the data integrity requirements may be part of classification process, but doesn't independently drive labeling. Okay, so B is the correct answer. There's another question. Fred wants to classify his organization's data using common labels: private, sensitive, public, and proprietary. Which of the following should be applied to his highest classification level based on common industry standards or common industry practices? So the answer is D, proprietary. Okay. Proprietary means it is the most sensitive data. Private data is internal business data. It shouldn't be exposed, but it doesn't meet the threshold for confidentiality or proprietary data. So topmost in this case will be proprietary data. Again, sensitive data may help attackers or otherwise create risk, and public data is just public. So the topmost is proprietary. So you see how questions, what type of questions you get. These are the questions I have taken from one of the CISSP books. Okay, but let's start with the exercise. Okay, so exercises, we are going to create a data classification table based on the type of files I'll give you. Okay. You are a security consultant at a mid-sized financial service company, and you need to classify different data types and recommended suitable protections based on sensitivity and business impact. Okay. So you can review the data types and classify the data based on public, internal use only, confidential, and highly confidential or restricted. So these are the 4 categories that you need to use. Okay. For each item, you need to provide justification, recommended controls we will discuss, and responsible party also we will discuss. All right. So this is the question. So let's now discuss about the classification types. You can see what are the types that we will be using: public, internal use only, confidential, highly confidential, or restricted. Let's start. Let's move to the next slide here. Yes. So first one is customer personal information. How you will classify this? This is related to customer. So this will come under, what do I mean here by HC? Highly confidential or restricted. Okay. So this will be classified as highly confidential or restricted. Okay. All right. So next we have internal HR policies. I here means internal use only. Okay. Internal use only. So yes, internal HR policies, internal use only within the organization. Why should it be shared in the public domain? Nobody shares that, right? Okay, some organizations say you have to come 9 to 5. Some say you can work from home, but you will work more than 8 hours. Okay, so internal HR policy will come under internal use only. Next is marketing brochures. Yes, so here I would say public. Okay, next is proprietary trading software or the source code. This will come under restricted or highly confidential. Okay, so this comes under restricted. Next is in financial records to regulators. Will it be public? Will it be internal use only? Will it be highly confidential? Financial reports you are sharing with the regulators who are coming for auditing, maybe. Is it just internal? Do you not read financial records what organization share before any in the shareholder meetings? So if it is, should it be public? Everybody should know? Maybe not. Only the shareholders or maybe the regulators. Okay. So this will come under confidential because it contains non-public financial data, but it needs to be protected. Okay. It is not something which will be just public. Everybody knows about the financial reports of the org, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee and EC Council. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, cloud security, and much more from the top IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cybersecurity.
Okay, let's move ahead. So security controls, these are used to protect the asset based on their classification level. Okay. So once the information is classified, organization must implement right security control to protect it. This control ensure not only confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data, but also the sensitivity and criticality in terms. Okay. When we talk about those data or that information which is classified in the higher level, they require strict controls. But those with low classification, they can be protected with relaxed methods so that you can ensure that the overall cost of security controls is as minimal as possible. So we want to ensure also cost effectiveness of the security. Okay. So now let's break down commonly used security controls with some practical examples. So first of all, we have marking, labeling, and handling procedures, right? So this one. So you already might be knowing about labeling and marking. What you can do in this, you can clearly label data with its classification, saying that, okay, this file or this storage space is either confidential, or if you are using a print media, you can say it is for internal use only. Okay. You can use watermarks, you can use meta tags or stamps on digital as well as physical asset. That's how you will do marking, labeling, and handling. Okay. For example, confidential files, you will include headers like confidential, do not distribute. Okay. Not for general public usage. Something like that is written on that data. Okay. Second is strict and granular access. So what you can do is when you are sharing the information, ensure that it is shared only to those users who have need to use of that data. Okay, we can call it as least privilege access model. Least privilege access model means the person should know only that much which they require for performing their job. Okay, so you can enforce role-based access control or least privilege access control in this case. So you have strict and granular access. So means only the authorized person should be able to access the data based on the required, not every time, only when it is needed. For example, HR records can be viewed by HR managers, but not general employees, right? So that's how you will do strict and granular access. Next is encryption of data while stored and while in transmission. So whenever your information is at rest means when it is stored or whenever it is in transmission, what you can do is you can keep performing encryption with the best encryption algorithm that's available for that type of data. Okay. So you need to encrypt the data which is stored on the disk and data sent over the network. So both the time you need to ensure that the data is encrypted. What you can do, you can use strong algorithms like AES 256, um, TLS version 1.2 or above for transmission. So this will ensure that the data is encrypted when it is stored as well as in transmission. Okay. Now, what data to encrypt? Everything we need to encrypt? No. Maybe only important data which is with higher classification level, like customer PII, okay, which is stored in cloud database that needs to be encrypted. Okay, and it will be decrypted only by the approved applications, not by every application. You cannot just go ahead and read the information about customer PII or uh, customer credit card information only when it is required and when the actual approved application is making a request, only then it will be decrypted. Next method is, or next security control is auditing and monitoring. How you can do this? You can use tracking mechanisms for auditing who is accessing uh, the data or information, who is modifying, who is deleting the classified information. That record you should be keeping. So you should be doing auditing of who is making what changes in the system or on the data. You need to detect unauthorized activity with the help of logs. And if the data is transmitted or if it is stored somewhere, you can also make use of SIEM tools, SIEM tools. Okay, that is incident monitoring systems. So, what will be an example here? Let's say if somebody is trying to perform a login request, but there is a failure of the request. They are not able to log in. Why? Because maybe they have forgotten the password, but that shouldn't happen usually. Then a trigger on an alert should be generated and sent to the security team. Similarly, so this is very basic kind of auditing or monitoring. Let's say somebody, usually your organization, you have a timing shift of 9 to 5. Okay. And somebody is trying to access confidential information at midnight, 2 a.m. Is it something that needs to be monitored and alerted? So at that point of time, when somebody tries to log in like this, it will be audited as well as an alert will be generated and it will be sent to the security teams. So this is the way by which we can ensure that high classification level of information is monitored in a way that we can perform auditing and monitoring on it. Okay. Next is separation of duties. Separation of duties means for such task where which is very critical. Okay, it is a critical responsibility. Then it should not be done by a single person. There will be multiple people who will be completing that one task. Okay, so you will divide the critical task or a responsibility among multiple people so that you can reduce the risk of fraud or any kind of mistake. Okay. Yes, by assigning different tasks to different people, assigning tasks according to skill, I won't say skill, but two different people will be doing critical work. What could be that critical work? That's the question here. Like launching of missile, okay, or doing some very critical work. There will be a single person who is having full access. Okay, there will be more than one person who will be given the responsibility. Okay, unless both of them complete their job, the job will not get completed at all. Okay, that is separation of duty. Okay, another example in banking, if you are in a bank, already you are in a bank, and you are the one who has initiated a request for the payment, you same person should not be the one who is approving the payments, right? This could be another example. Same person who is initiating a payment should not be the one who is approving the payment. They need to be different. Okay, that's separation of duty. Next is periodic reviews. So what will be done in periodic reviews? Regularly, audit should be performed for on the data classification and the access controls, as well as policy compliance needs to be at place. You should be using some benchmarking techniques and reviewing the data classification based on that. It could be any benchmarking like CIS benchmarking, or using frameworks like NIST framework. Okay. So there should be a review system, a periodic review system. It could be quarterly, it could be monthly review, it could be yearly review. Okay. For an example, you can create quarterly review to ensure that old employees are not having any access to the internal systems currently. So if they have already left the organization, they should not be having access, back-end access to any of the systems. Okay. So that should be done periodically. It should be checked. Otherwise, it may be missed out. Okay. So this is the next security control. What is next? We talked about starting from marking, granular access means access control, then encryption, auditing, reviewing, okay, separation of duties. Next is backup and recovery procedure. What you need to do is you need to ensure that critical data should be backed up. Okay, and there should be recovery plan. There should be business continuity planning at place. Business continuity planning means if in case of a failure, case of an attack, or in case of a breach, or in case of any kind of calamity, okay, there should be backup within some downtime. Some downtime would be acceptable. We will be discussing about the downtime in another domain, but you need to have backup and there should be recovery procedures at place. Okay, like you could be performing daily backups of financial data, and it is stored in secure offsite location. So even if there is any kind of security breach or any kind of natural calamity, that information is, because it is stored in the backup tapes and at some offsite location, you're able to access it in some time. Maybe not on the same time, but after some time, after a downtime. All right. Next is change control procedure. So whenever there is change in systems, whenever there is change in the management, so you need to manage those changes and handle the data processing properly with proper approvals and testing. So anybody and everybody should not be able to make changes in data, first thing. And if in case the systems or the data is changed, there should be proper approval and testing done before we are going to put it into the production. Okay. Like any update to any access control system must go through formal approval and testing stages. Okay. Recently, there was a attack that happened and people's screen turned blue. Or was it because there was a vulnerability that was mitigated by a tool, okay, that many of you, your organization might be using for endpoint security, and it was not tested, it was not staged, it went on directly, and because of that, this blue screen of death attack happened. Blue screen of death, BSOD. It happened on Microsoft, that's true, but it happened because of a CrowdStrike Falcon sensor update. Okay. And because of that, system crashed. That's why we are saying change control procedure should be there. Okay. There should be staging process. It should go through proper approval. It should not directly go to the production. Okay, maybe they have missed it. Maybe I'm not telling that they missed it, but maybe they missed it. So you can understand what level of damage it can do if we are not managing change control. Okay, or we are not performing change management. Next is physical security protection. Okay, we are securing everything, but somebody stole the data with the hard disk. Then what? What about that? So what you require? You require to protect the data centers, server rooms, storage facilities, with physical controls. Like you would require locks, you would require biometric systems for locking such facilities. Okay, CCTV camera to check who is doing what in these facilities. Okay, wherever some confidential information is stored, it should not be stored in open. It should be stored with some locked cabinets, or it should be stored in a restricted access zone. Everybody should not be accessing such area like server rooms or data centers. Okay, and people are accessing, there should be proper access control mechanism like biometrics at place. Okay, next is proper disposal actions like shredding and degaussing. We will be talking about shredding and degaussing later, but once the data is no longer needed, it should be securely destroyed. If it is a paper, you could use a shredding machine to just shred the paper so that nobody can read the content of the confidential file. And if it is a hard drive, then you can use degaussing or physical destruction methods. If there are digital files, you can use secure wiping tools or overwrite the data. So these mechanisms will ensure there is proper disposal actions. Okay. So this is something about controls, security controls. Many times, these security controls are divided into three categories. They are known as administrative control, technical controls, as well as physical controls. Okay. So now you tell me what will come in administrative control. Yes, what should be included as an administrative control here? Can I say separation of duty is a type of administrative control? Yes. Periodic review is an administrative control. Strict and granular access is an administrative control. Same way, change control procedure is an administrative control. Okay. Now, when we talk about technical controls, so which are technical controls? When you are saying encryption of data, it's a technical controls. Okay. Then um, backup. Backup and recovery procedures. Again, this is a type of technical control. Okay, let me write it T here. This is again T. Auditing and monitoring. So sometimes auditing can be administrative, but monitoring is again is a technical control. So this is a technical control. And physical control, yes, obviously physical security protection. This is a physical control. Same way, disposing properly with some physical methods is again a physical control. Okay. So what will come under administrative controls? Policies, access review, separation of duty, all that will come under administrative controls. Encryption, monitoring, backup, that will come under technical controls. And logs, camera, secure disposal, all that will come under physical controls. Okay, so security controls must match the classification level of data. If it is highly sensitive or critical information, there should be multiple level of control. So it say that's what we call as layered security approach. Okay, there won't be a single control, but there will be multi-layer of controls at place, also known as defense in depth or layered security. Okay, we'll be talking about defense in depth again in domain 1. Okay, but yes, multi layers of controls, you can say that it is defense in depth. All right. Now let's move to the next topic. So this is the classification procedure. First, define classification level. Next, specify the criteria for classification. Next would be to identify data owners, means those people who will be responsible for classifying data. Okay. Now, who is a data owner in any organization? Data owner holds a unique and vital position. Why? Because they are the ultimate responsible person for specific set of data. Okay. For example, a CFO is responsible for anything data related to financial data. Okay. So they could be thought of as a data owner for financial records. Okay. Next step is identifying the data custodian. Now, who is data custodian? So again, data custodian is somebody who is having the custody of the data, means they are the one who is maintaining the data at that point of time. Okay. And then next is you need to indicate which security controls will be used. Okay. Document any exceptions if there are any exceptions. Methods should be there to transfer custody of the information to a different data owner. In case first data owner is not available, the custody of the information needs to be transferred to another data owner. So there can be multiple data owner, or there can be the data can be segregated into smaller segments, and there could be multiple data owners for that specific segment. Okay, like department wise data owners can be there. Like HR department, there will be a data owner, head of the HR department. Another finance department for that organization, CFO is the one. Anything related to information, CIO is the one. Okay, so that should be at place. Next is there should be proper procedure to periodically review the classification. It can happen that 1 year or 2 years back, this information was at the high classification level, like it was at restricted level, but now it is at another classification level. Let me give you an example here. Say patent records. Okay, so if a company is doing a patent, so as per some patent laws, it says that after 20 years, that patent, whatever it is done on whatever procedure or whatever design patent it is, it becomes free for public to use. Okay, so classification level may change. Again, the ownership of the data may change. That's why you require periodic review of the classification as well as ownership. Okay. Next is there should be procedures for declassifying the data. Okay. Once the classification is done, can we declassify the data? Okay, that also should be at place. And there should be integration with security awareness program. So all of this should be known to all the stakeholders in the organization. That's why security awareness program is required. So everybody at top, everybody knows, okay, this is classified information. We have to do this, we have to do that. But the one who is at the bottommost layer, okay, for a lab, a person who is at the bottommost layer, they may be someone who could be the point of breach because they were not having enough security awareness. So there should be proper security awareness program for all the stakeholders, starting from the top to the bottom. All right. So this is about classification procedure. Now let's discuss about data roles. So many people within an organization would be managing, handling, and using the data. Okay. And each role is important to overall security of an organization. But sometimes you need to understand what are these roles. Okay. So first of all, the first data role is data owners. Who are data owners? Mostly data owners are the people who has ultimate organizational responsibility of data. Okay. They are typically department head like director of human resource, CFO, C-suite executives like CEO, COO, okay, president of the organization, department head of the organization. Okay. They all are called as data owners. The key idea is that the person, these people, these C-level people are responsible for the business function. Okay, they should go ahead and take responsibility if any kind of breach will happen. It won't be the responsibility of anybody at the bottom. It would be responsibility at of the data owner. Okay. So, for all the business functions of the organization to happen smoothly, these are the people who are responsible. Okay, that's why they are known as data owners. Now, many times, although people who are in the mid management level, they would be doing the classification level of the data, but these will be the one who will be signing on the things on at the top. Okay, so they would be the one who will be classifying the level of data and saying this is public data, this is internal, this is confidential data. So this identification of the classification and is it done properly or not, it is the work of these data owners. Okay, they should be able to assess the sensitivity and value of the data in terms of business impact. Okay, what's important for that organization? That is known only to the C-level executives. That's why they are known as data owners here in this case. What else they need to do? They need to ensure that the data is properly labeled according to classification policies. They need to define who can access the data and how it should be handled or stored. Okay, they are the one who will see appropriate security measures like encryption, proper access control is done or not. So they need to ensure that there are adequate security controls there at place or not. Okay. Again, they would be the one who will approve or delegate access right to data consumers. Data consumers means those who will be using the data to perform their work. Okay. And they should be the one who will be reviewing the access logs or reports if there are any irregularities. Also, they will be the one who will handle the compliance, like legal compliance, regulatory compliance, or policy compliance. Okay. And they will be the one who will participate in audit and risk assessment or risk management programs. Now let's shift to system owners. So if the data owner is the guardian of the data itself, the system owner is the person responsible for the engine of the system. Okay. Means engine means how the data is processed, how it is stored. So the system owners are individuals who are accountable for the operations task. Okay, they are accountable for the security of the systems, which is processing this classified and sensitive information. So sometimes data owner and system owner can be the same people, but sometimes they can be different people, especially in large organization. And sometimes in multiple departments or multiple business functions, they are different people. Okay. Now, these system owners, what they do is they ensure that the platform is hosting sensitive information. And if it is hosting that, it is properly secured. Okay. So they are the one who will look at configuration, managing updates, ensuring the system can defend itself against any kind of unauthorized access or malware. Okay. So too much of technical things coming to you, right? Let me give a simple example here. Say HR department stores employee records on a secure server. So who will be the data owner here in this case? HR department head or the whole HR department? Head of the HR, right? So head of the HR may be the data owner, but the one like IT manager who is in charge of that server, who will be that? They will be the system owner. Okay. Understood the difference between data owner and system owner? See, although HR is the one, or HR head is the one who is a data owner in this case, but the IT manager who is handling that server where the data is stored is the system owner. Clear? Now, very critical work of this system owner is determining the highest level of data sensitivity and making sure that system controls are adequate to match the sensitivity. Okay. So let's say if the system is handling any confidential or restricted data, it must be hardened properly. There should be firewalls at place. It should be in the DMZ zone. So all this physical control, administrative control, as well as technical control should be at place if the data is at the highest level of data sensitivity. Okay. Again, what are their key responsibilities as a system owner? One is system accountability. They need to own the life cycle of the system, starting from acquisition to operations to maintenance and to decommission. Everything from the life cycle of the information, starting from the acquisition to decommissioning. Everything is owned by these system owners. Okay. They ensure that the systems are maintained and they are patched and updated regularly. So if they are not patched, then what will happen? Why do we require systems to be patched, or why the system owners ensure that the systems are always patched and up to date? Because if it is not patched and there is already a patch available, it means there are vulnerabilities in the system which are identified vulnerabilities. Okay. And if they are not patched, that vulnerability can lead to a system breach. Okay. That's why they should ensure that the systems are maintained, means there are no end of life systems. They should be patched and they should be updated regularly. Okay. Now, these system owners also perform the risk management work. Sometimes they participate in auditing, collaborate with data owners as well as administrators. So these people, system owner, they work like a bridge between the upper level, means C level, as well as the bottom level, that is administrator. Okay. And they also ensure that the system aligns with internal policies as well as external regulations like PCI DSS or HIPAA or ISO 27000 series 1, 2, 3, or 5. Okay. So they also do that ensuring. So let's discuss about administrator. So who are administrator? These are often IT or system admins who are the gatekeepers of the data access. They are responsible for implementing the access control. Deciding which access control is the work of system owner, but implementation is the work of administrator. Okay, and they will follow all the policies as directed by data owners or system owners. Okay, so administrator here are the folks behind the scene. They ensure that the right people have the right access to the right data. Okay, most importantly, they ensure that nobody throughout all the users has more access than what they actually need. Okay. This is also again known as principle of least privilege. Okay. So they need to follow principle of least privilege. Least privilege says that if I as a user need to know or need to have an access to a system to level B, I should not be escalated to level A. Means there should no privilege escalation at place. Okay. Let me give you a simple example here. Least privilege means, let's say it is a student attendance monitoring system. This is the easiest example. Okay. So a student should be able to see their own attendance, but not the attendance of other student, right? Same way, a teacher in this system will be able to see attendance of all the students, but not a teacher, another teacher. Okay. So this means we are using the principle of least privilege. Okay? Now, what are the responsibilities of administrator? Mostly they do the work of access management, means they are the one who is responsible for granting appropriate access, like granting, sometimes modifying, sometimes revoking the access. Okay. They validate whether the access is given when necessary and only to those who are having legitimate business reason. Okay. So they need to follow a system known as need to know. Need to know means they will validate whether are you actually using it for legitimate reasons or not. Okay. And they are also responsible for reporting and monitoring. Like they will be checking access logs, audit trails. They will be using alert systems like intrusion detection systems, intrusion prevention systems, firewalls to check for any anomalies or potential breaches. Okay. They will also be performing technical implementation like configuring permission, setting up roles, security settings. Okay, they will be the one enforcing password policy, session timeout, these kind of security configurations. Okay, the next data role is data custodian. Now, data custodian is the one who is responsible for operational management and protection of data as directed by the data owner. So whatever data owner says, they will means data owner will delegate day-to-day tasks to a data custodian. Okay. So these data custodian, they don't have any authority to decide who gets what access. The sole work of data custodian is to ensure that the data is stored safely, maintained properly, and it is handled as per the organization policy. Okay, so their work is day-to-day task in the data operations, like performing backups, archiving, routine access monitoring. Okay, they are the one who will ensure data integrity and availability. Okay, so they ensure that the data is remaining accurate, it is complete and available to authorized users. Also, their work is to restore the data from the backup and on regular basis or whenever it is needed. Okay, so they will follow backup policy. They are not the one who is creating a backup policy. Who will be the one creating backup policy? If you see this, who will be the one who will create backup policy? or who will approve backup policy? Data owners and system owners. Okay, but these data custodian will be following the backup policy. So all the policies are followed by data custodian, and they will check whether the organization standards and policies for handling data as well as storing data and retention of the data is followed or not. So they will be following it. Okay. The last role here is the user. Any person who is accessing data to perform their work or daily task, like an employee, a contractor, or a partner who can access data and they use it as part of their job. Okay, they have no ownership or custodial of the responsibility. Okay, but they are the one who follow the acceptable policy, usage policy of the organization. So every organization has a acceptable usage policy. Like even if you are a user, you would be allowed to use phone in your org, right? Some organization don't even allow using phone. Okay, you sometimes you are allowed to take your own device, bring your own device. BYOD is one of the policy. But if you're bringing your own device, there should be some acceptable usage policy that you need to follow. Similarly, if you are using organizations' devices, again, there is an acceptable usage policy that they need to follow as a user. Okay. They have to attend regular security awareness sessions. So they will be given periodically security awareness training. Okay. Good practices like reporting phishing attempt, reporting any kind of suspicious behavior or potential breaches. So that kind of awareness will be given to user. Okay, they will again be given the good practices that needs to be followed, like using strong password, unique password, don't share the credentials, lock your screens when you are away from the computer, report if anything is lost by you or lost devices or lost USB drives or disk, something like that. Okay, but many times this user data role is considered as the weakest link in cybersecurity because of their negligent behavior sometimes, and sometimes they are susceptible to any kind of social engineering attacks. So people will just go, attacker can just go talk to the user, know basics about what's happening in your organization, how do you log in, those basic things, and sometimes they speak it out because of the negligent behavior. That's why it is known as weakest link. Okay, before going ahead, let's take up a knowledge check. So staff in an IT department who are delegated responsibility for a day-to-day task, what will be their data role? Will they be business owner, user, data processor, or custodian? Okay, so this is the answer. We talked about data custodian, remember? Okay. Data owners delegate the day-to-day task to the data custodian who is having data with them. So they are the one who ensure the integrity and security of data. Okay. So the answer will be custodian. They are the one who are delegated the role of handling data, not the user. Okay. How they are handling data? By managing and overseeing how the data is handled, stored, and protected. Data processor, they are those systems used to process the data. Business owners are typically project owners or who are the one who is delegating. Okay. And users are just going to be using the data and not the one who will handle what or hold what data will be used where. Okay. So the answer will be custodian in this case. Okay. So if you remember, we took an exercise. Okay. So we'll be completing that exercise. Now your next part is writing about justification and control and the responsible party. Okay. Okay. So let's discuss the solution. All right. Okay. So let's go through all of these one by one. First is this customer personal information, means customer PII. What will be the classification level? Highly classified or restricted. Okay. Why? Because it contains sensitive PII. What must be done? What should be the controls at place? First is It should be kept as or stored as encrypted. And even in transmission, it should be using TLS 1.2, 1.3 or more. Okay. There should be proper access control mechanisms at place and they should be audited. Okay, so all the controls must be at place because it is highly confidential. It is at the topmost classification level. Who is the responsible party when we talk about customer PII? It is going to be the data owner. Okay. And security team here means the team of the CISO, Chief Information Security Officer, CISO, and their team must be responsible for the security of customer PII. Okay. Next is internal HR policies. What is the classification level? Internal use only means it is not for public release, but not very highly sensitive also. Where it needs to be stored, it should be stored in internal systems with basic access control. Only those people who are in HR domain or who are the employee of that organization, they should be able to access it. Okay. Who is the responsible party in this case? HR department. Okay. Next is marketing brochures. We discussed marketing brochure is a public classification level because it is for marketing purpose. It is for public distribution. So there will be no confidentiality required. But who is the responsible party in this case? Marketing team. Okay. Next is proprietary trading software source code. Again, this is going to be under highly confidential and restricted access only. Okay, so the classification is the topmost again. Why? Because it is a critical intellectual property. It is an IP. Okay, so it requires strong access control and even version control. So source code or something like this, which is an IP, it has a version control mechanism or change management mechanism. This version control comes under change management. Okay. And again, encryption when it is stored. Who is the responsible party? CISO, their team, as well as development team. Okay. Or we can say data owner in this case again. Okay. For internal HR policies, we can say system owners also will be the responsible party. Sorry for that. Okay. Next is financial records to regulators. This will come under confidential. Means it contains non-public financial data, but it must be protected during transmission and storage. So encryption should be at place. Who is the responsible party? Finance department. So finance department or a CFO could be a data owner or there could be a system owner who will ensure the confidentiality of financial reports, how it is shared with regulators. Clear? So you need to have proper idea. Sometimes your organization's ways of classification may differ from other organizations' ways of classification. Okay. For example, a training organization may have different classification for the training data. Okay. While a product-based company may have same training data, may have different classification level. Okay. So this is just an example here in this case. Okay. So let's go to the next part. Next part is about retention policy. Okay. Now this is very critical component of information lifecycle management. It is key part of information lifecycle. Okay, this defines how long an organization must retain specific types of data and what actions will needs to take place once the retention period is over. Okay, and it is part of data governance. It supports both operational efficiency as well as regulatory compliance. So when we talk about data lifecycle, it starts with the acquisition or creation. Okay, then the next step is usage. All right, and then is retention. So this retention governs stage 3 and stage 4, ensuring that data is kept long enough to serve its purpose. This is very important point. It needs to be kept long enough to serve its purpose, but not so long that it becomes a liability or a cost burden. Okay, like CCTV data is stored for your organization. But should it be kept for years and years to come? No. Maybe as per compliance, it could be for 6 months, 3 months. Similarly, if a asset record is, let's say, asset in the terms of there are system server records are there, which your IT administrators will be keeping record of. Okay. Now, let's say this asset got decommissioned. Decommissioned means it is not used for more time. Okay. Then what should be the next process? To destruct or to the final stage, disposal of the asset if it is no longer in use. Why? To use the personal as well as data storage and cost for keeping that thing which is no longer in use. But till how much time? That is there in the policy. It's something which will be written in your organizational policy for retention. Okay. So what are the technical considerations here? First is retention period. Retention period will specify how long the data must be retained before it is eligible for disposal or archival. Okay. Now, retention period depends on business requirements, regulatory requirements, or contractual obligations. Okay. Next consideration would be storage location and format of the storage. So, the retention policy will also define where the data is going to be stored in the retention period. Means will it be stored in on-prem, or it will be stored in a cloud environment, or it will be stored in some offline archive. Okay, or it will be stored in some disk, like, which is a warm type of disk, means write once, read many times storage. Okay, so what type of storage will be used in the retention period, that also is there in the retention policy. So this ensures that the storage solution meets the security as well as compliance standards as per the data classification. Okay, now when the retention period ends, what is next step? If the retention period ends, the policy defines whether the data should be destroyed, means there should be secure deletion, degaussing method, or shredding, or it should be archived for some legal or historical reasons. Okay. Now, when you are deleting, you need to also ensure that there is no data remnants. What is data remnants? Data remnants means some part of data is left in the hard disk, even if we have overwritten or deleted from the hard disk or from where it was stored. Okay. So we need to ensure that there is no data remnants in that case. Okay. Now, example here, a company may want to keep data from its R&D division for a much longer period than it will keep the data from its customer service division. Okay. Now, this customer service division is also something that data is also recorded and it is kept for some time, but not forever. But something which is related to research and development, that may be kept for a longer period of time. Okay. And retention policies help you manage the cost. Also, we need to consider industry-wide compliance and regulation. So what are these compliance and regulation? So depending on the type of industry that your organization is working with, okay, there are different compliance. We'll be talking about these compliance in another domain, but let me give you just a gist. In healthcare, HIPAA is the mandate at many places. So they mandate retaining the patient records for a certain number of years, 3 years, 5 years. Okay. Same way, finance. So FINRA and SEC, these are compliance regulators for finance department. Again, they also tell you to ensure whatever there is a transactional or a communication data that should be stored for some period of time. Okay. And sometimes this retention policies is based on the laws of the country in which your organization is working. Not only that country, but whose data you are processing or whose data you are using or whose data you are data owners to. So those country laws are also important factor. Like for example, Europe has GDPR. GDPR says that they have right to forgotten. So you cannot store the data if their national is saying okay, right to forgotten. Okay, so retention policies must adhere to local, national, as well as international laws. Similarly, US is having a Sarbanes-Oxley Act, okay, that says that some of the business records are required to be kept for 7 years. Till 7 years, you have to keep their data. Okay, it is an act that they have that protects their people for business related records. Okay, now whenever you are doing retention, there is a cost associated with it. Okay, so what you need to do next is storage optimizing. So storage optimizing means use, if you're using backup, then what type of backup tape should be required. Okay, so if you remember from your engineering days about RAID, RAID, okay, what type of backup is required? Are we going to mirror it, or we are going to just store the parity of the bits? What type of storage we are going to do, so that we ensure that the cost is as minimal as possible, as well as the risk is as per the risk appetite of the organization. Okay, so when we say data retention policy, what considerations we need to keep? These are the three fundamental questions or considerations that we need to keep in mind. What data do we keep? Is it a customer data? Customer data means contact information, transaction history, service records, or is it a employee data? Employee data means HR data, payroll data, performance reviews, medical records of the employee. Okay, or is it something R&D related? Is it intellectual property, prototypes, source code? Okay, so what type of data we are keeping? Sometimes it could be financial data also, operational data, or legal data also. Okay, next is how long we keep this data. So if it is a customer service data, post interaction, it is kept up to 1 to 2 years. Okay, financial records as per compliance of SOX, 7 years is required. Medical records as per HIPAA, 6 to 10 years. Okay, employee data, duration of the employment plus some number of years, X number of years. Okay, so this is the next consideration. How long do we keep data? And then comes how we retain. Like, what are the ways by which we are retaining? What are the storage mechanism? Whether it is on-prem, like whether it is going to be tapes, disks, or whether it is a cold storage or a warm storage site, or you are going to archive it. Okay, when we talk about cloud, it could be public cloud, whether it is private cloud or a hybrid cloud that you will be using. Will you be using object storage like S3 buckets, AWS S3 buckets? Okay, so these three fundamental questions must be answered before we talk about retention policy. Also, security controls, integrity controls must be considered, because when we say how do we retain, so when we are saying cloud, so cloud providers meet compliance standards as per ISO 27001 or SOC 2. Okay, similarly there are data residency laws like GDPR, where data localization will be required. Okay, so they say that the data needs to be stored in their country only, not in other country. Okay, so these also needs to be kept. Okay, so let's go to the next part. So what is e-discovery? E-discovery is a process of producing for court or external attorney for any kind of legal proceeding. Means when an organization is involved in any kind of litigation on them, okay, the regulatory investigation will happen, or there could be any internal inquiries. They have to legally require to produce relevant digital information. Okay, this information is known as e-discovery, which is discovered by electronic means or discovered from electronically stored information. Okay, now there are different phases of e-discovery. First phase is identification. In this phase, the organization determine what data is potentially relevant for any kind of legal matter. Okay, for example, emails, logs, databases, that may be important. If there are employees involved, okay, employee related information will be important. That comes under identification phase. Storage location, where will the data be stored? Okay, that is also covered in the first step, that is identification step. So here in this first step, identification, organization try to understand data ownership and perform classification. The second step is preservation of this data. Preserve exactly so that it can ensure that it is not destroyed while complying with the order. Okay, like an organization may say there's a litigation on them. They may say, okay, we have lost our all logs. Okay, so that's not okay. In audit, they have to show that they are logging and the logs are uh, having proper hashing mechanisms. Hashed algorithms are used, like SHA-1, SHA-512. Those algorithms are used, which ensure integrity of the log. Okay. Also, they need to ensure that the metadata is not lost during the retention period. So this is the first step. Second step, preservation. Third step is collection. Collection is to show that the data is collected in a secured and documented manner. Okay. And this contains the chain of custody and data integrity. So if you would have applied for any job, right, you would see that there is a check mark that you have to select at the end, that I am giving this permission to store my data for that organization. Okay, you are sharing your information and that organization can store your data, and that should be documented. This process is documented. Okay, that you have ticked on that checkbox where it says that I am okay with so and so organization storing my personal information. Okay, so that comes in this collection phase. But when the litigation is happening, that time the collection will be different. Okay, that time the collection is basically about documenting how the data is collected for the litigation purpose, like forensic tools are used or not. We will be anyways covering this collection part in detail in another domain, which includes digital forensics. But this is what is the collection phase. Next phase is processing the collected data to reduce volume. Okay. So in any case, there is a lot of data that's collected by the officer who is handling that case. Many times the data is very, very huge in volume. Some of the information is irrelevant. So they can be processed so that we can remove deduplication. We can remove the duplication, and mechanisms like indexing can be used. Format normalization can be used. The next step is review of the data, that it is relevant, it is responsive, or it is privileged type of data. Isolate the data which may include any sensitive information or business information. Next phase is analysis of the data, analyzing for any correlations, using some visual analysis tools, using AI assisted tools. Next step is production of the final data to those who have requested it. And the last step is presenting the data to external auditors, audiences maybe, or in the court of law. Okay. So these are the steps included for e-discovery. Now, why it's important to understand e-discovery? So that we can have legal compliance, and they should be properly planned previously. So if there is a litigation, what are the steps that we will follow? Okay. So these are the steps that the org will follow for data compliance, for data protection and business integrity. Again, organizations need to identify, first of all, what data comes under PII or what comes under PHI, and then use proper mechanisms to ensure the security of the data. So what is PII? Which data will come under PII? Any information which is used for the purpose of identifying, locating, or contacting any specific individual. For example, email address, biometric data, name of the person, telephone number, fingerprints, SSN number, all that will be part of PII. It can include information like medical information, employment information, financial information, or educational record. Okay. So if you would have applied at any place for job, right? You share all this information, your medical records, your previous employment information, your financial records, your educational records. All these are part of PII. So the organization who is collecting the data are responsible to ensure the security of this data. Okay. And because it comes under Privacy Act, so they also have a disclaimer saying that we are storing it and we will ensure that it will be stored in a secured manner. Okay. And you are approving for it. So in some countries, they have right to forget. Okay. So if they have right to forget, means their data needs to be deleted from every place that it is stored. Okay. Sometimes this PII data will also include more than this, like driver's license, passport number, fingerprint, which comes under biometric data, facial scans. Okay. So I've given you one example that for employee or HR records, we need this. Sometimes it is needed for financial account details. So financial accounts can also be considered as PII. Educational transcript we have already talked about. So this all will come under PII. Now what is PHI? PHI is specifically related to individuals' health status, medical history, or healthcare services that they have used properly. Also include the payment information on those services. Okay. For example, prescriptions, you cannot go ahead, call the doctor of the person and know about their prescriptions, right? Because um, the hospital management has to ensure that it cannot be shared with any person. Okay. If you're a relative, then maybe you get to know about such information. What else can be included here in PHI? Health insurance number. So United States, they have health insurance compulsory for everyone. Okay. And their health insurance number, and that's why it is followed or it is regulated under HIPAA, that is Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. Okay, so PHI is very regulated under this act, and it mandates that the covered entities and the business associate must secure and manage health related data. It can be any data, not only health related information, but also billing or payment records tied to the health services that they are taking. Okay, that is the payment history of the patient. So that needs to be also protected. So now let's see some techniques how we can ensure the privacy. Okay. So now let's see some of the techniques for protecting data. The first one is pseudo-anonymization. Pseudo-anonymization is a data protection technique which is used to process or use a method known as pseudonymous to represent other data. Okay. This can be done to prevent the data from directly getting identified to an entity or a person. Now, for an example, a medical record held by hospital, okay, is about person ABC. So instead of including the personal information, it should refer to the person with the patient number, like patient 123. Okay, in the medical record. The hospital will still need the personal information, and that could be put up in another database, which will be linking to the patient's pseudo-anonymous value. Okay. For example, you can see here, the information name is Peter. This is the first name. This is the PII. Annabelle, Mark, Elizabeth. Okay. Then there is Mark, again Annabelle. So these records are kept. Now, are you seeing this is the pseudo-anonymized tokens here? For Peter, this is the token that's used. Okay? This is exactly not encryption. Don't confuse this with encryption. But we are using any anonymous token or a number, a file number to keep the record. So this PII will be stored in another record. Okay? Yeah, the unique key will be this one. And it will depend on maybe they are using some IDs that are generated, token numbers that they are generated. Unique key can depend on what database they are using. But yes, this will be pseudonymized to this. So if you see here, when mark is coming again here in another record, it's the same pseudo-anonymized token. So a real name is replaced with the pseudonym. The pseudonym can be a code or a unique or a random ID. This can be linked with the actual identity and stored in separate database. This will basically reduce the risk of exposing personal data if there is a breach. So you would have seen in hospital, they have a file number, okay, instead of patient name everywhere, okay, or case number. That's the way how pseudo anonymization is done. And when the linking needs to be done, a proper authorization will be required when you want to get the information about that patient number 123. Okay? So this is pseudo anonymization. Now, next technique is known as anonymization. This is used to again transform personal or identifiable data in such a way that the individual can no longer be identified directly or indirectly. So if this is done, it cannot be transformed back to the original person data, even if you are combining it with other sources. Okay. So when I say anonymization, it is irreversible, unlike pseudo-anonymization. Pseudo-anonymization, you can go from A to B and again B to A. But here in this case, when it is, you can anonymize this, but from this anonymized value, you cannot go back to previous information. So it is a one way. Okay. Once the data is anonymized, it will no longer be considered as PII. And typically it will exempt from privacy regulations such as GDPR or HIPAA. So we can say that here it is irreversible, means there is no method or key to restore the original identity. They are non-linkable, so it cannot link back to the individual, even if it is matched with other database like in pseudo-anonymization. So this anonymized data here cannot reveal the subject's identity, behavior, or characteristics. For example, if some PII is collected as part of the survey, uh, for survey like any survey, where the data set is having some information like name, contact, but there is another data set which stores average age, regional distribution, general satisfaction score. Okay. So they cannot be clubbed together. Resulting to this, the data cannot be traced back to the individual respondent. Okay. Let me give you a very, very easy example. Now you are asked to rate this session. Okay. So what will be pseudo anonymization? This is the easiest example that I can give. You are asked to rate this session. Okay, in the score of 1 to 10. Pseudo anonymization will have a database where your first name or maybe whatever student number or learner number that you have is linked with what you have given as the rating 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. But anonymization says that instead of getting or having any link between your PII and the anonymized data, here, there will be only count, or I will only be able to see the percentage. Like 70% of the people have rated the class to be 8. There will be no mechanism for me to know who has rated what. Clear? This is anonymization. It is one way. So it is irreversible, but pseudo-anonymization is reversible mechanism. Okay? Now, this anonymization ensures that the privacy is preserved for the participants who are participating in the survey. Okay. But organization can still derive the value from the survey. Like they will be able to perform reporting or they will be able to do the analytics from the survey. And still the data is compliant for public release or internal use. And there will be no privacy safeguard in this case when we have done anonymization. Okay. So when pseudo-anonymization will be done, when we want privacy enhanced controls like in GDPR, pseudo-anonymization. Anonymization will be done when you want full identity to be protected at all. Okay, like in case of some surveys. So anonymization, again, if we have to compare, is for public data sets to get statistical reporting. But pseudo-anonymization is for data analytics, research, medical records. Clear? So there's a learning check on this. Which of the following distinguishes anonymization from pseudo-anonymization or tokenization? The correct answer is C. Anonymization is irreversible and cannot be tracked or traced back to the individual. So now let's look at how we can handle the data. So for data handling, we use various mechanisms starting from labeling to marking. Okay. Based on the type of classification, we will label. Labeling can be thought of as a process of assigning and displaying a classification level on the information or the media or assets based on the sensitivity and confidentiality. The purpose is to inform users of the required handling, storage, and access control. And this ensures that everybody who is interacting with that data knows the type of sensitivity level. Like a top secret label will inform the information is about the utmost sensitivity. So if you are cleared to access any top secret, then only you should be opening that file. Okay. Because it is clearly communicating that the data requires maximum protection and strict access control. So as a best practice, apply labels not only to classified information, but also to unclassified information or media. This will also tell you that this information is not yet classified. Okay. The next method is marking. Marking is a physical or digital application of the classification level. Physical marking can be applied to hard copy of the documents, storage devices, backup tapes. Okay. For example, a folder with a red secret sticker or a USB labeled as confidential, right? For example, a PDF with classified or internal use only will be displayed in the header or a watermark will appear when you are printing it. When we are doing digital marking, there are two types of marking we talked about, physical marking and digital marking. Digital marking will also include embedded information like metadata. So when should we do which marking? Okay. So digital files can be marked with digital marking. It makes it easy to copy and forward. This will reduce the risk of unintentional leaks. Second is physical marking can help you secure through the transportation, storage, and destruction of media. And if we talk about what are the benefits of proper marking and labeling, it supports access control enforcement. So users and systems can be restricted based on classification. Sometimes systems like DLPs, data loss prevention tools, are used to detect and act on classified content. Okay. So if it is classified as confidential and it is shared in your network, then the DLP system may flag it. Okay. Or maybe not allow you to upload it or share it. Okay. This will help in incidents response, any forensics. It will also ensure the compliance with regulatory and contractual obligations like government or defense standards. So if we look at both, labeling means it identifies classification level, like top secret, internal use only, or public. Marking is showing the label on the physical or digital asset, like printed labels, documented headers, watermarks. Okay. And the next part is data disposal. But before that, we will take knowledge check. What technique could you use to mark your trade secret information in case it was released or stolen and you need to identify it? If a trade secret is a trade secret, first thing, we shouldn't have kept that open where anybody can access it. So watermarking will not do the work. Metadata, looking at metadata, we will come to know some other information about the data. But first of all, if it is stolen, then first thing you will identify about symmetric encryption. But here, read the full question correctly. Okay. When we say watermark, it could be a digital watermark, okay, which will indicate the ownership. So you want to know that it was your data, okay, and that comes under digital rights management system, which will identify that the data should be protected, like a copyright act is there, okay. Watermark can be removed, but some of the watermark can't be removed if you have added them. But still, if you have put a watermark and you have shared it publicly, and you come to know that some people are using it and even sharing their information, then you can file case against them because this will indicate the ownership of the data. So if the encryption is removed, still watermark is the one which is used to identify that it was your data.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee and EC Council. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, cloud security, and much more from the top IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cybersecurity.
So this is the next phase of the data lifecycle or information lifecycle, that is data disposal. So data disposal is the last and former act as a most ignored phase of information lifecycle. Many times it gets overlooked upon, but when it is critical security control, when we are dealing with sensitive or classified information, if this stage is not handled properly, there could be some residual data which can lead to data breaches or regulatory violations or unauthorized data recovery. You don't want that. So how do you ensure that? First of all, let's understand what is the meaning of data residual or data remnants. Data remnants means the data which is still on the media as a residual magnetic flux. Even if you have deleted, it's still there. Some part of the data is still there. It is a recoverable data. Okay. So when you are using system tools to delete data, like you are simply deleting the data, or you're using some other mechanisms to even format the data, it will leave much of the data remaining on the media, and that can be recovered from some tools. There could be softwares which are allowed or which are used to recover the data, but there are also hardware based mechanisms which can be used to retrieve the data. Every organization should have a strong data disposable property policy, and they need to define in that policy when data should be disposed, means the end of retention period, user departure, like an employee has left the organization, project has been completed. Afterwards, what to do with the data? What policy says? Okay, that should be defined in the policy. The specification of how the data will be destroyed based on data classification level, that is there in the policy. Now, when we talk about the methods for data disposal, these are all the data disposal methods. But before going to methods, let's understand some classification. Let's understand this methods by classification. Okay. So if it is a public data, simple deletion will be what? Like it is okay if you simply delete it. Okay. What is deleting or what is erasing? Simply performing a delete operation against the file or a set of files or the entire media, like formatting the whole media. In most cases, the deletion or removal process removes only the directory or catalog linked to the data. Okay, the actual data is yet on the drive. Next method is clearing. Clearing can be done with the help of overwriting. It is a process of preparing media for reuse. So if, say, you want to reuse the media, okay, you can use this method clearing. This ensures that the clear data cannot be recovered using traditional recovery tools. The software cannot recover what was there, even if they want to, because the data is overwritten by some other data. Okay, the media is cleared and unclassified data is written all over addressable locations on the media. So if the data classification is of the level of internal usage only, overwriting or clearing is a better way to handle that data or that media. Okay. Next is degaussing. What is degaussing? It is a method, or degaussers are there, which create strong magnetic field that will erase data on the medium. And this method is known as degaussing, mostly used to remove data from magnetic tapes so that the magnetic tape can be used again. So it acts as a fresh new magnetic tape. So the goal is to return the tape to its original state. So if your data is, say, of the data classification level confidential, okay, That time, secure wiping or degaussing, multiple overriding can be used. Next method is encryption. Encryption means the data stored on the medium is encrypted using a strong key, and to render the data is unrecoverable, the system simply needs to securely delete the encryption key. So encryption key once deleted, nobody can decrypt the data because they are not having that encrypted key or the encryption key. This is very fast mechanism than actually deleting the encrypted data. Also, when we want to recover the data, it typically is impossible or infeasible computationally. So whenever it is a highly confidential type of data classification level. So cryptographic erasure, that is using encryption, is used many times. Many times physical destruction is done or degaussing mechanisms are used for highly confidential data. The next method is known as purging. Basically, it is a very intense form of clearing which will prepare the media for reuse in less secure environment. Means this process will repeat the clearing process multiple times, and it may combine it with another methods like degaussing to completely remove the data. So it is more intense form of clearing the data. Next method is sanitization. Again, this includes combination of processes which will remove the data from the system or media. It will ensure that the data cannot be recovered by any means. When a computer is disposed of, sanitization will include that all the non-volatile memory has been removed or destroyed. And the next is destruction. So whenever the data or the media is in the final stage of life cycle, this is the best method, destruction. Okay. So whenever you are doing the destruction, it is important to ensure that the media cannot be reused or repaired, or no form of extraction can be done from the destroyed media. So there are various mechanisms for doing that, like shredding, incineration, destruction as per the regulatory standards is done. And it depends on the type of media that is used. Is it a hard drive or a paper or any other method? So whenever it is a top secret or type of classification or regulated type of classification, destruction is the best method for actually destroying the data. Means it will have no chance of any kind of retrieval of the data. There will be no remnants. Okay? This is a learning check. Let's take up that. Megan wants to prepare media to allow for its reuse in an environment operating at the same sensitivity level. Which of the following is the best option to meet her needs? So it was public, then she wants to use it again for public. If it was internal use only, she wants to use it for internal use only for the same sensitivity level. Like same people may have now same access control mechanisms for the data. What will be the answer here? The answer is going to be A. Okay, A clearly describes preparing media for reuse. So when media is cleared, unclassified data is written all over to the addressable locations on the media. And once that is complete, the media can be reused. Erasing is deletion of files, but it may not include that all of the data on the device or the media is actually removed. Okay. But if we say purging, it is very intensive form of clearing for reuse in lower security areas. And sanitization is a series of process that removes the data. So the best answer to this question is clearing. Okay. So I have some questions regarding data disposal. Now, suppose you have a data disposal policy to prepare. Okay. You are someone who is appointed the task of creating a data disposal policy in your organization. What this policy will do? This here you will define the roles and procedures for secure disposal of data and media to protect your organization's information and comply with all legal regulatory requirements. Now, the scope of this policy that you are creating is going to be applied to all the employees, contractors, third party handling company, third parties who are handling your company data, on all the storage, including media, paper, hard drives, tapes, USB devices, mobile devices, or cloud storage. Now, who will be the responsible people in this case? First, responsible people will be data owners. They are the one who will dispose, or they will approve basically the disposal of data under their control. They are not the one who are going to dispose, but they will be the one who will approve the disposal of data. And what will be the responsibility of a security team member or IT team member? They will see that the data is securely sanitized and then it is destructed. Okay. Now, what will be the responsibility of all the other employees who are not data owners or system owners or the part of security or IT team? What will be their part in this case? If you are just a data user or maybe a processor of data, then what will be your part? You're designing a policy, and in that policy, you're writing all of these down, right? You're writing the responsibilities. You'll be writing classification-based disposal methods. So my question is, we talked about data owners. Data owners will be the one who will approve disposal of data. The IT or the security team will be the one who will perform secure sanitization and destruction. So what will be the task of the data users or data processors? Specifically, I want to know for other employees who are just data users, what is their task? What they should do? Okay. So user, they don't need to inform about this, but they may need to report when the devices or the media are ready for disposal. So yes, they are the one who are telling that, okay, now this device or this media can no longer be used. It is ready for disposal. Or if there is a theft, that they are the one who will be informing the organization that there is a theft, or maybe after theft, they are again getting the data. Okay. Yes, they will be the one who will follow the policy, whatever is written in the policy. Okay. Now let's discuss upon classification based disposal methods. So let's say if the classification level is public, what will be the disposal method? We talked about these disposal methods: erasing, clearing, degaussing, encryption, and purging, as well as sanitization and destruction. So for a public classification level, how are you going to dispose the media? Clearing or simply erasing or deleting will do the job, right? Just erasing will do the job, erasing or deleting. All right. Now, when I say the classification level is internal, what will be the method that will be used for disposal? Internal usage only. We can say clearing. That is, we will be overwriting with approved wiping software. Okay. And that way we can reuse the media. So now for classification, public and internal, we have already discussed. Next is for the classification level confidential. What are we supposed to do? If it is confidential, then what will be the answer? The answer is on this screen. Yes, you can encrypt. Degaussing would be a better option. Okay. Or maybe a physical destruction. Now for highly confidential type of data, what will be the methods that should be used for a highly confidential classification level? What will be used? Encrypt can definitely be used here in this case, but the steps will be sanitization and then followed by physical destruction. Now, this physical destruction can include shredding, crushing it. Okay, if it is a hard drive, they can be crushed, or incineration. Okay, makes sense? So in the policy, you will write these methods for based on the classification level. Incineration means the material will be burned at very high temperature, okay, so that they become ashes. That's the last step of destruction. Okay, that will be used for highly confidential classification level. Now, how will you ensure that there is no data remnants? Data remnants means even after deleting, there is some data left. Okay. So whenever you are simply performing deletion or you will be just formatting the drives, it is not sufficient for sensitive type of data. When you are actually deleting something from a, let's say, a pen drive, okay, just the fact table removes the entry of the data, but the zeros and ones which are there on the drive, they won't get deleted. That's the way how you are recovering using a recovery software. Okay. So that data which is there, but it cannot be directly accessed because the table which has the entry of the data, maybe the table is deleted when we do the formatting, or when we are deleting, the entry is deleted. Okay. So because of that, you are not able to, your software operating system is not able to fetch that information. But if you are using a recovery tool, recovery software, it will get that information for you. Sometimes some of the information may be lost. So when you're doing simple deletion or formatting, it is not sufficient for sensitive kind of data. Okay. So what you need to do, you need to use some approved tools and methods to ensure that the data cannot be recovered. Okay. Now, when we are doing data disposal, so what can be the methods based on the type of media that also we will write in this policy. Okay. So now tell me, for paper, which method will you use for destruction or disposal, shredding or pulping? Okay. Both methods can be used and the paper can be reused afterwards. Okay. Another type of paper can be created out of it. Okay. Now, if the media is a hard drive or an SSD, what is the type of disposal method that we will use? We will be using degaussing. Okay. Now, for mobile device, what will be the way of destructing or disposing the data? Many of you would have sold your old mobile device, right? How do you ensure that the data is wiped out? The deletion won't work. Okay. So how you ensure that the data is wiped out before somebody else is using it? The formatting, but in terms of mobile, it is known as factory reset. Okay. But along with factory reset, there will be still data remnants on that phone. So you will use some ways of wiping the information. And if the information which is stored on that media is of higher classification level, it will be better to destroy the mobile phone. Okay. To ensure that there is no data remnants. If there is some very confidential or data, maybe just confidential or highly confidential, but still you will ensure that it is destroyed. Okay. Now, what will you do in case of cloud data? If you are storing information on say any cloud, it could be Google Cloud, it could be Azure, it could be AWS. What mechanism will you use to ensure data disposal on that? So in case of cloud data, you will ensure that the cloud provider deletes the data securely using all the ways as per the SLA. So whenever you are using any cloud provider for storing your information, okay, so everything is written in service level agreements, SLAs, okay, and SLAs need to be followed even for data disposal. Okay. So in your policy, that also needs to be defined, that what ways they are going to use and what all data they are going to delete in the SLA itself. Okay. So this policy is already ready for you. Okay. So these are the methods of data disposal. We tried and put it in form of a data disposal policy. So you may be tasked with such work. Okay. So now let's come to the next topic, that is data security controls. Now, how we protect our information, it depends on the state of information and sensitivity. Now, what is this state? Why are we talking about state? Because data is not static. It is not just at one place. It exists in three different states. Okay. And each of these state present unique risk. And because of the risk that they are bringing along, because of the state of the data, there will be different security controls that we have to choose depending not only on the value of data, but also whether it is at rest or it is in motion or it is data in use. Okay. So our security controls for data will depend on these states. Okay. Let's start with data at rest. So this is where data is stored on devices like hard drives, SSDs, DVDs, or magnetic tapes, okay, even USB drives. So you may think that it is safe, but this is the data which is vulnerable data. In this state, data is very vulnerable, not only to threat actors who are attempting to reach it over any kind of systems or network, but also to anybody who is having any physical access to the device. Okay. So there could be some insiders who, if have physical access to the device, because of that, the data in at rest is more vulnerable. Okay. Now, at this case, the best option is going to be encryption. How will you ensure that the data is protected when data is at rest? Using encryption. Um, Now, every major operating system provides ways to encrypt the files or even entire volumes in a way that it is very transparent to the user who is using that operating system. Okay. So some of these ways are BitLocker in Windows operating system, file vaults can be used in Mac operating system, and DMCrypt is used in Linux operating system. So what will the encryption ensure? It will ensure that even if the data is stolen, they cannot read the data if they are not having the encryption key. They cannot decrypt unless they have the key, the secret key, if it is using a private key encryption. Okay. So this is about data at rest. Now let's look at data in motion. So when data is going to be in motion, when the data is traveling across a network, it can be traveling between a client and a server, or it could be between two systems or two devices, or between the cloud providers or cloud platforms. Okay, like email, file servers, web traffic. When the data is in motion, it is thought of as the riskiest time for our data. Okay, because the data is moving between nodes, and sometimes you don't have any power on those nodes. Okay, it could be when the data leaves from your machine, it goes to local network, then it goes through a physical channel. Okay, and then it goes to internet. Okay, and we know that we can't control what happens on internet. So how do we ensure that the data is protected? So what we will do in this case, we will use network encryption protocols. Hashing will ensure integrity, but how do we ensure confidentiality in this case? So for confidentiality, we will use encryption protocols. Okay, we will use transport layer security. Yes. Even application layer security. At application layer, we will use HTTPS. At transport layer, we will use TLS or SSL. Okay. Specifically, TLS will be used in your HTTPS website. In that, what happens in TLS? A tunnel is created between the nodes. Okay. Now, what is this tunnel? Basically, we are encrypting the data packets. Okay. Secondly, we can use IPsec protocol. We will be discussing about TLS and IPsec in detail when we are maybe in domain 4. It is about communication and network. We will discuss it there. IPsec is specifically used for secured IP communication. Okay. You can also use virtual private networks, which will again create secure tunnels between the devices. So this will ensure that the data remains private and intact during the transmission. Okay. The next is data in use. This is where the data is being processed, like in memory, like RAM, which is a volatile memory, in memory cache, in CPU registers. Okay. Now, because the data is going to be in plain text during this phase, it is very vulnerable to attacks. Now, it is vulnerable to attacks like buffer overflow attack, memory leak attack, and even side channel attacks like meltdown. Many times there are attacks like cloud cartography in cloud infrastructure. Okay, again, that is a type of side channel attack. So here, can we do encryption? Will doing encryption work here? Because we are already using the data. Can encryption be the answer for security control when data is in use? I just want an answer in yes or no. No. Yes, exactly. The answer is no. Then what should we do? So here, encryption is not practical. What will be the best defense method? Writing secure software. Okay. The best protection would be to use secure software development practices. Use safe programming practices. Yes, multi-factor authentication will help. But when we talk about how to access that data, in that we can say validation can be used. Okay. Managing the memory correctly. When we are writing the code itself, we need to manage the memory correctly so that there won't be any memory leaks. Okay. Or we can use memory safe languages like Rust. Okay. Rust programming language is more secured because it is secured from memory leaks. There is no memory related issues in Rust. Okay. Again, we will be discussing about data in use security methods in the domain. I think 7th is the domain when we will discuss about secure software development practices. Okay. So now let's take some questions here. Angela is an information security architect at a bank and has been assigned to ensure that transactions are secure as they traverse the network. So she recommends that all transactions use TLS. What threat is most likely attempting to stop? She's trying to attempt to stop. And what method is she most likely using to protect against it? So first, you need to tell me what is the attack, and second, what method she will use. So let's see the answer, and the answer is C. So whenever the data is in transmission, okay, specifically to protect traffic like banking transactions from sniffing, encryption is going to be used. Okay. If we talk about the second option, in that packet injection and man in the middle attacks are possible, but they are less likely to occur if a VPN is already used. Okay. Okay. This STEM test is a specification for technique used to prevent spying using electromagnetic emission. It won't be used to stop attacks at a normal bank. So the answer is C in this case. See, now do you see that in CISSP, you get a question where you find that all the answers are making sense. Okay, but what matches to the exact question here will be very subjective sometimes, depending on what example they have taken. Okay, and this will come to you once you start preparing not only the basis, but also go through many questions. Okay, so if you are doing that, if you remember, I said that for each and every domain, I had practiced around 700 to 1000 questions. Okay, and then I was able to appear for the exam and pass it in my first attempt. Because when and at start, I was if there are and then there were 100 questions, I was only getting 40 or 50% correct, but that was not sufficient. We have to get 70% correct, right? We require 700 out of 1000. So that's why I've added as many questions, as many knowledge checks as possible. And many times these knowledge checks are a little difficult on the side. I've taken this question from third edition CISSP book. So you can start preparing from that book. There are around, for every topic, there are around 20 to 30 questions, which you can refer to along with the topic details. Okay. All right. So now let's come to the next topic, that is security baselining. So baselining is said to be something which can provide starting point and ensure the minimum security standard. Okay. It means it is a set of minimum standardized security configuration and controls which can act as the starting point for you to secure systems, applications, operating systems. Okay. Now, what does this baseline do? They will ensure that at least you have minimum consistency across the systems. You are meeting all the compliance requirements. This baselining can serve as a reference for auditing and monitoring, and you can customize based on your specific business requirements. Now, there are different ways of doing this. First is imaging. Imaging is a practical method to implement baseline. It can be used as to configure a single system with desired settings, capture its image, and then deploy the image to other systems. Okay. And now, once you have done the deployment to other systems in the secured state, you can next perform auditing process to periodically check the systems to ensure that they remain in secured state. Okay. Now, let me give an example here. What you can do for all those new joinees in your organization, or maybe if you're starting a new organization, you will configure one Windows 11 laptop. You are saying that you are going to give Windows 11 laptop to all the employees. Okay. So you will configure it with basic security mechanisms like BitLocker encryption enabled, Windows firewall activated, auto updates configured, only approved software installation can be done on that. Admin account is secured. So all these settings you are doing on that one Windows 11 machine. Once the setup is complete, you capture this configuration as a system image, okay? And then the same image will be used to deploy all the company laptops. So this will ensure that there is a uniform security setting. Later on, you can use auditing tools like Microsoft Defender or for endpoints, or you can also use Qualys to periodically scan the machines and ensure that they remain compliant with the baseline. Okay, Qualys is another type of endpoint or a DLP type of system. They have many other systems as well. The next method is scoping. So in scoping, what we do is we review the baseline controls and apply only what is relevant to the system or the environment. So this can include security controls like database encryption, multi-factor authentication. Okay. Now for some examples like cloud-based application, physical controls may not apply. But during scoping, the team who is performing this activity will exclude those irrelevant controls and focus on cloud relevant like identity management, virtual network security, and logging. So in a cloud-based application, physical controls will not be used. Okay, that's how the scope will be decided. Okay, next is tailoring. So in tailoring, we modify the baseline to suit our organization's requirement based on the risk appetite of the organization and regulatory requirements of the organization. Because some organization may be compliant to PCI DSS, some may be the one who are getting compliant to HIPAA. There could be another who have to comply to GDPR. So it depends, right? The regulatory requirements of the organization depends. Also, the risk acceptance of every organization is different. Risk tolerance is different. So in this tailoring, we modify the baseline, okay, because baseline is the one which provides a starting point. So we will modify the list of security controls within the baseline so that they align with the mission of the organization. Okay. To give an example to this, let me say that a healthcare company which is working with patient data, okay, and you have started with a baseline of NIST. So how will you tailor the security controls? By adding HIPAA specific controls. Okay, HIPAA is for healthcare data. By adding more auditing or logging, sometimes data retention, increasing password complexity beyond the original baseline. So for your Google accounts, what is the baseline to create a Gmail account? What is the baseline of the password? Minimum settings for creating your password is you can write alphanumeric values, caps, numbers, special characters. All special characters can be included. Yes. So this is baseline. Okay. Minimum 8 characters should be there or minimum 12 characters. But depending on the type of industry, you may find that the password settings are different. Okay. For our organization where I'm currently working, they have to set up minimum 14 characters of password. It can be alphanumeric. Some of the special characters are allowed, but not all. Okay. And we have to update the password every 3 months. Okay. So what has been done is there has been tailoring done to the list of security controls within the baseline itself, because the organization that I'm working in is a security organization. All right. Baseline is a standard minimum set of controls. The organization mostly use security image to do that, and it's same for everyone. Scoping, we select only relevant controls. For tailoring, we customize controls to match our specific requirements. Okay. Now next is data loss prevention. Data loss prevention basically consists of all the actions that an organization will take to prevent any unauthorized external parties from gaining access to sensitive data. There are softwares for data loss prevention, but the challenge of data loss prevention is that you need to have a holistic view of the organization. Okay. And it must include all the people, all the processes, all information, and then we can implement data loss prevention. Now, DLP technology is available with many vendors. Some vendors will be used in your organization also for DLP, but the features will include sensitive data awareness. So, as a user, you need to know what data comes under sensitive and how to ensure its security. So, if some data is sensitive data, you will encrypt it with one of the ways available on your operating system. Okay. And then it follows a policy engine. So for a DLP, there is a policy that is written organization wide. And based on the policy, it will find and say that this data cannot be shared. Okay. This document cannot be shared. Also, accuracy is very important feature, because many times the data may not be sensitive, but because of this, some keywords which may be there on that doc or on that presentation or on that Excel sheet, which is flagging the policy engine. Okay. So this is something about DLP. Now let's see some DLP types. There are network DLPs which are applied for data in motion. Normally, they are implemented as dedicated appliances at the perimeter. It will not protect the data on device, okay, which are not part of your network, but it is very costly at many times. And sometimes it may choke the network points, because it will check each and every traffic which is going through the network. Another DLPs are endpoint DLPs. They are used for data in use and data in rest. For that, daemon or an agent is installed on the end system. Sometimes they're very complex. And depending on the type of DLP that you have taken, they may have agent management, or you have to manage it as an administrator. Okay. But endpoint DLPs, they won't know anything about data in motion. They won't be able to detect for any protection, any violations that is happening in the data in motion. Then there are advanced hybrid DLPs, which deploy both endpoint DLP and network DLP, but they're very costly, and they have many complex approach. Also, it is important that you write the set of controls, and to write the set of controls, it's very difficult, because you have to think about all the people, all the processes that is happening in your organization, and what all information is stored. Okay. This was about DLP systems. Now let's take up some questions. As I said, just going through the theory may not help you with CISSP exam. If you are appearing for exam, it's not compulsory that you take exam. It is very costly exam as such. If you are at the start of your career, you may not go with this exam, but go for other exams. That's my recommendation, which are easier, which are more on the practical part. Okay. Now this CISSP is something which you can know about through this modules that we'll be covering. You will know about each and everything about what is covered in CISSP. We will also be taking up some MCQs. If you want to appear, then look at as it an investment. DLP, again, this exam is many times a theoretical exam. And if you have an experience of somewhere few years, minimum 5 years is recommended. But even if you don't have experience and you give CISSP and you pass, you will get an associate certificate. You require 2 years of experience for that, but 5 years for becoming actually CISSP professional. Okay, let's take up some knowledge check now. What term best describes data that is resident in system memory, which is stored in system memory, right? Data can be at rest when it is on drive or other storage mediums. Okay, when we are saying system memory, so it can be RAM. Okay, let's take up another question. I've added some question from all the parts of our domain 2. We have completed domain 2. Which of the following is an example of physical control? C is the correct answer. Security guard is an example of physical control. Okay. Let's take another question. Which method is more secure for disposing of highly sensitive data? Out of the list, the correct answer is C. Let's take another question. Which of the following best describes PII? I have added some questions. C is the correct answer. Personally identifiable information. What will PII include? It will include names, SSN number, address that can identify an individual. It is critical in privacy and compliance laws like GDPR. Okay. Let's take up next question. Who is primarily responsible for determining the classification level of data? Data owner. Data owner is always the topmost person. Okay, like a CTO, CIO, CISO level person, CEO even. They are the one who are responsible for determining the classification level of data. They won't be actually doing it, but they will be looking at it. Okay, is it done correctly or not? And they would be the one who will also pass all the finances, and they are utmost responsible for the data security. Okay, let's take up another question. Which classification level is typically the highest in government data? Yes. So I think now all of these questions are CISSP asked questions, previous questions. Okay. The correct answer is C, top secret. So this module 1, forms the backbone of information security. And if you understand it well, it will help you to look at other domains as well. Now, what does it cover? We are going to cover CIA triad. I know that most of you will be aware of CIA triad, but we will be discussing a lot of details of CIA, principles of CIA. CIA means confidentiality, integrity, and availability. That is considered as primary goals of security. Followed by that, we will be discussing about security controls, security frameworks. We will be discussing about governance and compliance. We will also discuss about security policies, standards, procedures. We will discuss how threat modeling is done, how risk management is performed. Risk management is part of GRC, that is governance, risk and compliance, GRC. So we will look at governance, we will also look at risk, we will also be looking at the compliance part. Okay. Ethics is something we already covered when we started the session. We started with the ethics which you should follow as a CISSP professional. We will also be discussing about some basics of business continuity and planning and intellectual property. So as a CISSP professional, ISC Square has given 4 code of ethics that every professional needs to follow. And if a CISSP intentionally or knowingly violates the code of ethics, they may be subject to peer review, which will decide whether the certification will be revoked. Okay. I mean, if you're working in any organization, you follow their rules. Okay. You follow the code of ethics as an employee. Same way, you have to follow the code of ethics if you are a CISSP certified professional. And it has 2 preamble. We didn't discuss about the preambles. Okay. So the first preamble, not 2 preamble, basically it is the preamble says that the safety and welfare of society and the common good duty to our principles and to each other requires that we adhere and be seen to adhere to the highest ethical standards of behavior. This is what we will follow, and we will also ensure that other CISSP professionals or the professionals in cybersecurity domain follow the principles and you behave at highest ethical standards and put it in your behavior. Therefore, you have to strictly adhere to the code. That is the condition of getting the certification. That's also written when you get the certification. Once you have passed the exam, then you have to say that, yes, I will follow this code of ethics. Okay, these were the 4 code of ethics. Now we can call them code of ethics canons. We have discussed about them. I'll not be elaborating them again in detail, but let me just go through all of them. First is protect society, the common good, necessary public trust and confidence, and the infrastructure. Second canon says act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibly, and legally. Canon number 3 says provide diligent and competent services to principals. And canon 4 says advance and protect the profession. And I guarantee at least one question you will get from code of ethics. So you need to keep it by heart. Sometimes the question is not exactly, not something which you have to remember, like when you're doing by heart, but something where you need to answer some question like what happens if somebody doesn't follow the code of ethics? Okay, what you should do. You are seeing, overlooking at a person who is not following code of ethics. What you will do? You will inform the responsible parties. Okay, that so and so person is not following code of ethics. All right. So this is about code of ethics. We have discussed that in detail. Let's move. So first of all, let's understand that some organizations, some years back, like 5 years, 10 years back, if you see, organizations were not following all the norms of security. They were considering security as an overhead. Why? It has been considered as an overhead for many organizations because company just want to go ahead and do business. Okay, everybody in the organization want to have an open internet access. What they want to do, they can do in the time of their employee hours. Okay, and many times companies, even management people think that our organization has never had a breach. So why take the overhead of security? Why spend lot of money on installing firewalls, proxies, antivirus systems, web application firewalls? Why to invest money on these? Is it a well spent? Okay. Even there were many memes that you will see that people say that if there is no breach, why am I following security practices? That's exactly why you are following security practices. Because of that, there are no breaches. Okay. And many times people think that their IT is the one who will be taking care of the company security, but that's not the case. The truth is that the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Okay. Just because you haven't seen an attack doesn't mean that your organization is not getting attacked or not being attacked. Okay, if you look at some of the repos, like have I been pawned, you will go there, you will put your email ID or put your phone number, and you will find that, oh, my email ID, my password is out there. The information is out there. Many times your password is also there. Okay, sometimes PII is also shared on dark web. And credit card information, there have been breaches on some websites where people have stored their credit card information or other account related information, their financial information. And because of that breach, their information is sold at less cost, like $1 per account details on dark web. Okay. And as and when we are implementing new security mechanisms, there are new methods that attackers are finding to perform breaches. Okay. And when we say security is simple, it is not simple anymore. In today's threat landscape, cyber attacks are more automated, they are more scalable, they are very constant type of cyber attacks. You don't need to be a bank to be targeted. Okay, people are not targeting bank. They may target 100 accounts, other are targeting bank. Okay, even small businesses which are holding valuable data, they are targeted. And if attack happens, in a case attack happens, and a single breach of data happens, it can cost a lot of money. Okay, as an organization, it can cause loss of reputation, loss of customer trust, the ability to operate for many businesses because they are not able to access the data many times, or the breach causes loss of availability. Okay. And as a study says that 60% of small businesses close within 6 months after there was a major breach on them. Okay. So if organization think that IT is going to do the job for them, still they will not be the one who is going to manage security. It is the business wide responsibility, not just an IT problem. It is the responsibility of the C-level executives in the organization. And many organizations even don't have C-level executives like CTO, CIO, CISO because they may not be dealing with data a lot. But you would have seen there are more penetration testers who have come up now. Okay, what these penetration testers do, they work as consultant to organization. They test some basic checks on their organization and submit a report. Okay, based on that report, they also help the organization do the hardening. This is very prevalent from last 2, 3, 5 years, we can say. Okay, but before that, people were not looking at security, and that's why the requirement of security professionals is also increased in the due time. That's why I'm seeing many people are attending CISSP session. Why? Because there is a requirement of cybersecurity professional, and there's a requirement of who can understand all the layers of security. Okay, so we start with CIA. CIA, as I said, is primary goal in the cybersecurity domain. C stands for confidentiality. It ensures that the necessary level of secrecy is enforced at each junction of data. Okay, means it ensures that the sensitive data is only accessible to those who are authorized to see the data. So it protects against unauthorized disclosure. Okay. Now think of it as who can see the data? Should everybody be able to see the sensitive data? First thing, no, right? So what you will do? How will you ensure confidentiality? What are the ways by which you ensure confidentiality? Provide least privilege. Okay. Encrypt the data. Very good. Access control mechanism. Again, very good. Apply RBAC or any other kind of access control model, right? So how can you ensure confidentiality? I'll give you some other examples. One is encrypt data while it is in transit and in rest. Second, user authentication and role-based access control. Third is classification of data. If you remember, first step to do or to ensure is classifying the data. What data is confidential? What data is secret? Okay, then only we can apply the security controls. Okay, which data is sensitive, and also you apply need to know policy or least privilege principle. Need to know means why are you trying to access this information? Okay, you have to justify why are you trying to access the information. That is need to know principle. Okay, now someone can say what I have done is I have locked a file in the cabinet which only managers are having access to. Okay, and others in the office can't peek into those files. Are we following the way to ensure confidentiality somehow? Which control it is? I have locked the file in a cabinet which only can be accessed by the manager who is having the key. Which type of control it is? Okay, this is physical control. Okay, so next let's take up integrity. Integrity is what ensures that the information is accurate, it is complete, it is not altered unless by an authorized party. So it will prevent any unauthorized changes to data. It can be accidental change or malicious change. Okay. So you can think of this as, can I trust the data? Whatever data is coming to me, is it the correct data or somebody has modified it? Okay. Now, how do you ensure integrity? Can you list the ways by which you can ensure integrity? Hashing, checksums, Monitoring the data through DLP, okay, is the way. Okay. So hashing and checksum to detect tampering. Version control and audit logs can be used. Okay. Input validation to prevent any kind of malicious data injection, SQL injection. Okay. So you need to ensure that when you are storing the data or when the software is in use, that time some malicious intent cannot change the content of the data. Okay. So in real life, let's take an analogy here. In this case, you are buying car from somebody. It is a used car. Okay. So what will be the integrity in this case? Integrity will ensure that when you are signing the contract for buying the car, okay, nobody has altered the terms for both the parties once it is signed by both the parties. Okay, that is integrity. The third one is availability. Availability means the authorized user should be able to access data and systems when they need it. This protects against disruptions or delays. Okay. Think of it as, can I access the system or data when needed? How do you ensure availability in this case? Load balancers can be used. Exactly. Disaster recovery plans can be done. Data encryption may not come here. Redundancy, we can have backups. RAID concepts will come here. Yes. So redundancy, failover systems, backups and disaster recovery plans, DDoS protection, okay, and monitoring the uptime. Uptime means what time the system is being up. There can be some downtimes also. Okay, and if there are downtimes, you have to pre-plan the downtimes because sometimes the system needs maintenance. So that you should pre-plan the maintenance window as well. Okay, and inform the relevant users that this is going to be a downtime. Yes, prior information of the maintenance, that is also part of availability planning. Okay, but it ensures reliability and timely access to data to the authorized individual. Okay, for example, there is a bank's ATM. It should be available 24 by 7. Okay, if the server goes down, the customer will lose trust and the bank will lose business. It doesn't happen with our SBI bank though, because whenever I go to SBI bank, this server is down and it takes a lot of time to do anything. Okay. So yeah, but when bank is saying that we are available 24 by 7, it should be actually available 24 by 7. Okay, let me give you another example. All of you might be knowing about IRCTC site. They have a downtime of daily downtime of around 11:50 or 11:45 to 12:05, 15 to 20 minutes of downtime. Okay, what is this? This is what they have written on their website. Okay, this is the maintenance window because they have many servers, a lot of data to process. They have maintenance window for daily. Okay. In that, they may be also doing backups. Okay. So this is example of availability. But there are some other security controls that are also important or other principles of security which are also required, security goals. Okay. Non-repudiation. Okay, what is non-repudiation or repudiation basically is another security goal. What is repudiation? Once you have done a transaction, you cannot or you shouldn't be able to deny that I have not done the transaction. Now, this works for person or it is a system. So if the system has made any changes, it should be logged. Okay. And you should not be able to say no that you have not done the transaction. Okay. Now, my question is, yes, auditing is another. AAA will come here. Not only availability, but authentication, authorization, and auditing. So three of them will also be part of this principles of security. Okay. So my question is, what do you think from the CIA principles, which is the most important, all based on the requirement? So the answer is it depends. At the end of the day, you need a balanced approach to security. Okay. For military and intelligence, most important in this case for military would be confidentiality. Reason? Secret or classified information must be kept secret at all cost. Otherwise, lives will be at risk. Okay. They may not take integrity or availability as the most important. It is important though, but the topmost importance for them is confidentiality. Same way, if it is a banking or a finance sector, the most important from CIA would be integrity. Reason, when it is about financial records, they should be accurate, untampered financial records as essential. And if the data is altered or fraudulent, it will destroy trust and cause huge losses. Okay. So relating to this, there's an attack known as salami attack. Okay. Let me tell you what is a salami attack. So salami attack is a type of fraud which is done on banks. So very small amounts of money or resources are stolen repeatedly over a long period of time. Okay. So very small amount, if it is deducted from your account, you are not aware of it. Like 50 paisa, 1 rupee, 2 rupee, 10 rupee maximum. Okay. It's deducted from your account for a very long time. Every month this is done. Okay. And they're not getting detected. This is known as salami attack, means one slice at a time. Okay. But although each slice is very small, and because of that, it cannot be noticed easily, but it accumulates over time. Now think that bank ABC is having 1 lakh accounts, and from 1 lakh accounts, the attacker is getting only 10 rupees every month. Now you tell me how much they are getting every month. Okay, with just 1 lakh account. There are more accounts in any bank. And there have been many cases of these salami attacks on bank. Like many cases in the sense, many attacks have happened previously on some of the banks. So this is basically the banks were not able to report it or get it first because there was very less amount which was deducted regularly, and attacker was somehow able to do it in the stealth mode. Okay, but because of that, it destroys trust, and also it is causing huge loss, because even if it is 10 rupees from one account, if it is happening with 1 lakh people, there's a lot of money for the attacker, and they are not getting any detected also. And this can happen for a long period of time until they get actually detected. Okay. The next example, let's take for availability. For digital entertainment and streaming services, what is important? Availability. Okay. Why? Because users are expecting seamless access time. Yes, just like Netflix. So if the downtime is happening, means they are going to lose the subscribers as well as revenue. Okay. Now, integrity. Let me give you an example. Okay. This is A and there is a user B. Now they are communicating over a insecure channel. Okay. There could be a user C who is an attacker in this case. What they are doing is they are performing a modification of the message. Okay. So whenever, or they are working as a man in the middle. So whenever A is sending any message to B, it passes through C. What C does is C changes the content of the message. Okay. This type of attack is known as modification attack. Okay. And it is done on integrity. So what is integrity? Integrity says that whatever the message is, okay, it should be the same that B is getting. It should not be modified or altered by anyone. Now there is another type of attack that can happen here. Okay. What C is doing, C is just capturing the packet that was sent to B by A previously. Okay. And replaying the packet or sending the packet again to B. Okay. This is known as a replay attack. Again, that is an attack on integrity because A never sent that message. A sent only first packet, only first message, not the second one. Understood what is integrity? Now, how do you ensure integrity? By using checksum or hashing mechanism. So what is hashing? We will be discussing in detail about types of hashing algorithms and about checksum. But what A is going to do? A is going to, suppose he's sending a data of 4 bits. Okay. So along with this 3 bits as part of the data, he will be sending a checksum, say 0. Okay. Somehow 0 shouldn't be the checksum here though. Let me change it to 1. Okay. So this checksum bit is sent along with the data. Okay. Now how we will ensure or come to know that this message is not altered? Let's say C changed one of the bit. Okay. C changed one of the bit to say 0. So the checksum will not be won again. Okay. This will ensure that the message is sent with integrity. So this is one of the way by which we can ensure integrity. Checksum. Other ways are hashing algorithms. Okay. So now let's take up a question. Which of the following best describes confidentiality in the CIA triad? The answer is C. Ensuring only authorized individual can access sensitive information. Okay, that's how you will ensure that the confidentiality is there. Let's take up another question. An attacker modifies a financial report before it is reviewed by management. Which CIA component is most affected? The answer is B, integrity. So if there is any modification or alteration in the message, even if the message is replayed, okay, or there could be a timing attack. Okay, it is sent after some time. It is all part of integrity. Okay, let's take up one more question on this. You will at least get one question from CIA. That's definite. That's for sure. Okay, a company deploys redundant servers and backup systems to avoid downtime. Which CIA principle is this addressing? The correct answer is C, availability. Okay. Now, before we discuss the security terms, let's understand that when we are doing real world security, we cannot sacrifice on one of the principle entirely for other principle. Okay. Means you cannot make the system have super confidentiality, but it is never available. You have ensured that, okay, this is having confidentiality, but it is never available to the intended users, right? So as a security professional, you thrive for a balanced approach aligned to the business goal and the risk appetite of the organization. Okay. Now let's look at the security terms. First one is vulnerability. Vulnerability means weakness in a system that allows a threat source to compromise its security. Okay. So some people will think vulnerability means bug. No, it is not just bugs. It is systematic or systems weakness. It can be technical, it can be process based, it can be human centric also. Okay. And vulnerability can exist at multiple layers. It can exist at operating system, at the application layer, network layer. There could be a simple configuration which can lead to vulnerability or flaw. Okay. Or there could be a vulnerability in the policy itself. Okay. And somebody can use that vulnerability as a attacker's tool. Okay. Let me give you some examples of vulnerability. A buffer overflow is a type of vulnerability. Okay. And many vulnerabilities, system vulnerabilities, they have CVE number. Okay. This CVE number is given by NVDs. NVD is a national vulnerability database, which gives CVEs to the vulnerability. Okay. And they also have CVSS score, which says that what type of vulnerability it is. The score ranges from 0 to 10, and 10 is the maximum, 0 is the minimum. So if it is range somewhere 7, 8, 9, 10, it means the vulnerability is very severe. Okay. And whenever you are prioritizing your mitigation efforts, yes, used for patching. CVEs are used for patching. So whenever you are planning your mitigation efforts, you will prioritize those vulnerability which are having higher CVSS score. Okay. So that's something about vulnerability. Similarly, another example could be for a vulnerability could be an open S3 bucket in AWS. Okay. And it is having public read or write access. So anybody can read or write in that S3 bucket. So it is again a vulnerability. Another example for a configuration related vulnerability can be default credential. Okay. Like for many Linux operating system, it is root or root tour. Okay. Or admin. This is the default setting for the credential for logging in for admin. Okay. If you haven't changed it, same way for a router, it could be admin. So this default credentials can also lead to vulnerability. It is just a configuration mistake, but it is a vulnerability in itself. Similarly, lack of input validation in any API. Okay. It can lead to SQL injection because the input validation is not done. Attacker can write a sequence of input which can show you the actual SQL query, which leads to SQL injection, right? So that is again a vulnerability. Clear about vulnerability? Next is threat. Threat means any potential danger that is associated with the exploitation of vulnerability. Threat is not the actor, but it means the possibility or danger which is posed by something which who can be capable of exploiting the vulnerability. Okay, so that is threat. Okay, threat agent can be an attacker, the one who is taking the advantage of vulnerability. Okay, the threat agent is the attacker or the malicious person. Okay, now when we see threat of ransomware, that is a type of threat. Okay, ransomware which exploits the vulnerability because of poor endpoint hardening and ransomware attack is done. Or zero-day threats, those exploits which are unknown, you're not knowing, or a patch doesn't exist for those vulnerabilities. Okay, zero-day threats can be there. So these are threats, means any potential danger that is associated with the exploitation of vulnerability. Okay? Now, when I say threat agent, they are the one who take advantage of vulnerability, also known as bad actor. They can be person, also they can be any tool who is performing the exploitation. Okay, it can be tool, it can be script, it can be a environment force also. Okay, so don't confuse between threat and threat agent. Both are different. Okay, so let me give you some examples of threat agent. A botnet which can exploit and create a DDoS network attack. Okay, that is a threat agent. Sorry, not a threat agent. Botnet. Okay, malicious insider who is copying any sensitive information on their USB drive and then sharing with the rival company. They are threat agent. Vulnerability scanners, okay, like NASES. They can be used to scan by attackers. They can be acting as a threat agent, okay? Or there could be a group of people like hacker groups or APT group who are exploiting some vulnerability. Okay, they're also threat agent. So threat agent is not just a person always. They can be a script, they can be a group, or they can be any environment force. Okay, like environment force can be something like there is a flood where your database server was stored. It was stored, or database servers were in Arizona and there was a flood there. So that time the threat agent is the flood itself. Okay. Yes, there can be nation-sponsored actors. They are also part of threat. They are also known as threat agent. All the types of hackers, your white, gray, black hat hackers, they're all threat agents. Okay. Some are working for good. Some may not be working for so good reasons. All right. Now let's talk about risk. Yes, risk is going to be very important factor in this domain. We will be talking about risk management as well. Now, risk is the likelihood of a threat source or a threat actor, okay, exploiting a vulnerability and the corresponding business impact. So that is the risk. Example, attacker can gain full access over the application server, which is running any banking service. So what could be the risk? This attack can lead to data breaches, service disruption, regulatory fines. So this is the risk. Okay. Now, in case the attack is done, vulnerability is the vulnerability in that application on which the application which is running on the application server. Okay. Threat could be the remote code execution over HTTP. This is the type of threat. The risk is the attacker is gaining the access and performing data breach. Okay. Now we can quantify risk. We have to perform risk assessment, and how that is done, we will be discussing in this domain itself. Okay. Let's take a next security term. It is exposure. Exposure is an instance of being exposed to losses. So it is a measurable value whenever an asset is at risk due to a known vulnerability. So you can take the calculation of the actual risk that it can pose. Okay. In very easy term, I'll tell you what exposure is. You buy 1 lakh rupees of phone. Okay, you buy an iPhone. It came for 1 lakh rupees for you. What will be the exposure? In this case, you are buying, you have an asset. That asset is mobile phone for you. Okay, it costing 1 lakh rupees. The exposure is the instance of being exposed to losses. What happens if it falls down? What will happen? It fell somewhere. The screen can be damaged. Yes, it can be stolen. It can break. That is the exposure. Okay. And you can calculate the exposure. It is a measurable state. Another example, let me give a technical one. There is a web server, and you were aware there is a vulnerability on that web server, and there is no web application firewall. Okay. Is it an exposure? Yes. It is an exposure until there is a patch for that known vulnerability. Clear? This is exposure. Yes. Control is a mechanism to put in place or perform mitigation to reduce the risk. Okay. So controls can be technical controls like firewall, encryption. They can be administrative controls like policies, training, and more. There can be physical controls. Okay. For your mobile phone, what is the physical control? How will you ensure even if it fell, it doesn't break the screen? By putting up the screen guard, right? So that is a way of control or safeguard mechanism. Okay. So that's about control. Okay. So I've thought about some simple examples to explain you all these terms. Okay. Let's take a very, very simple example of a house without a lock. Okay. Now you tell me what is asset in this case. Your house is not having lock. The house is the asset. Exactly. What is the vulnerability here? Vulnerability means there is no lock, without lock. The lock is not present on the door. What is the threat here? What is threat in this case? A house without a lock. Anybody can enter into the house. Theft. Theft is a threat. Who is the threat agent in this case? If it is theft, thief is the threat agent. Now you tell me what will be the risk? Loss of valuables, loss of cash, risk of burglary. Okay, because the house is exposed. So what is the exposure here in this case? Now tell me. Exposure is not without lock. Basically, the exposure is the fact that your house is unlocked, means it is exposed to theft. Okay. More open your house will be, it will be easier for somebody to rob you. Okay, that's exposure. Does it make sense? Now let me give you another example. You're having a laptop without antivirus and you're using it in a public Wi-Fi or a public cafe. Okay, laptop without antivirus in a public cafe. So what is the asset in this case? Laptop, exactly. What is the vulnerability? Antivirus is not installed. Yes. What is the threat? Threat is, in this case, the threat is easily hackable because it is public Wi-Fi. Who will be the threat actor? Hackers. Okay. What is the exposure in this case? What is exposure in this case? Being hacked. Yes. You are using an unprotected device in a risky environment. This is the exposure. Okay. Now the risks, there is a moderate to high risk that malware can be installed on your system because you are using a public Wi-Fi. Okay. Is it clear now all these security terms? Let me give you one more example. Third example will help you know everything, all these security terms now properly. Okay. An employee is clicking a suspicious link. Employee is clicking a suspicious link. Now you tell me what will be the asset, what is going to be vulnerability, what is the threat, what is the exposure, and what is the risk in this case? Everything. Let's start with asset. What is the asset? Credential won't be the asset. The data stored on that system, company system, yes, the laptop, but data stored on that system is basically the asset. What is the vulnerability in this case? Now see, this vulnerability is a different type of vulnerability. Clicking link is a vulnerability. Unknown link is the vulnerability. No. Awareness is the vulnerability. Means the human who is the weakest link in security, they are lacking awareness or training. That's the vulnerability here. Okay. Threat will be, what is the threat in this case? Phishing email. Okay. Exposure is that employees many times receive such email and they open those emails or click on that link. That is the exposure. Now, is it clear? And yes, if they click on the link, they can be installing any malware on their systems. keyloggers, or some Trojan can be installed. Okay, if they are downloading any file, it may be hazardous for the system. So I hope now you understood all the security terms. Okay, let's discuss about security control types. So in CISSP, security controls are classified by how they are implemented. First classification type is known as administrative. Administrative controls, also known as managerial controls. These are often policy level controls put in place by the management. They will guide how security is practiced across the organization. Okay. Some examples of administrative control is security documentation like acceptable usage policy, incident response playbook, cloud security guidelines. Okay. Security documentation will be uh, these examples. Risk management. So organization should follow formal risk assessment and use frameworks like ISO, IEC 27005, or some methods like FAIR, Octave. We will be discussing about those risk management frameworks. Okay, so that is another type of administrative control. Personal security, background checks, NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, role-based access assignments, okay, IAM systems. You may be having Okta or Workday in your organization. Those IAM systems are integrated with the HR. Okay, that is part of personal security and it is a type of administrative control. Next comes training, phishing simulation campaign, SOC analyst onboarding. Okay, uh, there is a quarterly coding training for the dev teams that is part of again training, which is a type of administrative control. Then company culture like security champions, promoting DevSoc operations, okay? Or shifting left when we are performing testing, shift towards left. Even when we are developing, shift left. Okay, that is, we start with security in mind when we are developing the system or the product or any code. Okay, that is the company culture. So all this comes under administrative control. Okay, next is technical or logical controls. These are implemented through technology like software, hardware, firmware. They are your first line of defense in cyber environments. Okay, some examples are firewalls like Palo Alto, Fortinet. Some firewalls will be doing deep packet inspection. Okay, some firewall perform geo IP blocking. So those firewall will come under technical controls. Same way, usage of intrusion detection systems, IDS. Okay, there could be network-based IDS like Snort, Suricata. That's the name. Or host-based IPS like OSEC, WASR. Okay, they are tuned for specific threat signature or behavior anomalies. Okay, and they are generating alerts, right? So they are again type of technical controls. Then using encryption at different layers like TLS 1.3 for HTTPS traffic, using AES 256. Um, AES is Advanced Encryption Standard. 256 is the bit key size for database security. Okay, BitLocker. So all these encryption techniques come under technical controls. Same way, using proper authentication mechanisms like Kerberos, SAML for SSO, biometric MFA, okay, and ensuring zero trust architecture, that the organization is using zero trust architecture, that comes as a technical control. Input validation, which can be implemented in API gateways, firewall applications, web application firewalls, I mean here. Okay, using frameworks like OWASP for performing proper input validation. All these comes under logical or technical control. So these are more logical controls. Next, it's physical controls. This will protect the physical assets and infrastructure like data centers, building, offices. So the first one is security guards. They are the one who will be performing human verification, visitor logs, they will be checking, They will also be doing dual authentication. They will have dual authentication zones. Okay. Then many times you would have seen in some building, only one person is allowed to enter at one time. Some security guards check, and you have to keep some of your items that you are carrying in some locker. So that is again a physical type of control. Okay. We will be discussing about physical controls in detail in other domain. Next is the locks. Lock like smart lock with access control. Fencing, often used with motion sensors so that it can ensure perimeter intrusion detection system for any critical facility. Okay, you would have seen fencing. Different types of fencing are there. Somewhere you will see with light, with electricity, some fencing is done. Somewhere the fencing is done with the on walls, they have put glass. Okay, so nobody can jump in through the to the facility. So those are all physical controls. Same way, lighting. Lighting itself is a very important physical control. Lighting in the sense, uh, for any facility, there should be appropriate lighting. So even if there is somebody trying to get into the area without any authorization, they are caught. There are motion activated lighting. Okay. When somebody is moving in that area, then lights get activated there. Especially this is done in restricted zones or emergency exits. Okay. Then CCTV again, uh, IP-based surveillance systems, which have facial recognition, heat mapping, all that are types of physical control. So these are all physical control examples. These are technical control. Next is administrative control. Okay. Let me repeat that part. Okay. For administrative control, when I said first type, security documentation. Security documentation will include policies that are laid by the management. Okay. Policy like if you're using their systems, there is an acceptable usage policy. Okay. If you are taking your own devices into their environment, again, how will you use it? Bring your own device policy is another type of policy that they will have. Okay. So those policy are part of administrative control. Some guidelines that you have to follow when you are entering the facility, that is also type of policy. If your data is stored on cloud instances like AWS, Azure, then there are cloud security guidelines that you need to follow. That is again part of security documentation. Next is risk management. So risk management is done by at the organization level by C-level executives by using some frameworks. There are already built-in frameworks like NIST framework. They use ISO frameworks. Also use some quantitative methods to calculate risk. Okay, we'll also be discussing risk management in detail. So we'll understand at that point of time. Next is this personal security. Personal security means the person who are working in that organization. Are they good person? Is there anything legal going on them? Okay, so background checks are done. Okay, NDAs are signed. Also nowadays, organizations perform check on the social media activities of the personnel that they are hiring. So all this comes under administrative control. Okay, let's take a knowledge check on this. What type of control is a security policy? Okay. Now there's a question I want to ask you before we move ahead. Now tell me, in real world design, will we use only one of the security control? No. Then all three. Most of the times all three. In a way that they are layered. That is known as layered security or defense in depth model. Means we will also implement technical controls like firewalls, intrusion detection systems for our network. It will be backed by administrative controls like network segmentation policy. And then it is reinforced by physical controls like server rooms are locked. There are security guard in such facility. Okay, everybody is not allowed to get in. Multi-factor authentication is done or like biometric is done to get the access to such facility. Okay, so many times these controls are put up in a layered approach. So now let's discuss about security controls by function. Previously, we discussed about security control by types. This classification is done by function. Okay. So control can exhibit multiple function. When we are doing the classification, we will think of primary purpose. Okay. For example, firewall can be a preventive control as well as detective control. But in what context it is there, that's important. Okay, now let's discuss about these controls. First is the preventive control. Preventive means it will stop an incident before the incident happens. Means it will act as a barrier or it enforces a policy that you have to follow. So the incident doesn't happen. Yes, IPS can be preventive as well as technical, but technical is not listed here. When we are talking about functions, it can be preventive as well as detective. Okay, right. Okay, so now let's see one by one, each of them. First, preventive control is security guard. They will prevent any unauthorized access to data center floor. Security policy will ensure or enforce proper standards are followed, like password complexity, or like bring your own device restrictions. Okay, so that is again a preventive type of control. Next control is encryption. When we are doing encryption, when the data is at rest or when it is at transit, okay, we are preventing the data disclosure. We are preventing any kind of attack on confidentiality. Okay, that's why it is a preventive control. Next is access control list. Now, access control list can be there on routers, it can be on firewalls, it can be on the system itself. So when, let's say it is on firewall, will prevent the traffic from disallowed sources or services. So if the traffic is coming from a disallowed or not in the allow list of the IPs, it will not allow you to actually even open the website. Okay, they won't be able to give the traffic. It is done in both inbound as well as outbound. Okay, so this is again a preventive control. ACL, that's what we call firewall in this case. Antivirus systems. Yes, on routers, it is rule based. Again, on firewalls, it can be rule based. So you create rule, allow, disallow list. Okay, those are known as access and control list. Next is antivirus. Antivirus will block the malware execution using real time protection. Okay. So again, this is a type of preventive control. Whenever you insert a new pen drive, okay, you are downloading any new file. So it will check, the antivirus will check whether the file is having any malicious content, any payload which is malicious. So it will check against the signature it has, and then it will flag this file is malicious. Next step, you have to go ahead and remove that file from your system. Yes, blocking the USB access is also type of preventive control. At many places, USB itself is blocked. You cannot insert the USB drive because some advanced payloads, when you insert the USB drive, that time itself, it will get installed without even running or executing the program. Okay, right. The next one are detective controls. These are usually used to identify or detect that an incident has happened. Okay. The controls include monitoring like SIEM solution, security incident and event management. Tools like Splunk, QRadar, they will detect unusual login patterns or privilege escalation. Okay, so it is a type of detective control. The organization have SOC centers. They are again detective control. Sentinel, QRadar, yeah. CCTV. It will identify physical presence or suspicious movements. So it is a type of detective control. Also, CCTV recordings can be later viewed when there is an incident that has happened. Okay. Job rotation. What is this job rotation? How can this be a detective control? Can anybody tell me? Job rotation. How can this be a detective control? 24/7 monitoring. Okay. To particular user or particular project. Yes. Let me give you an example here. A bank manager is there who is approving everything. Okay. So after some time, there will be another bank manager who will be assigned for the same task. This will help the organization detect fraud or anomalies when the responsibilities shift. This will break any kind of a cycle which that single person, or because they have that power to pass the project or maybe pass the bills. When there is a job rotation, there will be somebody else who is in that power. Okay, so this will be able to detect fraud. So many companies have some number of days that they have to take on leave, compulsory leave. Okay, and during their leave, there will be somebody else who will be assigned their work. It's a type of job rotation and it is a detective control. All right. Next is audit logs. They can be used to track login attempts, file access, admin controls. So if an incident happens, audit log will help you know that who was accessing the system. Yes, sign in activity, all that will be part of audit logs. Okay. And then there are intrusion detection systems. By the name itself, it says that it is going to perform a detection. It's a detective activity. Okay. Like Snort will flag suspicious traffic, or if there is a known exploit, it will flag. So, or generate an alert. So they are detective controls again. Okay. Now let's take a next uh, type of security control, that is corrective control. Corrective control are used to fix the issues after an incident has happened so that you can restore or reduce the impact of the incidents. Okay. Example, server images. Server images, like gold image is created and it will be redeployed to replace compromised system. Okay. Many times this is done in an automated way. There are Terraform scripts which are written for cloud. Okay. And if something, there's a damage, then the same script can be run to put it back to the same image. It will replace the compromised system. Next is patching, closing any exploited vulnerabilities, using various patching tools or proper patch management is a type of corrective control. Okay. You are performing remediation or mitigation action. Now let's talk about deterrent controls. Deterrent means this will discourage the attacker from attempting any breach. Often these controls are psychological, many times they are physical also, like fence. Okay, visual or a physical boundary which suggests that this is a restricted area. You're not supposed to enter into this area. Like on our floors, we have restricted area where the servers are kept. Okay, on the door itself, it is written restricted area only for personal who are having access, they can get into. Okay, like SOC centers, they will be restricted area. Even if you are working in that organization as an employee, you may not be allowed to enter a SOC center. Okay, so that is a deterrent control. Proper lighting is again deterrent control. Dogs in highly secure military zone or government facility, they are way of physical deterrent control. Again, CCTV saying that this area is monitored is a type of deterrent control. Right now, these roles can also be filled. Some organizations, depending on their business use case, they have more type of corrective controls or recovery or other type of controls, right? Next, let's talk about recovery controls. Recovery means after the system failed, okay? This will restore the operations after there was a security incident. Okay, for example, DR facility, disaster recovery facility could be a secondary data center with failover servers, live failover server. Okay. So if there is a failure at one of the region, this can be turned on quickly. Okay. And because you are taking regular backup, very less data is lost. And in some time itself, the availability is again gained. Okay. Next is backups. You require to keep backup in some government facilities. They have air gap network. Air gap networks means they're not allowed to access internet. Okay. Some of the systems are encrypted. These backups are also encrypted and they are regularly tested. Okay. For some critical infrastructure. These are again recovery type of control. High availability means you use mechanisms like clustering, load balancing to ensure that there is not a single point of failure. So even if one of the server is down because you have done load balancing, the facility shifted to that another set of clusters. Okay. And then there is compensatory control. These are substitute or support when the primary control is not available. Okay. These are very scenario based. For example, if multi-factor authentication is not feasible, like you are having some legacy systems, then what will you do? You will use some tighter network segmentation and you will perform proper user monitoring and compensatory controls. Okay. So these are all the types of security controls. Now, same control can exhibit multiple functions. When you are classifying, think of the primary purpose of the control. Okay. So whenever you're choosing a control, ask some questions. Is it meant to stop something? Then it is a preventive control. Is it spotting something? Then it is a detective control. Okay. Is it fixing something? Then it is a corrective control. Is it scaring off the threat actors? Then it is a deterrent control. Is it recovering from the damage? Then recovery control. And is it making up for some problem, some gap? Then it is a compensating control. Okay, so for compensating control, let me give you another example. For a vulnerability management tool, okay, there is a vulnerability that you have found on a critical server. Now, there is no patch available for that vulnerability. What will be the compensatory control that you will put at place? Either you will isolate that server, or what you will do, you will find some workaround of that vulnerability. Okay, in the meantime, you are getting the legacy version updated or you are getting the patch itself. You'll find a workaround that this vulnerability doesn't get exploited by writing script or some any other way. Clear? That's a compensatory control. Okay. So I hope all of you understood security controls. Now let's take up some question on based on this. Which of the following is an example of preventive control? Now the answer is B. Security awareness training. Let's take another example, another question. A corrective control is best described as, what will be the correct answer? The A is preventive, B is detective, C is the corrective control. The correct answer is C. And in the name itself, it is saying D is a deterrent control. Okay, let's take one more question. Which of the following is a technical or a logical control? We discussed about this. Okay, what is A then? Which type of control is A? Security guard is a physical control. Access control list is a technical or logical control. Security procedure, what is it? Administrative or managerial? Security procedure is administrative or managerial. Clean desk policy, again, what type of control it is? Administrative control. Right? Now, if we have to put the security controls in CIA, then this is how we will put for CIA. To ensure confidentiality, we will perform data encryption at rest, data encryption in transit, and access control. Okay, this will ensure that there is no unauthorized access to sensitive data. So if it is sensitive data, because you have encrypted, first, nobody without the encryption key, they won't be able to decrypt the data. Second, if you have used proper access control mechanism, like implemented role-based access control or put up proper IAM policy, this will restrict the data to be saved from any kind of unauthorized access, right? Next is integrity. So in integrity, what will come? Hashing. Hashing means applying hash algorithms, which will generate a unique fingerprint of data or use digital signature, file integrity verification, okay? Or use tools like tools for password storage, which have hashing, okay? So that will be part of integrity control. Configuration management. Configuration management means there are some tools like there is Ansible, Puppet, Chef. They ensure that the system configurations are consistent, and maybe they are following a gold image. Okay, so you can use configuration management tools, change control. There is a proper process to approve, test, and document change based on the ITIL framework. Okay, so if there is a Git command that you are passing, so that is having code reviewed. Okay, So that comes under change control. Then there are CRC functions. CRC functions ensure integrity. CRC means checksums. They can be used when the data is in storage or when it is in transmission. You use checksum. Cyclic redundancy check is a CRC. Okay. Next, if we look at availability. So how do we ensure availability? By using clusters. You use high availability clusters, failover clustering mechanism. In systems like cloud container, they have Kubernetes with multi-node setup, which ensure there is not a single failure. There is not a single point of failure. Okay. Then load balancing done throughout the network with the help of multiple servers and various tools can ensure that the system performance ensures availability and uptime. Okay. So if you are saying our systems are 90% are having 90% uptime, they ensure that you are having 90% uptime. Okay. RAID are redundant array of independent disk. They ensure redundancy. Like there is RAID 1 for mirroring, RAID 5 for parity, which protects against disk failures. So if the disk is failed, we get the backup from the RAID. Okay, then there are backups, or there could be on-site, off-site, or cloud backups. Okay, co-location. So you can host servers on multiple geographic locations to avoid any kind of downtime due to natural disasters. Okay. So that's how you can ensure availability. So these are all the security controls based on CIA. Okay. Okay. Now let's talk about this diagram that you see here. So this, although might look a very colorful diagram, it is very strategic diagram. Okay, but it is very beautifully showing how multiple layers of security controls work together on any mission critical assets. Okay, so mission critical assets you are seeing, they are right here in the center. Now this diagram looks like an onion. Okay, like half cut onion. Okay, the deeper you go, the more protected the core becomes. So the topmost maybe less protection, but you open the peel, next peel, it is having more protected core. Okay. So if we look at the topmost layer, the most outside layer, that is layer 1, that is perimeter security. Okay. So at the outermost edge, we have perimeter security. This is called our first line of defense. Here we use tools like perimeter firewall, perimeter intrusion detection and intrusion prevention systems, DMS zone, demilitarized zones. Okay. Honeypots. Honeypot, why will we be requiring any kind of honeypot? So they will dissect uh, if there is an attacker, they are trying to do an attack, honeypot will come to know. You will get the IP address. Okay. So the goal is we will be able to stop the bad actors before they even get in to the next layers. Okay. DLP systems. The next layer is network security. So once the attacker is inside the perimeter, let's say somebody who is maybe a third party who is having access to the network layer, or maybe a rogue insider. Okay. Again, they may have access to network layer. So once inside the perimeter, attacker can try to move laterally. This is where our network security comes in, and it will ensure or enforce more rules in the network. Okay, like web proxy content filtering, inline patching, VoIP protection, enterprise level intrusion detection systems and intrusion prevention systems, data center firewalls like enclave, okay, network access control mechanisms, enterprise message security, wireless security, remote security, DLP systems again. So they will work at network layer. Okay. This will limit how an attacker will move forward and where it will be able to move, how they will be able to move. Okay. The next comes endpoint security. So when we talk about endpoint security, it means the laptops, desktops, mobile devices. So that's why here we talk about desktop firewall, host-based intrusion detection systems and prevention systems, content security like antiviruses, anti-malware, endpoint security tools, okay, compliance tools, patch management, endpoint detection and response, EDR tools also. Why do we require this? Because often it may happen that the endpoint itself is the weakest link. There could be an attack like phishing, malware, or poor user behavior, because of which endpoint security is at stake. The next is application security layer. So even if the network and endpoint, they both are secured, but because the application itself is vulnerable, the exploit can take place. Okay? Because there are vulnerability on the code or maybe vulnerability on the forms. Okay? There could be attacks because of that. OWASP deals with those. And for this, we can make use of tools like web application firewalls, using mechanisms like uh, database secure gateway, database monitoring, dynamic as well as static application testing, SaaS as well as DAS based application testing, secure coding practices, code review methods. This will ensure the security at the application layer. This will be able to mitigate threats like SQL injection, excesses, or any such attacks which happen at the application layer. Okay? Now, the fifth layer that you see here is data security layer. This is where the most precious thing, that is the data, is stored. Okay. So we use mechanisms like public key infrastructure. We use various mechanisms starting from encryption, data classification, access control, data loss prevention methods, integrity check. Okay. So here in this layer, again, our goal is that the CIA triad is applied directly to the data. Okay. So this is about the layers. So we provide layered security approach when we say defense in depth. Now below this, you can see one side we have policy management as well as prevention. This will include governance, security awareness, secure architecture, threat modeling, risk management, security awareness training, okay, security architecture and design, IT security governance, penetration testing, vulnerability assessment. Okay, most of this we are going to cover in this domain itself. And then on the other side, you see operations. That means day-to-day operations, day-to-day executions like patching, escalation, forensics, all that will come here in the operations part. Using tools like SIEM, digital forensics, escalation management. There could be special SecOps team, okay, or SOC centers that may be there. This will ensure security in the operations part, okay. Also, monitoring and response. So basically, this is where the SecOps team or security operations center team or network operations center team, SIEM tools, incident response plans, they help in detecting and responding to any real kind or real time threats using dashboards. Okay, dashboards is again very good way to have an interactive way of reporting. So you will be able to get the reports on the dashboard itself. So if we look at this whole diagram, the essence of defense in depth is that it's not about one perfect control. There cannot be a single control which will ensure overall security of the system. But it is a kind of layered, overlapping protections. This will ensure the security. Because if one control may fail, it may not happen that all the controls fail, right? So when there are mission critical assets, we have these multi-layer defense or called as defense in depth type of mechanism to ensure you get outside in protection as well as inside out protection. Okay. Now there's a question on or a knowledge check on the primary objective of defense in depth strategy. What is the primary objective of a defense in depth strategy? That's the correct answer. To create multiple overlapping layers of security control. This will ensure that even if one of the control is failed because of any reason, okay, there are still other controls which ensure security of the overall system. Okay. Now let's look at some more questions. In the difference in depth model, which control type is used to detect and react to incidents after they occur? Now, it has already happened, but we can also detect it as well as react. So if you say corrective, is it the correct answer? So deterrent is a way by which you can ensure that attackers don't actually do an attack. Okay. So it is again a way to scare. B cannot be correct answer because we are saying here that this is used to detect as well as react to incidents after they occur. Corrective happens after they occur, that is fine, but it will not be able to detect. Corrective will be able to just correct the incident or put any kind of corrective measures. Okay, but it cannot detect. That's why the correct answer is detective. Okay. Take a moment to look at this case study. Okay. So you can now look at this case study. So there is this company, Mersenne Financial Corporation. They run a public facing web application that has recently experienced a security breach. So a security breach has happened on them. Okay. And there's an attacker who has exploited a SQL injection vulnerability in the login form to gain unauthorized access to the database. So what they have done further, they have exfiltrated customer data and installed a web shell for persistence. So later also they can go ahead and access, they have a backdoor. All right. Now these are the facts. Now what are the facts? The attacker exploited unvalidated input fields in the login form. No web application firewall was deployed. The intrusion detection system flagged suspicious database queries 48 hours after the incident. Okay. Instead of real time, the flagging was done after 48 hours of the incident happened. Okay. The incident's response team restored the server using the latest hardened VM image. CCTV log shows an unauthorized person accessing the server room the night before the breach. Okay. Now you are seeing some of the controls are here as there was no MFA implemented. Attackers logged in using compromised admin credentials. Okay. If there was an MFA, attackers wouldn't be able to use just compromised credential, but they should have used other way of authentication as well. Okay. But they were able to do it because there was no MFA implemented. Then the organization deployed a new web application firewall and implemented input validation once the incident happened. So now they have done this step. Okay. And the firm maintained encrypted daily backups of the server. So you can see somewhere this is related to fact number 4. Okay. Now we will be looking at these controls and we will be discussing what facts set in which control type. Okay. So this is the question now. Now what you need to do is you need to identify and classify at least one control under each of the following categories: preventive, detective, corrective, deterrent, recovery, and compensating. So these are all the categories based on the control function. Okay. Now we have to give the answer here, control example from the case and the justification. We'll not be looking at the justification in detail, but yes, we will be looking at the control examples from the case. Okay. You need to justify your classification briefly, identify any missing controls that could have prevented the breach, and discuss how controls can work in layers to provide defense in depth. Okay. For the first one, which one of this will come for preventive? So I'm going to write here as P for now. Okay, 7. All right. So yes, this 7th is for the preventive part. So if the organization would have deployed the firewall, the application firewall, and implemented input validation beforehand, okay, so that was a preventive control. So this 7th one is a preventive control. So this is how they have now ensured that next time if such an attack happens, input validation and multi-factor authentication ensures preventive control. Input validation will prevent SQLI injection And multi-factor authentication will block any kind of unauthorized logins, even if the credentials are stolen. Okay. Now let's come to the next one, detective control. Now tell me what will be part of detective control. So the correct answer is 3 for detective. Okay. Now if we talk about corrective control. Okay. But before that, let's understand why 3 is the correct answer. Okay. When we use the intrusion detection system, that will help us detect any kind of anomalous behavior. It will alert on any kind of activity, or it will flag any suspicious entry or queries in the database. Okay, that's why it is a detective control. Now let's look at the next one, that is corrective control. So tell me which one will come as the corrective control in this case. So here in this case, 4 is the correct answer. That is, the incident response team restored the server using the latest hardened VM image. Okay. So that is the correct corrective control. Okay. Now let's look at why. First of all, restoring to clean hardened image. This will remove any kind of backdoors. Okay. You can see this step here. What they have done, the attacker have created some backdoor. So if we are using new or hardened VM image, this will ensure that there is no backdoor, or it will also re-establish a secure baselining. Okay, that's why C is the or say fact number 4. It is a corrective control. Okay, now let's take up the next question here. Deterrent control. Which one will come under deterrent control? Deterrent means we are trying to ensure that the attacker is getting a little scared off. I'm going to name this as deterrent control for step number 5 or fact number 5. Okay. Yes. CCTV in server room. That will deter unauthorized physical access by increasing risk of identification. So that's why we have now used CCTV logs which show an unauthorized person accessing the server room the night before breach. Okay. But if we put it as a control, then yes, CCTV in the server room is a type of deterrent control. It is also a type of detective control though, okay? Because now we are able to chase or look at that unauthorized person's identity, okay? But when we say deterrent, so surveillance system like CCTV, they ensure that if there is an unauthorized access, physical access, okay, they get scared off because they will be identified with the help of CCTV. Okay. Now let's look at next question. That is the recovery. So what will come here in the recovery part? 8 is the correct answer. So encrypting or using encrypted daily backups is a way of recovery control. Backups allow recovery of lost or compromised data, which will minimize downtime. Okay. Now, if we look at the next question, compensatory control. So which one will be a compensatory control in this case? See, this is not a control because we are saying no web application firewall was detected or was deployed. But yes, if we would have deployed a web application firewall, that would have worked as a compensatory control, okay? Because it will compensate for the insecure coding practices, because then it will be able to filter any kind of malicious traffic, okay? So we won't say no, or this is the correct answer when we are saying no, but if we have deployed an application firewall, then it would have been a compensatory control, okay? So let's look at the answers. As you can see, these are all the correct answers. Okay. Now here, let me put up some points, or let's discuss about the missing controls that would have prevented the breach. Okay. So if we look at this and we look at the controls. So first of all, if we would have used a web application firewall that could have blocked malicious SQL injection attempt. So this will ensure that the breach could be prevented. Input validation, secure coding practices. that should be able to sanitize all the inputs. Okay, and if proper input validation is done or proper secure coding practices are used when writing the code itself, okay, that will ensure that this kind of breach can be prevented. Multi-factor authentication would have again prevented login using compromised credential. Okay. Physical access controls, like if there were any biometric access, there would have been alarms or other ways to ensure stronger server room security. Or even if there was a security guard outside server room who knows the people who can be allowed to enter, or they would be the one who will be checking the credentials in form of iCard or anything. Okay, then again that would have prevented the breach if there was a centralized logging and real-time monitoring. Because there was no real-time monitoring, we got the information from IDS after 48 hours. So if the intrusion detection system was a real-time intrusion detection system, it would have created a flag or an alarm. Okay, and that way it would have generated fast detection of intrusion pattern. This would have ensured that the compromise wouldn't have happened on the web application server. Okay. So if we talk about defense in depth means we would have implemented layered controls which will provide redundancy and improve resilience. For example, using input validation, it is a preventive step. It can stop injection at the source itself or the application layer security. Okay. Or web application firewall again is a type of application layer security. It is additional filtering layer for web request. Okay. Making use of intrusion detection systems like on the endpoint, it would have identified abnormal database access patterns. So that is the second layer of defense. Okay. Backups, they ensure systems can be restored quickly. Okay. So that is another layer of security, data security layer. Using mechanisms like CCTV, they help deter and investigate any physical access attempts. That is the perimeter security. So we require security at various layers. We require security at data security layer, application security, endpoint security, network. But because it was done in physical with the physical access, we are not diving into the network security part. But then yes, perimeter security systems like CCTV, perimeter firewall, creating a secure DMZ zone and keeping web application firewall in that secure DMZ zone would have ensured further security or defense in depth strategy. So when these controls work together, they form a multi-layer security architecture. This will reduce the chance of any kind of successful attack, also mitigate it if there's an attack that has happened. Okay, so let's now discuss about next topic. This is security through obscurity. Now, what is the meaning of obscurity? So basically, security through ambiguous nature. So this means that we are actually hiding the details of the system or the mechanism in the belief that if the attacker don't know how something is going to work, they won't be able to exploit it. Okay. So the idea is let's trick the adversary. Let's make the application so complex and assume that the attacker won't be able to get in. For example, keeping copy of password under the keyboard. I will tell you very interesting use case similar to this one. Okay. I keep my password as all 8 characters as asterisk. Okay. All 8 characters asterisk. Is it a good way of ensuring security? Even if the attacker is able to get the password, they will think, oh, it's asterisk. It means I'm not getting the password, is it? No, right? So we cannot assume that the attacker is not having that idea that you have made it complex or making use of in-house cryptographic algorithms. Basically making various ways of ensuring misleading the attacker itself. Okay. Now, for example, using proprietary encryption without any kind of peer review, renaming the file extension. Okay, so if the file extension specifically is for password, you rename it so that you can trick the attackers. Now, what is the reason why it is problematic? Okay. Although it is adding a layer of difficulty, it is not a reliable or a sufficient security control. It violates Kirchhoff's principle that states that a system should be secure even if everything about it except the key is publicly known. Okay, everybody knows about the system. Still, you should be able to ensure the security. Okay, that is the Kirchhoff's principle. Okay, everything should be in that secret key. Even if the attacker is knowing about cryptographic algorithm, they know about the plain text as well as ciphertext, they know about other details. Okay, still, only the key should be something which is kept as secret. The key weakness in such system is that they are not very scalable or maintainable. There is no defense against insider threats or sophisticated attackers. And many times we have a false sense of security. Specifically, developers as well as organization would think that we are secured, even if they are not secured. And once the weakness is discovered, the system becomes vulnerable. Okay, so these are the problems when we use security through obscurity. But it can be useful as a supplementary use case. Okay, so obscurity will be able to still slow down any script kiddies, automated scans, okay, who are newbies attackers. They can be slowed down and it can complement other security measures like hiding internal IPs. This is one of the way, but also using firewall. Okay, and if we talk at the CISSP standpoint, security through obscurity is not a very reliable substitute for proper security controls like access control, authentication, encryption, auditing. They are more security line of defense in any security architecture. Okay, so there could be a question in CISSP, say security through obscurity as the primary control. Okay, so if in the question you see security through obscurity as a primary control, always remember that it is a wrong answer. Okay, because it is against the CISSP, against the core principles of CISSP security governance. Okay, why? Let me give you an analogy with the car. Say security is like a brake in car. It will give you the confidence that you can go faster. Okay, but brakes don't slow down a car, but allow it to move faster with control. We can say that, right? And if we have effective security, it will enable our business to innovate, scale, and completely and safely perform all its actions. Okay. So many times what organizations think that security is a roadblock. So it's not like that. Security is a strategic partner. So you need to ensure that security and your security controls, they align with the organization's mission, vision, control, strategy, as well as objectives. It projects things like business criticality, trust systems. Okay, it ensures that you take risk-informed decisions. Okay, not just for compliance. You're not doing security just for compliance. Okay, so when you're explaining security to any management, say that security is an investment. Even if it is a new control, a new tool, or a framework, it should be supported by clear business justification. You can include cost benefit analysis as well as risk reduction value. You can demonstrate alignment with your organization priorities. Okay. Even if security doesn't support the business, still it is ensuring that your business is able to scale properly. Okay. And that's what is about the next part of this module or this domain one. So when we say you have a well-defined business case, okay, it always existed for any security related initiative as well. Again, security management is also responsibility of upper management and should always be supported by senior executives like C-suites. So that's why our next topic is about security governance. Okay. So when we talk about security, security is a governance issue. It's not just an IT function. Okay. That's why it starts with senior leadership, like C-level executives. It should be treated as an enterprise risk management function, okay, not just an IT function. And it has to be supported by various policies, funding, cultural reinforcement at the enterprise level. Okay. That's why security is a responsibility which starts at the top. Okay? So security initiatives, they should be starting at the level of C-level executives. So as a CISP professional, you should always think like a business leader first and then security expert. Okay. So when you speak in terms of risk, you speak in terms of ROIs, you speak in terms of enablement. Okay. And you should be the one who should ensure promoting security governance frameworks like NIST framework, COVID framework, ISO 27000 series framework, like 1, 5. So when we say what is security governance, basically it is set of responsibilities and practices exercised by executive management so they can provide strategic decision for information security, ensure organizational objectives are achieved, ensure that risks are appropriately managed. They also verify that the enterprise resources are used properly. Okay. So security governance ensures security initiatives are properly aligned with business requirements or business goals, and they support sustainable as well as resilient growth. Always security governance flows from top to bottom. Okay. Means it start with the board of directors and then it will go to executives, then managers, and then normal employees. So if you see at this diagram, see it is a top to down approach. Okay. Or we call it top down security governance. So it follows from the top, from the executives, and then to the operational teams or managers, and then the rest of the employees. Also, sometimes we look at third party governance. It is many times mandated by laws, regulations, industry standards, contract obligations, license requirements. But when we look at this approach, top down approach, what is the work of top level executives? They need to perform the work of policy development, compliance mandates, risk management. Okay. But when it is about third party governance, they follow some rules. When we say laws like GDPR, HIPAA, if your organization is working as a third party, okay, or if not working as a third party, there is a third party involved, okay, so they may have to follow GDPR and HIPAA or regulations like PCI DSS, Surveys Oxley Act, okay, or industry standards like NIST framework, ISO 27001. Contractual obligation means SLAs, service level agreements, NDAs, okay, non-disclosure agreements, licensing or auditing agreements or requirements. So organization have to assess, monitor, and govern the third party risk also so that they can ensure and avoid compliance violations, data breaches, or any supply chain compromise. So if you are somewhere in this role where you are in the governance part, okay, this is the governance part. These are the stakeholders where all the executive board of directors, they are all the stakeholders. Okay. So they work at a strategic level. Okay. So if you are a professional, CSP professional who is in such a role, who is looking into governance part, so basically you should be the one who are promoting policy, compliance, ensure risk ownership. Ownership is clearly defined. You support executive alignment and awareness. Okay, that's how you will translate the business requirements to security objectives. Sometimes for governance part, there are external auditors or investigators. They will be designated by the regulatory authorities, okay, or any kind of certification authority or industry consortium. So they also will be part of the third party governance in that case. Now, this part you are seeing in management or operational level, the managers as well as employees, all the operational level, SecOps people, they will be part of this security governance hierarchy. Okay. So now let's take up a question on this. The top-down approach in security governance implies what out of the four answers? What is the correct answer in this case? The correct answer is C. Senior management is the one who are initiating security and they are supporting security decisions. That is the top-down approach in security governance. Now, if we look at third-party security governance in a detailed view, so basically it is where we look at laws, regulations, industry standards, obligations, license requirements, and as I said, there is an outsider investigator or an auditor who will be designated by the governing body, or the consultants hired by the organization. So you have to share whatever reports you have with them. Okay. Another aspect of third party governance is the application of security oversight on third parties that your organization is relying on. Means uh, having a look on suppliers and partners, having a look on vendors and service providers. This will include that those third parties, they also follow your organization security policies and controls. Okay, that will ensure that you are able to monitor for any kind of non-compliance, any kind of security incidents or change in their risk posture, because they are somebody who are giving some of the services to your organization. They could be like a third party cloud service provider. Okay. But still, even if they are a third party, they have to be followed or monitored for any kind of non-compliance. So sometimes you have to go ahead and perform regulatory audits, penetration testing, compliance review. Okay, this will mandate the security clauses in the contract, such as data protection, breach notification. If there is a breach in the third party organization who is handling some of your service, even if there is a small breach on their organization, they will be the one who will notify you about the breach. Okay. And you have the right to audit. So if a third party fails to maintain any kind of security adequately, they become a risk vector, because of which they might expose your organization to any kind of data breach or service outage. Because even your third party is under a breach. Okay. Let me give you an example here. Let's say your data is stored on a third party cloud infrastructure and there was a breach on their cloud infrastructure. Now, for some regulatory requirements, nobody is able to access their cloud infrastructure, even your organization. So what would this lead to? This will lead to service outages. Okay. And you may also have to face financial losses because of the breach on the third party. Okay. This can also include regulatory penalties, reputation damage. So as a CISSP professional, you're expected to identify third-party risk. You recommend governance framework. You draft and review the vendor agreements for security clauses, and you ensure continuous monitoring and accountability mechanisms are in place. Okay. And whatever MOUs you have signed or you have exchanged the documents, if it is sufficient and meets expectation, then you perform on-site reviews as well. So the process of reading the exchange material, verifying them against standards and expectation is known as a documentation review. Once the documentation review is done, then the on-site review will be done. That will be used to focus on compliance with the stated documentation. If the documentation is incomplete, inaccurate, or if it is insufficient, the on-site review is postponed until the documentation can be updated and corrected. So this is the first step for any third party audits. Okay. All right. So let's take an example here, or let's take a question here rather. An organization applies patches regularly. Okay. Enforces strong password policy and train their employees on secure practices. So this is an example of what? Strategic planning, due diligence, due care, business continuity. I know we have not yet discussed about due diligence and due care. We will be discussing it now. And the correct answer is due care. Okay, so here what I've done is I've kept this question intentionally before we discuss about due diligence and due care. Okay, so now let's go ahead and discuss about them. A is not the correct answer in this case. Okay, so now let's understand how strategic planning or security management planning is done. So first step in security management planning is strategic planning. It is a long-term plan which is supposed to be stable. It defines the organization's security purpose and it aligns that purpose to goals, mission, and objectives of the organization. So we can say it is a very long-term plan, first thing. Second, you are seeing in this diagram, the top one is strategic plan. Here, it is the strategic plan. See, the range or why I'm saying it is a long plan, you can see it is going from 0 years to 5 years. So it can go up to 5 years, 3 to 5 years, typically. Okay. This is where we have to focus, or it defines basically the whole enterprise. Okay. It is not just one operations team, but the whole enterprise. So it is enterprise one. It defines the security vision. It aligns the security with organization's mission, goals, objective. It is relatively stable, so there will not be very frequently updated strategic plans. Okay, for example, what will come here in strategic plan? Now let's discuss that part. Adopting a risk management framework like ISO 27001, NIST framework. This is an example of strategic planning. Similarly, using or investing in cloud security or zero trust architecture. That is again a part of strategic planning. Commitment to becoming compliant with the regulatory standard. So if your organization has to adhere to GDPR or HIPAA, you are putting up in the policy or the mission statement itself that you will be committing that you are compliant with the regulatory standard. Okay. So whenever we say strategic plan, it is why behind security program, why we are doing this. So that why is answered in strategic planning. Okay. The next one here you see this diagram is tactical planning. This is a midterm plan. It is developed to provide more details on how you are going to accomplish the goals that you are setting up in the strategic plan. Okay, so sometimes it can be crafted on ad hoc basis if there is any unpredicted events. Typically 1 year, maximum it can go to 3 years, tactical plan, but mostly covered in 1 year. Okay, the scope is only to the specific department or specific domain. Okay, it will not cover whole enterprise. And this plan basically describes how and what to achieve in the strategic objectives. So in your strategic objectives, many things are listed. So out of that, what is going to be done? How you are going to do it? That part is coming in the tactical plan. It is a little flexible, unlike strategic plan. You can adjust and accommodate any emergency event or any kind of threat, which is a recent threat. Okay. Now, examples will be using multi-factor authentication across departments. You are rolling out this new scheme. Multi-factor authentication, if you want to go to other department, like you want to go to a stock center, you can anyways access with your iCard your floor, okay, the floor on which you are working. But you cannot go to a stock center. Why? For a SOC center, you require multi-factor authentication. So along with your iCard, you will also be using a fingerprint scanning, something like that. Or even if you want to enter a data center, so there is a fingerprint scanning along with your identity card. So there are two factors for authentication. Okay. So rolling out such practices is part of tactical plan. Performing regular vulnerability assessments. Okay. You can be doing it with automated tools like vulnerability management tools or without automated tools with the help of consultants who perform VAPT testing. Okay, mitigating systems to comply with new encryption standards, or that could be part of a tactical plan, because there was an introduction of a new encryption standard. You have to make a little change on your system, okay, so that it can comply with that new standard. So that is a type of tactical plan. So basically, we can say that a tactical plan is a bridge between high level strategic plan and day to day actions. So, next is the day to day actions, also known as the operational plan. It is a short term actionable plan, highly detailed plan based on the strategic and technical plans. So, based on these two, operational plan is executed. Okay. But as we can see, it is a short term. The scope is limited to a team or an individual task itself. And it will also ensure there is a detailed instruction and timelines for implementation. For example, having a weekly patch management schedule. Okay. And there could be a patch management team who is assigned to the work of performing that patch management weekly. Okay. Monthly backing up is a part of strategic plan, but verifying that the monthly backup is done. Yes, Patch Tuesdays. It's a very good example. Okay, Microsoft uses this Patch Tuesday. So on that Tuesday, a set of patches are released, and you can go ahead and patch your systems for those patches specifically. Okay, that can be a part of operational plan. Okay, incidents response drills. Again, they are part of operational plans. Daily monitoring of SIEM alerts, SIEM alerts. Okay, that could be as an operational plan. So basically, when we say operational plan, they are like boots on the ground. Means the one who are executing the security tactics. So it is those people who are actually performing the task. They are part of operational plans. Okay. And understanding these security management planning is crucial for security governance and program management. It should be such that it aligns with security activities, with the business strategies. And when we say operational plan, these planning ensures clear goals, along with goals, who are the one who will be accountable for performing what tasks. Okay. And resource allocation. So all that will be part of security management planning. Now, to give you some examples, when I say strategic planning, it is time framed as 3 to 5 years, means long-term vision is required. The audience for strategic plan, who is going to devise the strategic plan in an organization? If we look at this diagram here, yes, C-level executives or management, CISO. Okay. Now, if we talk about tactical plan, 1 to 3 years. Midterm initiatives, response planning is done in the midterm. Small term. Okay. Who is the one who will be performing this tactical planning? Yes, managerial, but department head, because it is done at the department level. Okay. Many times, department managers we can think of, along with CISO's help, because CISO are the one, or C-level executives are the one who have done this strategic planning. Okay. Next is operational plan. They can be devised on monthly basis, weekly basis, daily basis. They are short-term plans. Task level implementation is done in operational plan. Who is the one who has to do operational planning? We can say team leads, security teams, and admins, like network admins, system admins, database admins. Okay, who are the one who may be looking at ensuring or owning the data, processing the data, not the owners, but yeah, who are the one who are processing the data, they can be as part of operational plan. Yes, but for most of the things, you will require a CISO's approval. But what about an organization who is not having any? Then there are some organizations, they don't have CISO. There are new concepts like cloud CISO. Yes, then they can be CTO, CIO, and for specifically they want to align with security. Cloud CISOs are also available. They work as consultants for multiple organizations. Okay. Now, if we look at the security policy, what is a policy? It is a document which is produced by the senior management. It states how a company plans to protect its assets, functions, as well as people. So it has all that detail. But basically, it's a document. Okay? So if you have to look at security policy, think of it as the foundation of the entire security program. It is not just a document, it is a formal declaration of intent which is coming from senior management showing their commitment to the security. And as we say, we emphasize on top-down approach, means the security must start from the top. Okay. Now, there are various features of security policies. Let's discuss them. First is generic. Okay. Generic means it doesn't go into the weeds of how something is technically done. So policies at a higher level. Okay. There are high level rules like all employees must use strong password. Okay. Not on how you can configure the password of the system. So how technically you are going to do that, it's not written in the security policy, but it is written that all employee must use strong password. Secondly, security policies are non-technical. Non-technical means it is written in a plain language. Plain language so that all the stakeholders, even if the team is not knowing about security in detail, like HR team, legal team, okay, finance team, they may not be knowing about cybersecurity terms. IT team may know that, but they all should be able to understand and follow the security policy. Okay, because security policy will affect everyone in the organization, not just IT department. So it's not just IT people who will be following it. And if we write in very technical terms, other people who are not from IT background, they may not understand it at all. Okay. So that's why non-technical. They should be evolved as the business evolves. There are new threats. If there are any changes in the law, so they need to be periodically reviewed, right? A best practices, an annual review, or after significant incident or audit, there is a review. Also, one of the feature is that it should align with the business goals. It should not hinder the business. If your business is saying training, it should be able to perform the training activities. Because of security, the trainer is not able to perform training. Then is it of any use? No, right? So it should align with the business. Like if the business goal is saying cloud adoption, but the policy is saying that cloud cannot be used because of so and so reason. So it should not be contradictory, first of all. Okay. So policy is the what, why, and not on how. It is not about how you are going to do it. It's about what is going to be done and why it is going to be done. Okay. But later we will be looking at standards, procedures, guidelines that will support the policy. Okay, once we have discussed this part, we will be moving and discussing about standards, procedures, and guidelines, which will discuss about why and how as well in detail, specifically how. Let me give an example of what could be there in a policy. It could be something like the organization shall ensure the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of its customer data. Okay, but not on what encryption needs to be used, what mandates are to be required. Okay, how we will ensure integrity, how we are going to ensure availability. That's not written in the policy. It's written that organization shall ensure CIA so that you protect your customer information. Okay. So that's about security policy. Now, if we talk about types, we have divided the types by scope as well as by enforcement. So if we look at the scope, say organization. Organization means high level organization wide policy. It will set the overall security direction of that organization. We are not diving in detail of this. We'll be discussing about some of the policies in detail in other domains as well. Okay. Next is system specific. System specific, like for a particular system or a type of system, there could be a policy like firewall policy. Okay. IDS policy. Then there could be issue specific. Issue means it is addressing specific issue like email usage, bring your own device, Wi-Fi, secure Wi-Fi policy. Okay. So they can be divided by scope. Now, if we talk about enforcement, okay, so there could be security policies for regulation mandated by law or regulation. Regulation comes from the country level, okay. So that's why country is going to be the one who will give a regulatory policy. It is mandated by law, like HIPAA, GDPR, PCI-DSS. For India, it is DPDP Act. Okay. And if the compliance is not done by the organization, it can have a legal consequences. Okay. Then there are advisory policy. Advisory policy means they are recommended policy. They are not mandatory though. But if there is a non-compliance, it will lead to internal penalties within the organization. Okay. Then there is informative policy, specifically for awareness and education. It is not directly connected with enforcing, but it will promote about good practices. Okay. So when we look at this, regulatory, they are non-negotiable. Means if there is a violation, it will result in fine or legal actions. Okay. But if we look at advisory policies are done internally within an organization. So the enforcement is within the organization. For example, using recommended password practice. Okay, 12-digit alphanumeric character. Don't use any password which has been breached previously. That's a kind of advisory policy. Informative policy, they are specifically for educating. So it will be more like awareness type, like putting up security awareness bulletins, posters, having regular phishing email sent to you. Like sometimes some of the organization, they create phishing link and you have to flag them. If you don't flag them, and if you rather go and click on the link, they give you a mandate to complete some security awareness training again if you have not done them earlier. Okay, and even if you have done them, if you are still not able to follow, that policy would state that you have to redo or go through the phishing email training. Okay, so these are some of the types of security policies. Now, as a CISSP standpoint, you must understand which policies are legally binding and which are internally imposed. Okay. Now let me give you some example. All employee must protect customer data confidentiality. Tell me what type it will be when we are selecting from this type by scope. When I say all employee must protect customer data confidentiality. So what type it will be out of these three? Organizational policy, because it is organization wide. All the employees are part of it. Okay. Now, let me give you another question here. Email must not be used to transmit customer PII without encryption. Which one of this is it going to be? It is the issue specific. Because it is a special issue related. Okay, so the scope is only when you are having customer PII information. Okay, now let me give you another example. You have to tell me from any of these policies, okay, here or here. PCI DSS must be followed for credit card processing system. What type of policy is this? Regulatory, because it comes from the regulatory requirements. Okay, so these were some of the examples of security policy. These are some more common security policies used within an organization. Access control policy, it will define how users are granted or denied access to system and data, includes roles, permissions, and authorization models. Okay, computer security policy. This will cover security expectation for endpoint devices, patching, antivirus, configuring. Okay, when we talk about environmental design policy, this specifically addresses about physical and environment factors like fire, suppression, HVAC systems, power backup. Okay, data protection policy. This ensures proper classification of data, encryption, storage, disposal, sensitive data, how to deal with sensitive data. All that is part of data protection policy. Okay. Same way, physical security policy will define protection regarding physical infrastructure like law, CCTV, badge, guards, lighting, okay? Remote access policy. This will govern the access of users who are remotely working, who are off-site. Okay, so what they should follow? They should follow VPN, multi-factor authentication. They should have device control or EDR systems. Okay, same way, user account policy. It will define rules for user creation, password strength, account life cycle, auditing details. So all this, right? Now, many organizations, they would opt for using well-defined security templates. So they will directly go ahead with the templates. These templates will help the organization build the security policies faster and ensure that they align with industry best practices. Okay. So SANS Institute provides a comprehensive library of free, professionally written policy templates. These templates are vendor neutral, they are compliance aware, aligned with real world use cases. Like you can find them on this link. Okay. So this one you are seeing, I have downloaded it from SANS. Okay. This is the acceptable use standard. So as you can see, you simply have to put the name of the organization. If you are starting with, you can go through this. You can use it as a template. So everything is written: purpose, scope of the policy, what safeguard mechanisms needs to be used. Okay. How we will ensure security and proprietary information, what is unacceptable use, what to do in case of email and communication activities. Okay, whenever you are sharing or doing any kind of blogs or social media share, what you should follow. So all that is listed here in the acceptable use standard. So you can, same way, you can download any template. There are various templates available for various requirements. Okay, again, so this is AI standard. So here, introduction, definition, what comes under AI, guiding principle, what is the prohibited usage of AI, how to use it ethically. So ethical guidelines like informed consent, integrity in use, appropriate content, unauthorized use, all that is listed. Okay. So you can go through some of them. Okay. If you are following the best practices from SANS, you can go ahead and use these templates. And they have this SANS policy project, okay, in which they are encouraging how you can adapt to template and suit your organization need as well. Okay, let's take up a knowledge check. Which of the following security policy define rules for how users are granted or denied access to systems and data? The correct answer is access control policy. Okay, let's take up another question. Which policy typically governs how remote employees connect securely to the organization's internal systems? The correct answer is remote access policy. Okay. One more. Which policy will outline procedures to protect data through classification, encryption, and secure storage? Okay, that's the correct answer. Answer is B, data protection policy. Okay, there's one more question. I've put up some of these questions just to ensure that you have gone through them, you have read about them. Okay, which policy will help ensure continuity of operations by securing the organization's hardware against physical threats? The correct answer is environmental design policy. Now, what will be included in environmental design policy? Okay, let me reiterate here in this case. So, environmental design policy will address all the physical as well as environment factors like fire, fire suppression, HVAC systems. HVAC means HVAC. It includes AC, it includes humidity control, it includes heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. That's the correct answer, right? Also, environmental design policy will include power backup related things so that we can ensure power backup in the sense backup through inverters. Okay, so this will ensure the hardware security in the organization for any kind of physical threats to them. let's take up the next topic. Now let's understand about standards, guidelines, and procedures. So what are these standards? Standards define compulsory requirements so that we can use hardware, technology, security controls simultaneously without any problem. They work as a tactical document which will define all the steps that will be involved to accomplish all the goals which are defined in the security policy. Okay. Mostly we can say that standard is what must be used. So many times they are mandatory. The purpose is to ensure consistency and interoperability. They are very tactical in nature. So they are the documents, or standards are the documents used to implement policy requirement. For example, all laptops must run Windows 11 Enterprise with BitLocker enabled. So this is a standard that the organization-wide systems will follow. Okay. Now let's talk about baselines. Baselines is what is the minimum level of security that every system will have, that is baselining. So baseline basically establish a common secure state on which all the additional security measures will be built. So it will ensure common secure starting point for all the configurations. It is often used in hardening the systems, and it will follow baselines like CIS benchmark. So CIS benchmark is a type of baseline. On top of it, you can have your own other policies as well as regulatory requirements. Now, let me give you an example of a baseline. Say for a server, any kind of guest accounts should be disabled, and for passwords for the server could be minimum 12 character password. Unlike other passwords which are of 8, okay, because it is a server, we are giving a minimum baseline of 12 characters. Okay, on top of it, you can have your organizational policy, which says that those 12 character password can be alphanumeric. Okay, it can include some of the symbols. Some of the symbols will not be allowed. Further, every 2 months or every 3 months, you have to renew the password. So that is a top up, which we are doing on the baseline. But the baseline is saying minimum 12 character password. The next is guidelines. Guidelines will provide best practice recommendations to help implement the standards and baselines. So basically, it is the recommendation on how the standards and baselines are implemented. And you can customize, they are not mandatory. Okay. They are useful when flexibility is required because of some different use cases. Okay. For example, you can say that in the guideline, it is recommended to use passphrase instead of simple password. This will improve memorability and complexity. Okay. Because sometimes, like Google passwords, they can generate password. But when you're using any password generation tool, it is a very difficult to remember alphanumeric character set. Okay. So if you are using a passphrase instead of password, it is rather simple. So this could be an example of a guideline. Now, when I say procedure, it is a detailed step-by-step document which describes about how to do this. Okay. It describes the exact actions which will be used to implement the security or the control or the solution. So it has to be followed exactly how it is written in the document. Usually it is written for operators, technicians, system administrators. Okay, it is something like this. Step number 1, open group policy editor. Step number 2, go to so and so account policies. In that, go to password policy. Step number 4, set minimum password length to 12 characters. So this is something written for the administrator, account administrator. So you have to follow step number 1, 2, 3, and so on. So when I say standard is a tactical level document. Okay. It is mandatory. Yes, mandatory. Okay. Who are the audience who will define standards? System architects. They are the one who will define, not we can say define, but who will be the one using the standards, say system architects, IPT. Okay. Baseline. They define minimum security configuration. Are they mandatory? Yes, they are mandatory. At what level? They are technical level. Who are the audience for baseline? Auditors, system admins. They are the audience for baselines. Okay. Same way, if I say guideline, tell me, is it mandatory? No. So it is not mandatory, first thing. So it is at level advisory type of policy. Okay. But it will recommend the best practices. Okay. And the audience could be anyone and everyone. Okay. Next, if we talk about procedure, it is a step-by-step instruction. Is it mandatory to follow? Yes, it is mandatory to follow. Okay, if we don't follow step by step, we miss out some step, it may not be able to perform as it should perform. And it is at operational level, it is for technicians or operators. So when we say policy is what and why, it is strategic level, standards and baseline in this case. Okay, the standards and baselines. This is what and how much. They are tactical level. Okay, guidelines, again, it is a type of how, but it is flexible. Procedure, it is how, but it should be done step by step. So it is mandatory. It is not flexible like guidelines. Okay. So next part is threat modeling. So threat modeling basically is a process in security where we can identify potential threats, categorize them, and analyze them on any application or a system. So this is a step which can be done as a proactive measure, okay, at the stage of design or the development phase itself. Okay. Also, it can be done reactive, like as a reactive measure once the product has been deployed. Okay. For any new or emerging threat, it will be done in reactive way. But for known threats, you are already knowing that these threats exist. You will be doing the threat modeling in a proactive way. Now, why we require to perform threat modeling, first of all? First reason is to understand the attack surface. Second, we can prioritize threats based on the risk and impact of the threat. And we can design mitigation before the threat is actually performing an attack or the threat actor is actually performing an attack. Also, it supports security by design principle. Okay, because when we are performing proactively, we are doing it at the design phase. Okay? Now we can do or identify threats based on focused on assets. So if the approach is say focused on assets, it means we will identify threats based on valuable assets and what could compromise them. So first thing that you have to do when you are doing focused on asset, you have to identify asset classification or perform asset classification. Then we will be able to value the assets. Okay, so we are trying to identify threats to the valuable assets in this way. Second is focus on attackers. So when we are identifying threats based on attackers, here we are considering known threat actors and their TTPs. TTPs means tactics, techniques, and procedures. You can find the details of various attack TTPs in MITRE framework. Basically, it lists all the TTPs related to various attacks. Okay. And many times penetration testers use MITRE framework to put the attack that they have done in terms of TTP, okay, along with solution, and they give it to the organization who is asking the penetration tester to complete the task of performing VAPT testing. Okay. It can be white box testing or black box testing. It's not compulsory that it has to be white box or black box. But basically, here we are focusing on the attacker. Okay. So what you are doing, you are having the threat intel or you are profiling the data. Based on that, you are identifying threats. Okay. Now the third approach is software focused. Means you look at the software application, features of the application, APIs, okay, inputs that you can put into the APIs or the application and how it can be abused, okay. So that's where you are doing focused on software. So it is software centric. It can consider any kind of potential threats against specific features or input mechanisms, like if it is following SQL. So we'll look at SQL injection, how SQL injection can be done. And then we ensure how we can use all the ways that SQL injection cannot be done. See, these are three approaches that you are seeing, which are used to identify threats. We are trying to get the knowledge about the attack surface. Okay, we are doing threat modeling. Now, this can be done in proactive or in reactive way. Okay, now if we're doing a proactive way or maybe reactive, but it can be done in these three ways. One is focused on assets, means we look for the riskiest assets like server systems in the production environment. Okay, and then we attempt to identify threats on those valuable assets. Got my point there now? Secondly, when we say focus on attackers, so we are knowing the TTPs. We are now knowing, or we have done the profiling of data. Okay, we are knowing what could be the potential attacker and threats they are posing. Based on that, we are performing threat modeling. Okay, focused on software means we are looking at the application, looking at the API, looking at the input that we can add into the API. For example, when you're developing a software or you're auditing a software, at that stage, you will use this way. You will do the threat modeling focused on software. Clear? When you will do this focused on software, when you will do focus on attacker, when you are knowing that these attackers are actively performing attacks on so and so mechanisms. Okay, so we are knowing that TTPs, we are knowing the tactics, techniques, and procedure. To understand TTPs better, you need to learn a little bit more detail about MITRE framework. Okay, MITRE, MITRE framework. So it's a framework which has all the TTPs listed as per various attacks. Okay. Now, when to perform threat modeling? When I'm saying you can do it proactively. Proactively means during the design and development phase, when we want to build a secure system. Okay. Means when you're doing shift left. It could be reactive also. Means after the development is done, there are new risks or new breaches. Okay. Now, if we look at some of the frameworks and techniques for threat modeling, there are models like Stride, Dread, FASTA, Octave, VAST, attack trees. We will not be discussing on all of them. We will be discussing on few of them. Okay. So these are some models or frameworks for threat modeling. So first of all, let's look at this first one, that is DFD and reduction analysis. What is DFD? DFD is a data flow diagram. It is used to understand how, in this case, when we are talking about threat modeling, in this case, how threat modeling is done. Okay. And here you can see this diagram. This represents a college library database. Let me zoom in a little bit. Okay. So you are seeing this diagram. This is a DFD. I'm not into coding or I'm not into software development. So I may not be able to tell you this DFD is 2.2 or 3.2. But let me explain this in terms of threat modeling. Okay. So here you can see this college library database. And basically, this is the college library database. And this whole diagram is for logging in to this college library system. Okay. So this is showing how users will interact with the web application, okay, which is connected to this backend database here. Okay. So first of all, let's break down the system. First is users. Users, potentially, they're untrusted. They can be external users. Okay. Web servlet. This, as well as this login process, this is the application logic. Okay. College library database here. It is where the data is going to be stored. Database files is where the raw files will be stored. Okay. Now here we will be dividing it in such a way or decomposing it in such a way that we can understand where the vulnerabilities might exist. Okay. So let's read this diagram now. Okay. From user, we can do a login request. Okay. So how we will be able to do a login request to a web server? Okay. Now from a web server, the request or the trust is done to the database. Okay. And you are seeing these red lines. These red dashed lines, they are representing shift in the trust level. Okay. So when I'm saying user to web server, there is a shift. Okay, this is an external user. So the trust to an external user and to a web server for the application will be different. Okay, so here you are seeing the shift again. When the web server is interacting with the database, again you are seeing this red line. Okay, this red line is again representing the trust is changing. So every time the data is crossing one of these boundaries, one of these red lines, okay, it is potentially the attack point. This is where input validation, encryption, okay, access control will become critical. Okay, you're seeing all the arrows here. These are the data flow, and each one is a risk surface. Okay, so like login request, login response, authenticate user function is called authenticate user result is coming. So at every this flow or this arrow is where the attack or the risk surface is. Okay, so when I say login request is done from the user, it may contain any kind of malicious input. Okay, like an SQL injection. SQL queries to the database can be injected with malicious code if it is not handled securely. Responses to the user must not leak any kind of sensitive information. Okay, so these are all our attack surface or the risk surface where all the interactions are done. Okay, and here is when we will apply the CIA principles. Like when we are storing, when the data is at rest, like in this case, database files, what we will apply, what principles we will apply, how we will ensure CIA. Okay, with the help of encryption. When the data is in transit, how we will ensure security, how we will ensure CIA with the help of TLS, SSL. Okay, in the case of when you are sending a login request, okay, where the user can enter the data like login form, search queries, any user form. So at that time, we will be using proper input validation mechanisms or secure coding practices, input sanitization. Okay. When you are sending the request, when you're authenticating users, or when this step login process to back to server and from server back to the user, this information is coming. Here you can perform whitelisting. Okay. So this is what the threat modeling is. So basically, we need to understand trust boundaries. We need to understand data flow paths. We need to understand input points, any kind of privilege operations that's happening here. Okay, privilege operations means authentication decision. So authentication can be done with some other ways like SAML or OAuth. Okay, in that case, it is called a privilege operation. Accessing or modifying the database, reading or writing onto the files. Okay, all these operations, they will require access control, role separation, and least privilege principle to be followed. Understood? Now, here you are seeing one of the way of threat modeling is known as stride threat model. This stride threat model was developed by Microsoft for identifying and categorizing threats. Okay. And the threats are written like this. You are seeing spoofing. Spoofing means when can a spoofing be done in previous application? In this application, what can be spoofed? Login credentials can be spoofed. Okay. What if we talk about the previous example? Manipulation of SQL queries, repudiation. If we are not performing logging of whosoever user is logging into, okay, we are not doing any logs or generating any logs, then that comes under repudiation. Any kind of information disclosure, which can be because of leakage from the database itself, okay, The database was stored in a plain text file, and it is now open for anybody to look at. Okay. Same way, denial of service. Uh, like login flooding request can lead to denial of service attack. Elevation of privilege, like gaining access to the database, maybe vertical privilege escalation is done. In that case, there will be elevation of privilege. Okay. So when we look at the threats, what are the threats? Spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, denial of service, and elevation of privilege. What is the desired property here? For spoofing, the desired property is authenticity. We need to ensure the authenticity of maybe the user or the system who is making the transaction request. Tampering, we want to ensure integrity. For threat of repudiation, we want to ensure non-repudiation. Information disclosure, again confidentiality, denial of service, availability, elevation of privilege, authorization. So here what we are saying that the threats are mapping directly to what we saw in the diagram. Okay. And when we talked about Stride, it is a mnemonic, again developed by Microsoft. It helps us identify these 6 common threats: S for spoofing, T for tampering, R for repudiation, I for information disclosure, D for denial of service, E for elevation of privilege. Okay, so each letter is standing for the specific category of the threat. Okay, so if you want, I can further discuss about what spoofing is. Basically, it is a kind of masquerade attack where somebody is pretending to be someone else. Okay. What could be the control we can use to ensure the spoofing is not done? We can use strong authentication mechanisms like MFA, secure passwords, session management. So that will ensure spoofing is not done. So these are some of the controls. For tampering means there is an unauthorized modification of data or code. So attacker is basically intercepting and changing the login request or adding any SQL query which can escalate privilege. So how you can ensure the controls here in this case? Input validation, hashing, using TLS. So that will be ensuring that this threat tampering is not able to create any problem. Same way for repudiation. Repudiation means denying any action after the action has been done. Okay, it means a user is performing any malicious action like deleting something and then later denying it. I have not deleted. So how we can ensure repudiation? With the help of logging, digital signatures, audit trails. When we talk about information disclosure, it means unauthorized access to confidential data. For example, when you are doing a SQL injection, okay, there is an error message which will reveal the database structure or any kind of sensitive information. So what is the control? Using encryption, access control, least privilege, data masking, input validation. For denial of service attack, we make service unavailable to legitimate user, sending thousands of login requests. That can be done to crash the server, like the example I've given. What you can do, how you can control denial of service with the help of web application firewall, rate limiting, input throttling, some ways like this. And for elevation of privilege, you can use controls like role-based access control, input validation again, secure coding, patching. Okay. So Stride basically helps you assess each component of your DFD diagram. Okay. Prioritize the mitigation based on the severity and impact. And you can integrate it very easily with security architecture, especially when you are defining secure software development lifecycle. Again, it is a mechanism for defense in depth because we are identifying multiple layers where threats can be mitigated. Okay, so this is about the Stride threat modeling. Okay, let's take up a question. In the Stride model, the letter S stands for spoofing. Okay, let's take up another question. What is the benefit of decomposing an application during threat modeling? Let me take you back here. So what we do in threat modeling, one of the mechanism is reduction analysis. So we decompose the application like we are doing here. It could be the application, the system itself, or the environment, so that we understand the logic of the product and its interaction with the external elements. This will break down the system into smaller parts so that it will make it easy for us to identify each component and identify any vulnerability or any point of attack. Okay, so now that's the correct answer, to identify detailed components and data flow for potential vulnerabilities. That's why we will decompose a larger application in the threat model. Okay. Now another model of threat is dread model. It is used to prioritize security risk based on 5 key risk aspects. Okay. Commonly it is used for security assessments. Specifically, it is designed to provide prioritization solution based on the answer to these 5 questions. What are these questions? First, damage potential. D for damage potential. How bad would an attack be? Okay. Or how severe the consequences will be if the attack happened. Like, can the data be wiped or stolen? The attack happens. The second in this dread model is reproducibility. Means how easily the attack can be reproduced or it can be repeated with different attack vectors. Can the attack be executed with minimal changes? Okay. So we look at reproducibility of the attack. Next risk aspect is exploitability. Means how easy it is to carry out the attack. Like, what are the skills required to carry out the attack? What are the tools required to carry out the attack? Okay. Can a simple script kiddie do the attack? Or they will require an expertise, or they will require a specific tool to perform the attack. Okay. Like, you would have gone through few of the tools. You would have used some tools for performing exploits like Metasploit. Okay. Uh, so that's available with Kali Linux. Many times when you start performing or start with cybersecurity, you start with tools like Metasploit. So basically, you are using some scripts to launch the attack. Okay. So this exploitability is the risk aspect when we are looking at the exploitability criteria. Okay. Next is affected users. Means how many users will be affected if the attack happens. For example, will there be only 1 or 2 people who will be affected with this user? If they are majority of users, then you require some more set of controls for ensuring security. Okay, discoverability means how easy it is to find the vulnerability. Is it publicly documented or is it buried somewhere deep? Can anybody go ahead and perform the or look for the vulnerability? Okay, that comes under discoverability. So what we are going to do, each element you will put in the score of 1 to 10. Okay, and the total score is the sum of all the 5 factors. Higher the score, higher the priority to fix the threat. Okay, so if we take about the example of SQL injection vulnerability. Okay, so now let's put SQL injection here. So what could be the damage potential if I have to rate it between 1 to 10? What is the damage potential for a SQL injection? In the range of 1 to 10. 10 is the higher end, 1 is the lower end. Okay, then we will sum up all of this. 9, why 9? It can create a full database dump. Yes, it's about database dump, exactly. So damage potential 9. Okay. Reproducibility. In case of SQL injection, what is the reproducibility? What risk aspect? How much you want to rate 1 to 10? How easy it is to reproduce the attack once the TTP is known? Will it be easy? If it is easy, we will say 10. If it won't be, then 1, 2, 3. Is it reproducible? Yes, it is reproducible. If we know how it was done previously with minimal changes, maybe if you're looking for a specific admin page, okay, you can be looking at the admin page or any other page with just making minor changes and it is reproducible attack, right? So yes, it is going to be 10. If you talk about exploitability, so how much work Is it to launch the attack? If you want to scale it 1 to 10, is it a lot of work? Let's take up another number. We have already 9 and 10 here. Let's take up 8. Okay. With some basic SQL knowledge, and if we know some basic ways to perform SQL injection, where to look at, what places we can put SQL injection, maybe it's easier to launch the attack, right? So I'm putting at 8. Let's take affected users. How many people will be impacted? If less number of people impacted, 1. If more number of people impacted, 10. I'm saying more people impacted. Okay, so we will put as 10 here in this case. If you talk about discoverability, how easy it is to discover the threat. Is it very easy? Is it little difficult? Is it very difficult? Somewhere average? Let's put up 5 or maybe put up 6 in this case. Let me make it to 6. Okay, so this is 6. Very bad handwriting though, but it is 6. Now if we total this, what is this? Total of this is, okay. So yes, we are getting 43. 43 is a high number. So it is a critical risk, right? So if we have to mitigate this risk, we will do it on priority basis. Is it understood how threat modeling, this threat model works? Let's take up this question. What does the threat model help to assess in the threat modeling? In the correct answer, risk severity of threats. So it is based on the risk severity. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee and EC Council. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, cloud security, and much more from the top IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cybersecurity.